We
That's what
understand
you
it.
did. You don't even
We
understand what you
understand
did.
it.
Yeah, okay. Well,
We've seen this dunk contest
go ahead.
before.
It's not
It's
a
not a
dunk
dunk contest. I'm actually just trying to like ask how flat
No,
earthers
the
would
other guy.
explain this
The other
phenomenon.
guy.
There's no explanation from the other side. What's the mechanism?
Prove to me the Earth is flat.
Let's not
Yeah.
let's not
Who
devolve,
wants
okay?
to prove it? 'Cause
Let's
I
not
used to
devolve,
believe-
okay?
I used to believe the firmament cosmology.
Anyway, who was actually asking the question legitimately?
You muted the wrong guy, you dumbass.
You're right. I should have
No,
muted you.
The correct
Yeah,
guy
mute me,
is the
you
guy with
fucking
wings.
idiot.
It
You're
was the guy
stupid,
with the
bro. All
wings.
Why would I mute?
Oh, he's gonna melt
Shut
down.
up.
This is
Shut
great.
up.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Circular
Yeah,
reasoning
whatever.
guy.
Hey, hold on, old hot. I'm just here to help clarify because it didn't seem you guys understood what he meant. Oh, flat earthers are the biggest losers on the face of the planet. Oh yeah, your true colors came out real quick.
Yeah, that mask fell off quick. So let's back to Muffuggin. You seem to be able to keep it together. Your buddy really flamed out there, huh?
Oh, who muted my fucking man? It was legit. Hey, who muted him after he got unmuted? Hey.
What is happening?
Listen, dude, my mute shotgun like shoots out 70,000. No, I can't help who gets hit.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, what assumptions are necessary to the conclusion that the star trails can only happen if it's this globe?
So we see the star trails, and I mean, what assumption?
Stars making circles?
Yeah, stars making circles.
No, they're not.
Well, I mean,
So-
it's something you can do with like a time lapse photograph in your backyard.
Okay,
and
yeah.
Anybody
What-
can do this, and people.
Yeah,
do this all
that's
the time.
awesome. That's awesome. But they're not making circles. You see the trails from some stars going to the trails of other stars, and that makes them look like circles. But the stars
Right.
themselves ain't making circles, and
Right.
they couldn't in the heliocentric
Sure, I mean,
model
they
because of the
appear.
shut up, because of the orbit
Oh my god.
processes the seasons, so they would make spirals.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. So the
so
Big
let's-
Dipper, its
Let's talk
handle
about.
points from a different direction as the year goes on around to Polaris.
I'm just talking
How
about
does
one
that
night.
change position if they go in circles?
I'm just talking about one night.
Even in one night, you're going to miss a circle by 1/365th of a circle.
Okay. So, star trails appear circular when you do a photograph during one night, right?
No.
Well, I mean, there's
He
plenty of
doesn't
imagery.
realize.
out
No,
there.
there isn't.
You
Don't
told
make
him he
shit
was
up.
connecting
The longest time lapse that exists of star trails is 14 hours. You need a 24-hour one. Okay? And you
24
would
hour
miss,
star trail would
and
only be
it would
possible
miss-
in a place like where
and
there's
I
no
told you-
sun during the daytime, right?
and I told you it would miss by 365th of a circle. It wouldn't line up. It wouldn't form a circle.
I see what you're saying. And I am not saying that they're perfectly circular. I hope I didn't give that impression. I was just saying that they appear circular.
Yeah, because they go into other star trails. They go into
Yeah.
trails of other stars.
Exactly. I know what you're saying. I'm not trying to disagree with you. But when you're in the northern hemisphere, you only see the center of one such circle. You don't see the center of the other circle. You know what I mean?
You don't see the circle of any circle. There's no circle. You don't have a circle.
It's not a
You have
perfect
the
circle.
stars taking a bunch of arcs.
But we agree
Those
they're
arcs
circular.
overlap, and because you're looking at a shortened view of what they're doing, to you in your temporary slice of time, they're going to look like circles. But they're not actually making circles. You're just perceiving them that way. If you watched longer, they wouldn't be circles.
I agree. But they appear
Okay, then stop
to be
saying they're circles.
circular in fashion, right?
Yep, they're not circling anything. meaning they're not equidistant from a single point, dude.
Sure. They're not perfect circles. There's no like direct point that you could point to that is like the center point of the circle. Like this
you're
image
really
as an
asking is-
example that I just posted inside chat. They're not perfectly circular.
What
They're
you're
obviously a
really-
little they're ovular, and but there is like a point that you could say that is less spinning than the rest of the image in the center of that kind of circular
Nothing
pattern.
is spinning,
right?
bro. Nothing is spinning.
Sure. You know,
You break it up hard, AJ.
Nope. Nope.
okay.
It's a little tough.
So this is the issue. You're trying to use your explanation as a description. You don't see circles, okay? You don't see rotation. Nothing's rotating. If you drew an arc on a sheet of paper, even if you drew a circle on a sheet of paper, you wouldn't call that a rotation. You're trying to insert your explanation as the description of what you see.
I mean, if I had a compass and I rotate a pencil on one end of the compass, it creates an arc, which is very similar to what you see in this image.
That's what you're asserting. You're asserting that's how it's done.
Well, I mean, this is just a time-lapse photograph that anybody can do in their backyard right now with their cell phone.
That's fine, but you're asserting you know what causes it. Do you understand? Just like you just used the compass example to say, hey, I can cause an arc to happen if I rotate a compass. Okay, how do you know that's what's causing this?
What's causing what? The image?
Yeah, the image, dude. The circles.
So the stars do move in the sky over time.
That's right. That's right.
And this is simply like a long
You said it.
exposure shot.
What's the cause?
What's the cause of the stars
What's
moving
the cause
in
of
the
the
sky?
stars tracing arcs in the sky?
I don't know, and actually, I'm not sure that's a. Or
Well, you gave us what
I
you
might
think the
know.
cause is.
Even
You
if
think
I
there's a
know
rotation.
exactly, or if I think I know exactly, I'm not sure that's important to the argument.
You
I'm
gave
making.
us
In fact,
what you
I
thought.
think it's
You
not
already gave us
important.
what you thought.
I think
You
it's
gave
not
us what you
important to
thought.
the argument.
You
I'm
gave us
making.
what you thought.
Well, why'd you
said
bring it up
rotation.
then?
You gave us what you thought it is. You said, we see the stars rotate. That is your explanation. That is your cause.
Oh no, that's not a cause. That's an effect.
Oh, yeah. So you see the stars rotate.
Right.
Spit it out.
We see the stars appear to rotate and create a circular pattern.
They're not rotating, dude. In no definition of the word rotating or rotate are they rotating. Even in your picture, you take the star in the center, right? You can see this time lapse isn't even 12 hours. You can see it's like a 10-hour arc.
Right.
And they look like circles because they're going into the arcs of other stars.
So how do you define arc?
What?
A curved line, an arc.
Right. Well, I mean, it's also a segment of a circle, right?
Yeah, it can be. Yeah.
Yeah. So these
you
are
said these
segments of
weren't
circles we're
circles.
seeing.
Look, they're not circles. They appear
Well,
circles
you called
because
them
they're
arcs.
overlapping. Yeah, I said to you because you have a temporary viewpoint. That's a segment in time, right? So it's a brief segment of time, and the star trails are overlapping into other star trails. They appear as circles. But if you look at any individual star, they're taking an arc. That star itself isn't going in a circle. And any individual star would never go in a circle in your worldview. They would spiral across the sky.
Over a long
because of the
period
orbit.
time, yes.
Okay. So when you say rotate, what's rotating?
In this example, I'm treating the sky as a 2D image.
Okay, what's rotating?
He won't answer because
What's rotating is the image of the star, the light of the star.
He's rotating the camera?
No, is rotating around Polaris if you're in the northern hemisphere.
They're rotating around Polaris.
Yeah, the image of the star. Not the star itself.
Look,
Just
at
the
best
image
you
of
could
it
say
as
they're
we see
circling
it in the
Polaris.
sky.
That's not the definition of rotation.
I am
If you walked
being
around
a
your house,
little bit.
if
Yeah,
you
I mean,
walked around your house in a
listen,
circle,
I feel like
you
we're
wouldn't say
having
you
like this
rotated your
really
house.
deep, like epistemic, like discussion about
It's
what
not epistemic,
rotation
dude.
means.
What is-
But like,
No,
I'm just trying to
it is
like
important.
have you look at this image
Yeah, and I'm
and
not going to have you insert your
understand.
fucking explanation as the description.
Motherfucking, why are you afraid to say that you believe this is caused by the Earth spinning? Why are you so afraid to say that?
Or the sky spinning.
I actually, well, oh,
Yeah, because
I'm not afraid to say that. I'm not afraid to say that that's what I think is happening, but I don't think it's important to the
Okay,
question
well,
I'm
say it.
asking.
No, I feel
Yeah,
like the question is a little bit lost now. We've sort of lost track, but that's what I was going to try and simplify it maybe earlier because I was a bit lost as well. But okay, I know that the conversations that's occurred, your point was that you believe that these stars are rotating around in the north around Polaris. Your question basically was, why don't we see Polaris from the south? Because you were saying, why don't we see that central point in the north from the south? And then you were saying, why don't we see a central point from the south to the north? Yeah?
Yeah,
So
exactly. And the
that's your
vanishing
basic
point
question.
argument doesn't really apply because there's
Okay.
it's further down, as you guys would say, it's further down than the vanishing point where Polaris should be if you're in the southern hemisphere, especially if you're in the deep southern hemisphere.
You know that.
So the question is, why can't we
Go
see
ahead,
Polaris
Adrian.
from the south?
Sorry, what was that? I think you guys talked at the same time.
Let AJ go.
Oh, I was saying, so basically your question is, why don't we see Polaris from the south and why don't we see Sigma Octavis from the north? And I think you actually answered your own question when you said that another flat earther had given you an image of perspective and angular resolution to a streetlight.
Yeah, the vanishing point argument. And I was just saying I don't think that applies because the center of the circle, the Polaris kind of point, would be far below what you guys consider to be any vanishing point if you're in the deep southern hemisphere.
You mean below? Below what?
Well, you guys say that things get smaller and go down, right? That's how you describe
Yeah, they
the
appear to go
vanishing
down.
point thing, right?
Appear to go down, but the vanishing point, you don't go under the vanishing point.
Right.
You
So
merge
right,
in-
Polaris,
visually
in
merge
my
into the
example,
horizon.
Polaris goes far beyond the vanishing point.
Says who?
It's simply observable, and all the star photography, star shell photography that's out there on the internet.
So it's
shows it.
simply observable that Polaris goes far beyond the vanishing point.
Yes.
Okay. Describe exactly what you observed to see that. Exactly.
The arcs.
No, the vanishing point. Polaris. You said it would be far under.
Yes.
Okay, we need you to substantiate that.
The arcs are a part of a circle, right? An arc is a part of a circle. That means that the circle is has a center, right? So what I'm saying is, to point to the vanishing point in your model would mean to point towards the horizon in my model. But to point to Polaris when you're in the southern hemisphere, the deep southern hemisphere, would require you pointing to the center of a circle that makes these arcs that's far below the vanishing point.
Says who?
Yeah, listen, real quick, bro. You're mixing the world models, okay? You're literally committing a
I'm using one to talk about the other because, yeah. I mean, the argument applies, like the vanishing point argument only really applies, I think, to to the flat Earth model. I'm trying to
No, it
talk in
doesn't.
y'all's language.
Listen, if the Earth doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is, you still don't have an infinite resolving field. Yeah, that's just a fact. It doesn't matter
You have
what
an
the Earth
infinite
is.
what?
Resolving power.
Oh,
Okay,
you mean like
so the
resolution of a
whole
camera?
reason. No, not even. Resolution of a camera is in the
I just don't know what you mean by resolving
saturation.
power. Sorry.
Right. So you have an angular.
Rayleigh criterion.
I'm sorry. What criterion? Hit me with
The
the
Rayleigh
layman's term.
criterion.
Hit me with the layman's term. I be honest.
The inability to distinguish 2 points of light. You know how a car is like very far away? It's got 2 headlights, but they look like 1 headlight.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay, so that.
Yeah. I think
You have to be able to distinguish You have to be able to distinguish the stars from the horizon, and actually be able to distinguish as unique objects or unique visual features. When
Sure.
the angle between them is too small, it's impossible.
I think I chose a good argument then, because I think this kind of avoids that problem.
The problem's unavoidable. It's a physical limitation of the wavelength of light. I don't know what you're talking about.
None of the question I'm posing, though. We really have to distinguish individual points to be able to see that the center of the circle that makes an arc is below the vanishing point.
Yeah, but that's
Not
fair. But you're
below
only
the
really
vanishing point.
yeah below. Hey, let me ask you this, friend. Do you think the streetlights go below the street?
No, which is precisely why I think this is an important question I'm asking.
Right. So a literal light, right, affixed to a pole. When you look down the street, poles get shorter and the light approaches the ground. Now, if you had an infinite street that you look at, eventually the lights themselves wouldn't, and eventually you wouldn't even be able to see that.
Which is why I'm not talking about the Polaris itself. I'm talking about kind of its position based on the arc. I'm not saying you can see or can't see, like Polaris.
Right.
Itself.
Yeah. Right. So you're creating a geometric relationship in 3D space for this alleged arcs relative to Polaris, dude. When all you have is apparent locations in your field of view. So you're mixing categories. You're mixing visual spatial field with the 3-dimensional geometry. You're making a category error.
I am simplifying from 3D to 2D. I know.
No.
It is a simple fact. It is a simple fact that you can't see
it's a straw
the
man,
center.
dude. Straw man. You don't understand. You don't understand what you don't understand. You're mixing Euclidean geometry with projective geometry. That's your problem.
Wish I was better versed in geometry.
Then why are you making a geometric argument?
I'm just saying I observe this phenomenon.
But real quick.
And this phenomenon is easily observable, and it doesn't seem to match a flat Earth model.
What phenomenon?
The Polaris, star trails made by the Polaris end of the sky are not visible in the southern hemisphere.
How far? There is no southern hemisphere. You need a sphere for that.
In my model, right? So this is tough because I want to talk about particular latitudes. But how do I say that?
You don't really know anything, do you? Okay.
I really don't. I'm just talking about a phenomenon that
this is the first problem you're making. You're positioning yourself on Earth using latitude, longitude, North Pole, South Pole, things like that. Those are the celestial sphere. They are not the Earth.
So
they are not the Earth. You understand what that means?
I do understand. You guys don't agree.
You can't be on the equator. You're under the equator.
How do we talk about locations?
You said latitude. Did you not say latitude?
Yes, it did.
Did you not say North Pole? Where's the North Pole? Listen, let me ask you this. How do I know when I'm at the North Pole? What do I look for?
It's cold. It's cold.
Well, I'd venture to guess Polaris would be directly.
I look at the stars, not the Earth.
And you also have
kind of hard to look
So
at the
you
Earth
can't
and
also
find the
have
determine
North
your
the
Pole
sun.
location.
So
Kind
you
of
can't find
hard.
the
I
North
mean,
Pole using the Earth.
that's why like sailors use sextants.
Yeah, so I can't find the North Pole using the Earth.
You said,
Maybe there's
how
a way
do
to
you
do it
know
magnetically. I'm
when
not
you're
sure
at the
actually.
North Pole?
No, you can't
I'm
because the
gonna
whole
I'm gonna
coordinate
tell
system is
you
based
it's gonna
upon the
be
sky.
sun for
So
half
when
a
you
year.
say
Here's my
no,
question.
listen,
How
dude,
do we
listen.
discuss locations on this Earth
Yo, optional
together
girl, what are
You
you
said when
talking
I
about?
go to the
talk
south,
about?
because what you
Oh,
said when I go to the southern hemisphere, I can't see Polaris. But if
So
you
then I can just say,
define southern hemisphere as when I
What
don't
the
see Polaris,
fuck?
what does that mean?
I see what you're saying. So maybe I just say
That
Australia
guy's
then.
gotta be on some good drugs, bro.
Okay. And what does Polaris look like from Australia? Can't see it.
That's an improper excuse
What
because
do
I
the
am on
stars
good
look like? Do
drugs
they
and
appear
I'm
to
not
be
acting like.
circling Polaris? No. They look like they're, if you look south from
No, not
Australia,
you, the optional
you're just
guy.
going like basically almost left to right across the sky.
Drugs.
Well, no, if you're an Australian and look in the southern
Drugs,
sky,
but I'm not
you
having a
do see
problem.
a circle in your
South-
star trails.
If you look south,
Yeah, but he's on the
Yeah, but
bad
if you look
drugs
north.
for sure.
And if you
Yeah,
look
if you look
north,
north.
you see star trails, and they appear to center on a point that is
Drugs.
below the vanishing point.
No, they don't. You can't see it from that point of view.
All
You
drugs
You
are
can't see it
bad,
from that
bro.
location. No, you don't. You're just making shit up. Bro, there's plenty of images on the internet of star trails from the equator, star trails from the so-called northern hemisphere, star trails from the southern hemisphere, and the arcs they take across the sky. Okay, the arcs they take in the south
There's
don't
no way
arc
we're
around
defending
Polaris.
optional right now.
What do they arc around?
Behind you, south.
Nice job, burning away old.
You're saying they all arc, but you're saying in the northern hemisphere they arc around Polaris?
Yeah.
So
And at the equator, it appears to go straight left to right.
you're saying then that somebody on the equator, or can I say that? Can I say equator?
Under the
In
equator.
Central
Oh, yeah.
Africa, could be looking at a star that both someone in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere could also be looking at.
You don't
and
have
that
a hemisphere, dude.
Bro, okay, sorry, that someone in North America and Australia could also be looking at the same time, and it would arc around what? It would arc around Polaris
Yeah.
for the person in North America, and the person in
They would
South
look in the
America,
sky,
the
and that's what
person
they would see.
in Australia would see it arcing around the opposite
Yeah, they would
point.
look in the sky, and that's what they would see. So what?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Now, you're taking a leap of logic and saying, hey, because I see the stars do these things, that means the Earth is the sphere. You understand? That there's not a celestial sphere.
I'm actually not saying that at all. I'm just asking how flat earthers explain the phenomenon.
There's nothing to explain. Well, I mean, you can't even state what you see accurately without trying to insert your explanation as a description.
I feel like I've explained it very plainly.
Well, no, you tried to skip over the part where you actually have to explain it, and just insert your explanation into the description, and say, "Yeah, this is what we observe," as if your explanation is the evidence for the explanation. No, you have a hypothesis on what creates these arcs. Okay, these arcs are caused because I'm on a big ball. That ball's spinning, and when I look up, I see the stars that start through this, that, and the other.
And what is your explanation for these arcs?
I don't have an explanation because I don't care.
Well, if you don't care,
because they have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, and nothing about them can prove the shape of the Earth.
I would say that they get closer to proving the shape of the Earth than having no bearing on it.
It's literally impossible to prove the shape of the Earth looking at stars. It's not just Logically impossible.
Really?
Yeah.
Not.
Oh yeah, it is. Sure is. Matter of logic, it's impossible.
And why
I
is
had
that?
a gentleman
Because
in
it's
here
it would be an
earlier.
inductive. Because it would be an inductive inference.
I had a gentleman in here earlier
In which,
who
listen,
said,
all inductive inferences contain the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Okay? If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. It doesn't exclude all other explanations. There's an infinite number of possible mathematical models for any arbitrary data set. And in fact, that model, the actual mathematical model used to predict star trails, sunrise, sunset, all these things, doesn't even use a globe in the first place.
but
See,
this
you have
isn't
an
a room.
explanation. See, you have an explanation, but the description doesn't match the explanation.
This isn't a room where you guys say that we can't make a determination. This is a room where you guys say
Yeah,
there
by
is
measuring the
no
Earth.
curvature.
That's right. You measure the Earth, there's no curvature.
So then, using your model, explain the arcs and how they're observed.
I'm not using a model. I'm using measurements.
Look,
I'm not
Use
going
your
into it.
measurements.
I'm not going into
I can
abstract.
explain it. I can
Go ahead.
explain it. So simple. It's so obvious, dude. So what do you want me to explain again, real quick, just so
Oh shit, that
He
was
wants you to
funny.
explain why the stars look like they do X, Y, and Z if the Earth is flat.
Okay. So let me explain it. The Earth is flat. The stars appear to do something because the stars are moving. There you go.
Oh man.
Wow, that was so hard. Wow, that was easy, bro.
Look, listen, brother.
So
We could make
deeply
up
unserious.
we can make up any explanation, and we'd have the same evidence you have for your explanation. Not a fucking thing.
Let me go again. Let me take another try. Hold on. 3 strikes you're out. Yeah, come on. All right.
Why is it
The
always
stars. Hold on, brother. The stars are an 11-dimensional manifold
That's a good
of
question,
ascension
man.
agent singing
Let's
into the
ask a
ether.
question.
There you go.
Did you hear his explanation?
No, sorry, go for that again.
The stars are on an 11-dimensional manifold.
Oh boy.
What? It's an explanation.
Yeah, if they were on an 11-dimensional manifold, look like they make circles in the sky, 2 different points of rotation depending on the observer-dependent location relative to the axis. I know that's true because they look different depending on where you go on the Earth. Therefore, the stars are an 11th-dimensional manifold. See?
Who's like the Jesus of flat Earth? Who's like
You
the
didn't- you didn't- you didn't
Neil
even-
deGrasse Tyson of flat Earth? I want to talk to them.
Repeat back just what AI just said. Because AI just illustrated why your whole nonsense is just bunk. He used the same method to prove that the stars are in an 11-dimensional manifold. He used the same logic you do.
What is an
And you missed
11-dimensional
it.
manifold?
It's one more than a
Big forces
10-dimensional
up.
manifold. Duh.
I
Holy
mean, this
crap.
is
What
like
is the
so
11th
deeply
dimension?
unserious. I really would like.
No,
who's
it
the
is
Neil
serious.
deGrasse Tyson of
It is
flat
serious.
Earth?
No,
Who
but
is
the
he?
funny thing is,
Who is she? Who are they?
Listen, the thing that
It's
I know what's funny is that you think using sound logic is unserious.
You think that my question earlier is on the equal footing of saying, okay, stars 11th dimension manifold. What is the 11th
No, your
dimension manifold?
rationale.
It's one more than a 10th
No.
dimensional manifold.
Your rationale for reaching the conclusion that the Earth is rotating or the stars look a certain way because the Earth is a globe is the same logical structure as the one he just used. It's affirming the consequent.
I haven't affirmed. I'm just asking a question, like how you guys explain this given your model. That's literally it.
He just did explain it.
Okay. Let me try and make it even
You
simpler
don't get
for
it,
you.
dude.
I feel like you really
Explanations are useless. I could come up with any fucking explanation. It doesn't matter. I could make up anything.
I'm not sure that that's the own that you think it is. I think it's more of a cell phone.
No, it is the own because it's showing you the flaw in your logic for reaching the conclusion that the Earth is a spinning ball.
You're basically doing
you're
like
using the
sophistry.
same
You're
logic.
basically saying like, hey, guess what? No arguments
You
ever
know,
going
I
to be
really
good
feel
enough.
bad that they
No, I
actually
agree with you. Listen, I agree
think
No,
with you
that
that India
that
sells.
methodology,
all this crap is true
that
about the
inductive
polls.
methodology can't prove anything. And it's well known, it's been known for 1,000 years.
True story. And now, listen, I'll critique Indio that he did do a cell phone, but he was doing a cell phone to show you that that applies to you as well. So that all of the selves get owned. They use that type of reasoning. That includes yourself, sir.
So to summarize the conversation, I said, "Hey,
Yeah, you
this
try to
doesn't make
spin it, dude.
sense to me given your model." And then
It
you
doesn't
guys
make
said,
sense to me. That's
"No
your criteria.
explanation can ever be an
What
What
explanation."
has
model? No,
presented
hold on,
hang on.
brother. Hold on.
Who
Go ahead,
presented a
AJ.
model? Who here has presented a flat Earth model? I believe
You don't even have a
the
model.
model you're
Yeah,
referring
you guys
to
say no
is the
curvature.
model. Hang on, the model
It's not
you're
a model.
referring to is the model in your own head. Yeah.
You guys say vanishing point. You guys say
It's
no
not a model.
curvature.
Those aren't models. The
So-
vanishing point exists because the 3D world is projected onto the 2D surface.
To what model do you guys believe in?
None. We believe in reality. We haven't abstracted reality away.
If you've abstracted reality away, then how can
We
you
have not.
say
You have.
I have?
With Guffin.
Yo, you can look
Guffin, if
this
you want
up.
to
They
empty
used
your
to
That's
say
mind,
it
what you
was
saw,
twice a
dude.
year, and then before that they said it was
true
half
story.
the year,
You'd
and
fail
then
my art
before
test,
that they said
which
it's
is draw
once
what
a
you see, not
year,
what you know.
and then before that, like, it's just
So you
bull
have to get
crap, bro.
remediated art
They
classes.
just
But
keep making
anyway,
up. They just
Guffin,
make shit up
I
for
would
the
empty your
polls,
mind.
take a
bro.
picture of star trails with a lapse of photography.
Yeah, and then you
Yeah, we
call them
know.
circles.
Yep.
And you would call them rotating circles like a retard.
So I want you to pause for a second. I'll tell you the closest thing to a
Wow.
flat Earth you're ever gonna get.
I really
if you
thought we
want
were
me to
going to
tell
have
it.
like a good conversation here.
No, I'll tell you,
This is
brother. I'm
good.
trying to tell you the flat Earth model, but you for some reason everybody.
Okay. What
Especially
You have
model
a
do you
blind
guys
spot
believe
for your
in?
own behavior, McFuggin. You have a huge
I know.
blind spot.
We all have blind spots. That's what I was trying to
Yeah,
ask.
well, I
Like,
pointed out your
question.
blind spot, and you're being willfully ignorant. Okay, I pointed out like a dozen times. You're using faulty logic to reach conclusions. You are so in the abstract and in fantasy world, you think explanations
I haven't
are,
reached any
are descriptions.
conclusions. I came here with a question, not a conclusion.
Then why did you say you see stars rotating in circles around a central point when that's not what you see? That's not an accurate description of what you see. And you still think that. You still think you see that. Not
I think
realizing
I'm
that
the
you
one.
inserted
Do you
your
not see that?
causal mechanism. No, in your mind, in your imagination, that's why you think it happens. But that's not what you see with your fucking eyes. Do you understand? There's a difference in what you see. So I'll give you an example. This is a perfect illustration. Have you seen a solar eclipse?
Yes.
Did you see the moon go in front of the sun?
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Okay. You can't see the moon during a solar eclipse. It's a new moon. So there you go. You just inserted your explanation as a description of what you saw with your eyes. You didn't see a moon. The moon is the explanation on why you saw what you saw. You guys are so far gone, you don't even realize that you're doing this.
I know
You know
you
what's
are.
funny,
What am
Indio?
I?
If I
Now
asked
tell
him,
me
if I
again
asked
that
him
you
to
saw
draw,
the moon. Hold on, I want this guy.
Why,
Did you
why
see the
you gotta
moon
be
during the
angry
solar
about
eclipse?
it, dude?
Did you see a moon during a solar eclipse? Yes or no?
Yes.
You
saw
saw
a
a new
black
moon.
dot. I saw a black dot.
You
Okay?
saw a new moon.
I saw a black dot.
You
That's all
saw
I
a new
saw.
moon.
All I saw was a black dot.
Did you see a new moon? Yes or no?
I saw a black dot go in front of a white dot, and then it got dark around me. That's what I saw.
Okay, but you didn't see the moon.
No, I don't know what I saw. I saw a black dot go in front of a white dot. It got dark around me.
That's not what happened. You made all that up. But you're going to double down and say you saw the moon?
No, I'm going to say that
Solar
I saw a
eclipses
black
only
dot
happen.
go in front of a white dot, and then it got dark around me.
Solar
I have a
eclipses
video
only
of it.
happen.
I have a video of me.
Yeah,
I
solar
went to
eclipses
Tennessee, like, it was like fucking
That's
7 or 8
great. You
years
can
ago.
have a video or whatever. You didn't see the moon.
I saw a black dot go in front of a white dot,
That's
and then it got dark
fantastic.
around me.
That's great, but you didn't see the moon.
Okay, what did I see?
You saw the moon
It
black.
doesn't matter.
Doesn't
You
matter.
didn't see the moon.
Doesn't matter.
Well, you didn't see the moon.
What if I did?
Well, that means you'd be seeing in fucking ultraviolet.
Let me ask you a question. You're standing in front of a really, really bright, blinding light, and I see your silhouette. Does that mean I didn't see you?
Well, it depends if you saw me before the silhouette happened. You
He
can't
he opened
see-
his eyes while you were in front of the bright light.
It's a new moon. Do you know what that is?
It's a black dot?
No, dude. A new moon. The moon's not fucking visible. Are you guys stupid or something?
Yeah.
No, I would like to be able to debate though without yelling.
No,
at
seriously,
people
you
and
get
being
stupid.
aggressive.
Well, there is, and you
You kn-
say, oh, yeah, you're comparing someone standing in front of a lamp and asking for a silhouette. Well, at the beginning of a solar eclipse, there is no silhouette of the moon. There's like a black thumbnail that enters into the sun. There is no object creating a silhouette. If the sun's shining behind it, right, you say?
And the months leading up to a solar eclipse, you can see the positioning of the moon in the sky, working its way closer and closer to the sun.
Yeah, that's
night after
horseshit.
night
You're
after
making
night.
that up. You're making that up.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are making up because I'll show a video. I'll
Why
post
you
a
gotta
video
yell
right
at
now.
me?
Look, because you're making shit up, and I hate that shit.
No.
People have actually done this.
You don't
taking
think
a
anybody
goddamn
can track the moon's movement? Like the
yeah,
astrology
people
has been a
can
thing
do
for
it,
thousands
and
of
people
years.
have done. People have done the thing you said was done, and what you just said happened doesn't happen. You made that shit up.
Galileo did that shit.
That's not how eclipses are predicted. They don't use a globe. They don't use a heliocentric
I
model.
didn't say they
You're
predicted
making
it. I
shit
said
up
you could
because you're
see the
dumb.
moon.
You're
I
making
said you
shit
can
up
see the
because you're
moon.
dumb, dude.
You can
It's
see
great.
the moon
He's gonna
travel.
He's gonna even before you allow you to post what you were gonna
He's not letting me
post.
speak.
Look, because you don't know your own model. I'm not going to
I
sit
don't
here.
have a model. I'm not talking about models, man.
Galileo did not predict
the human
eclipses.
eye.
Look, Galileo did not predict eclipses.
I'm not talking about predicting eclipses. I'm talking about being able to predict where the moon's gonna freaking rise and set in the sky. If you look at it every night and you record its location along the horizon
You
of
mean
the
on the
sky
horizon?
with the naked eye, no tools, no nothing. It's just every day you watch the moon rise. It rises here. Now it rises here. Now it rises
so
here.
what, dude? You can do that with a stick.
Yeah.
They still don't even get the reason why you even said it.
The reason is because you can track the moon's movements, and you know that it's like the moon that's going to go in front of the sun.
That's not even the point he was making, dude.
No, look.
I just don't know why everybody's got to yell, man. I just came here to be like, chill. I want to. You heard me
Because you're not actually
feels
listening.
like coming in here and talking.
Okay, let me ask
is
you.
just rage
This is why I'm yelling. I'm going to ask you. Tell me, Steelman, one thing I've said to you. Repeat back to me one thing I've said.
One thing you've said is that you didn't see the moon.
Okay, there we go.
In a solar eclipse.
And then when I said, "Did you see the moon?" and you said, "Yep."
And you guys were also talking about an 11.
Did you see the moon or not?
Manifold, which is used in string theory and M theory.
Yes, ChatGPT tell you that.
Yeah, I actually had to look it up because I don't know that level of but like I still don't see how having 11 points to describe a location.
You don't understand the argument. Okay, you
I
don't
agree with what Dylan just said in the side chat. We have to be able to agree on observations here.
Yeah, and that means accurately describing them in the first instance.
Yeah, like the star trails.
Right.
Yeah, which you can't seem to accurately describe.
Dimensional manifold.
That's so ironic that you said like the star trails when you still can't accurately describe them. This guy can't accurately describe eclipses. He still thinks he sees the moon.
Like send another picture.
That's just rage baiting, man. That's like seriously gaslighting on a whole.
Yeah, you can see. Look, where's the rotation?
But that's
Let's
a
talk
static
about
image.
the picture.
That's a static image, my friend.
Yeah. So, are they rotating in a circle?
No, there's a static image.
That's
yeah,
a
would they?
time-lapse image.
Okay, you're just going on fucking mute, dude. I'm not playing games with you. Gonna be a pedantic douche. Now, you didn't understand the argument. That you don't. Do you know what affirming the consequent is?
I'll be honest with you. I came in halfway through this argument, so maybe
Do you
I
know
didn't
what
get
affirming the consequent is?
No.
Okay. Okay. It's a logical fallacy to the form if P then Q, Q therefore P. If I eat pizza, I'll be full. I am full, therefore I ate pizza. Right? That's illogical because I could be full because I ate French fries or chicken noodle soup. Okay. Now, when you say stars will make circles around the center point if the Earth is a globe, or if Earth is a globe, stars will make circles around the center point. Stars make circles around the center point. Therefore, Earth is a globe. That's affirming the consequent. And AI did the same thing, but with 11 dimensions. If the Earth is flat, Earth is stars in an 11-dimensional manifold. We see if they make it circles around the central point. We see them make circles around the central point. Therefore, the Earth is flat, and the stars are in a 11-dimensional manifold.
If the central point means that the stars are in an
My
11-dimensional manifold, then what are the 11 locations that the 11 numbers that pinpoint
You're missing
the
the
location
fucking
of any star?
Dude, you're missing the point. The form of the logic is flawed.
Okay, let's forget about the stars. Let's forget about the moon.
You have to make a logically sound argument. You understand that? Are we using logic and reason here? Or are we just fucking
stop
winging it?
interrupting me. You can hear my logic and reason.
You're trying to defend affirming the consequent.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about something totally different. I said forget about the
I should have
stars,
used.
forget about the 11th
Listen,
dimensional.
friend.
Yeah, you're
I
talking
should have
about the
used a
substance of
Google.
the matter, dude. Instead of dealing with the problem with the soundness of the argument.
I don't even know what your argument is, bro.
Yeah, we know.
No, you could chart the surface of the Earth to any shape, and then have an observer dependent instance as a dot on any point on that shape, and then have an expression of the celestial sphere as location, and then permutate them simultaneously. So you essentially have a trillion upon a trillion points, right? And then you'd have a near infinite dimensional manifold. Doesn't matter.
So here's a question that I wanted to bring up. We were talking about not being able to see the moon and the rotation of the stars being because of an 11-dimensional manifold. Okay. What about the fact that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, man? Every day.
No? How does that tell us the Earth is flat or a globe?
So the sun is spinning around a flat Earth?
How does it tell us the Earth is flat or a globe? What the sun does.
Well, explain how the sun would rise in the east in the same.
How about you answer my question instead?
In the west.
Instead of me explaining. How about you answer my question? Why are we wasting our time on this if this question can't answer the question? Is the Earth flat or not?
Question. It's really, simple, man. The Earth is round because when it sets
now you're gonna start chanting.
West, when it sets in the west, it moves around the back side of the planet and comes back up around the east side, and then
it's a cool story.
daylight. You can see it.
Yeah, but the Earth measures flat, so it's not a globe.
I never said
See how
it was
easy that
flat.
is? No, the Earth measures flat. So if I measure the Earth and it's flat, doesn't matter what the sun does. The Earth's not a globe. Lasers.
Lasers.
Yeah, lasers.
Okay.
See, there's a reason you guys want to talk about the sun, moon, stars, and everything but the Earth. Because if we talk about the Earth measures flat. In that everything about the sky is that there's a celestial sphere model that you try to say the Earth is the sphere, not the sky. The Earth is the sphere.
Have you written
when all you do is What?
Have you written any papers on your findings?
What do you mean?
I mean, yeah, you have such great insight. You must be valuable to the scientific community. You must have written some papers.
What does that matter?
Well, that's the scientific
What
process.
kind of argument is this? Most peer
If you
reviewed
write
research
papers,
is wrong.
then they can be peer reviewed by your peers. And
Most peer reviewed
findings
research
can
is
be-
wrong. Why would I want to do that?
I mean, respect.
Well, hold on, Nadio. Hold on. Yeah, you just skipped the part of experimental validation of what you're going to write up first, right?
Not at all. No, I'm interested in that. Experiments are
McFuggin
great.
just said you backed down when he mentioned
I just don't
refraction in
understand
regard
why
to
you're
Evapor.
being so aggressive to me. I feel like you're fighting me, man, and I'm not trying to fight
What?
you. I'm
Who
trying
backed
to
down?
Because you're being dishonest.
I'm not being dishonest. I'm trying to explain things to the best of my capability.
Yeah, by not listening.
I'm listening. I've
Yeah,
heard
okay.
everything you've said, but you've been yelling at me, which kind of makes me retain maybe a little less of it.
Now, if I directly measure the Earth being flat, does it matter what the sun, stars, and can anything about the sun, moon, stars falsify that?
The Earth being flat? Well, it depends on your model.
No. What is it with models? You don't even have a
Well,
called
if the
model.
Earth is flat, what is everything else in our solar system doing?
What
Oh, my
solar
goodness.
system? You don't even have a solar system.
Hey, real quick, bro. I just want to throw this idea out there. Maybe retarded, but I just got this intuition based on the post that McGuffin made earlier, and it looks like a vortexual tornado, not like star circles. So what if the celestial sphere is a pseudosphere, constant negative curvature? Oh, get wrecked. All right, go back to your conversation.
Yeah.
Dude, I have spent a lot of nights out in the wilderness, man, just looking at the stars with no light pollution, no time-lapse cameras, no bullshit. And I can see the movement of our planet throughout this
You're
solar
not on a planet, dude.
He can see
This
the
isn't a
movement of the
planet?
planet by looking at something that's
You're
not
not on
the
a planet,
planet.
bro.
Were you
No,
laying
yeah,
face
you
first?
can. It's the backdrop that we're moving against. What's out there does exist, you know? I mean, when you
You're
look
in
up
totally
what's out there does
fantasy land,
exist.
man.
Am I? So you're telling me stars don't exist?
No, we see them. They exist, yeah.
So then when you watch the stars move across the sky at night, I mean, you ever just sit on your back and
That's
just
right.
watch
I
the stars for
watch
hours?
the stars move across the sky. Correct.
So
why is that?
Which way are they moving?
They're moving. That's right. The stars are moving.
Is it
We aren't
consistent
moving.
every day?
We look, brother. The stars are moving.
Okay, so the whole universe revolves around us. We're stationary in space, and everything else moves around
It's
us.
not revolving around us per se, not in the way you think.
So I'm trying to understand here. So we're not moving at all.
We see the sun move. We see the moon
stars
move.
are
We
moving.
see the stars move. They're moving. We're not moving. We are stationary. The Earth isn't orbiting the sun. Okay, planets are not orbiting the sun.
Expanding. The universe isn't expanding.
The universe is not expanding.
Oh God.
What makes you think the
That
universe
breaks
is
my
expanding?
brain. That breaks my brain to think about.
Look at that. Look what I put in the side chat.
It breaks your brain.
Yeah, go ahead and explain that, Glowbursters.
Fantasy bullshit is not real.
Let me ask him. Let me ask him. Hold on.
I could yell at you.
Hold on the fuck, bro. Bro, hold on,
But I'm
brother.
not
I
being
just want to ask you, dude. I want to ask you a sincere question. I don't want any bullshit. When have you ever observed the universe expanding?
Oh, you can see it through the James Webb Telescope. You can see it through. No, seriously. Seriously.
Hold on.
The further out you look, the further back in time you're looking.
Oh my Jesus!
Whoa, whoa, dude!
Cool story, dude.
No, it's light travels
hold
at
on,
a certain speed, right?
It's.
You already know this. I know you guys are smart enough to know this.
You're right. I apologize for yelling at you. You're fucked
I know
up.
you're smart enough to know this shit.
Look, we know the story. They're just fucking stories, dude. What can't you understand about that? That you've been told all these stories. They're cosmological stories, right? They're stories just like they told 1,000 years ago about what the stars are and about what the heavens are, what that all means.
So we just take
There's no difference between what they said then and they say now.
So we just take how many steps back to how many thousands of years ago before we had any idea?
Just
No,
one step back to
steps
reality.
back. There's been no steps forward.
I mean, hundreds of years of technology are just discredited.
What technology?
The last 200 years, we've had massive technological advancements,
That was with the stars?
including the ability to see light that comes from 100,000 freaking million light years, like millions of light years away, dude. Like,
why?
No, you said it wrong. You said it wrong. You were supposed to say a million years from.
you realize what I'm saying? It's not.
We realize you're just repeating a story you heard. You have no idea what the evidence for those claims are.
The science is called the story is called science.
The story is called science.
Those claims have been
Yo, DJ.
made through lots of research and
dude, you have no idea what the basis of those claims are.
So why are
Not
they lying
the fucking,
to us?
You have no clue what they are.
Why are they lying to us then? What's the point?
Who's lying? They're just wrong.
And how do you know you're not?
Look at the side chat. Like, read what it says.
Look,
it automatically
I
like
use sound
debunks
logic,
globe Earth,
and they
bro.
don't.
It all seems pretty logical to me.
What's the logic? They said a story, you believe it?
No, I've seen models that work.
Oh, models that work. Give us a model that works. Model of what?
Hey, you ever watched The Dark Crystal?
The Muppets? The Jim Henson shit?
The Dark Crystal.
Oh, that was a good movie.
That was.
What does that got to do with this?
Great Conjunction. What else?
You remember Olga?
Yeah,
no, not the Great, not the Great Conjunction. None of that astrological bullshit.
Oh, dude.
Ooh, this guy just brought up a really good point.
Oh my god. No, I gotta mute you, bro.
It was 23.4,
Okay,
but now
I'm
it's
the nerd, you're not.
23.5.
So, showing the Great Conjunction. That's the whole reason for stupid. All right, go ahead.
Dude, you're so cooked, man. Dude, you're a cook, bro. You've taken. Look, you've been hearing all these stories. I've heard them all too. But different than you, I looked into them and said, hey, dude, is there actually any evidence for this shit? And it's bullshit, dude. All of it. The entire cosmic distance ladder, bullshit. Redshift, bullshit.
Yo, somebody get a
bullshit.
freaking, somebody get a globe earther in here, bro, so they can take a look at this and try to explain it.
Accurately calculate the trajectory of freaking asteroids.
Okay. I don't know where you got that information. They don't use a dynamic
What's your thoughts on
model
this, Master Yoda?
to even do that.
They use mathematics and redshift.
Years?
Okay, I'm going to tell you how that's done. They use something called it. Why are you fucking interrupting me?
Of impact.
Why are you interrupting me?
They have no.
Bro, put the meth pipe down.
Why are you interrupting me?
Because you guys are hand waving dishonest losers. That's why.
What did I hand wave? You don't say very specifically.
All of it just now.
All of it. No, specifically what?
How many teeth do you have?
Let's go back through the recording. You just made a list.
Okay, you're banned.
Oh, you're banned.
You can be next.
Do it.
Fucking
Shut up,
dumbass.
fish.
Redshift is fake. I looked into it. Yeah, you looked on Facebook. You found Redshift was fake. Good job, dude.
No, I go by what Halton Art said, who is Edwin Hubble's PhD student.
Right, so
you know who that is, right? You know Halton Art.
So opinion is more important.
You know who? No, it's not an opinion. It's not an opinion. He wrote the Atlas and Compendium of Unusual Places and Galaxies back in the 1970s.
He put his opinion into a compendium. Nice job.
It's not an opinion. He worked at
testimony more than
he worked at USC Berkeley. He worked at USC Berkeley at the Wilson Observatory.
Good job, dude.
No, yeah, okay. So you actually have nothing to repeat what I
from
said.
authority, nice.
It is an argument for authority. I'm giving you the evidence.
Own, bro. On your own.
You said I'm giving you the evidence. I'm giving you the evidence. You're just a troll. Beat it. Beat it, McCarthy.
Why are you so angry, man?
This dude's a troll. Did you call him here?
No, I don't know who that is.
That's floundering, by the way, Indio.
I'm here alone.
Yeah. So, okay, where was I? Okay. So the way you think planets and all that shit are predicted doesn't use gravity, doesn't use math, doesn't use any of those things. See, this is a lot of this is something that you guys. When I say you guys, I mean Globe Earth. There's a lot of you people that are like into science but don't know anything about science, don't know anything about physics. Just like watch the Discovery Channel, maybe watch fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson a couple times. No, everything is a very superficial level. You don't know how any of it works. You have no clue. Okay, so you probably think motions of planets, where they are, where they appear to be, all these things. They have some model where they're modeling the planets with gravity and orbits and all this shit. That's not how it's done. They use something called Keplerian orbital elements, which is a kinematic model, which is just based upon time and period. There's no forces, there's no gravity, none of that shit. None of that shit in the model for predicting this shit.
You believe that we've gone to space?
No. Why would I believe that?
Do you believe that we've tried to go to space?
I believe people probably tried a lot of things. People certainly tried to go as high as humanly possible. Why would I believe in that outer space story? Why should I believe in any of that?
Well, I mean, does your cell phone work?
What's that got to do with anything?
Satellites?
My cell phone doesn't use satellites. I connect to cell towers. This is just embarrassing. Dude,
where do you think
should not talk about this topic.
How do you think cell towers relay the data?
They're connected by cables that go under the fucking ground to data centers. They don't use satellites, dude.
Satellite phones?
The idea, like, I haven't actually talked to somebody that thought
Starlink?
I haven't talked to somebody that thought satellites connect to cell phones in almost a decade. I can't fucking believe you're this dumb.
No, there are satellite
You
phones.
should not be in here. You're too dumb to be
phones.
having this conversation.
No, I'm not. You're an asshole, though.
Yeah, no, I just have to call it the way it is. If you think fucking cell phones connect to satellites, you're dumb as rocks.
Satellite phones do. Do you know what Starlink is?
You mean an Iridium phone?
No, Starlink.
Yeah, Iridium phones are satellite phones. Starlink is not a satellite phone.
No, I didn't say
Starlink is just the satellite internet.
My
but
point
you know
is
what?
that satellites exist.
Satellites don't exist, not in space.
Yeah, they do.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
How does Starlink
It works
work?
by radio waves, the same way radio waves have always worked.
What?
The same way radio waves have always worked. There's no ball in the way of the radio waves. Right? So the longest transmission, okay,
Shortwave radio?
is how long? Is how far? The Earth was a ball. How far can you send a radio signal? Well, they were doing it in 1918, 10,000 miles. How were they doing that?
10,000 miles is like a fucking freckle on the Earth.
A freckle. So they were in the United Kingdom talking to Australia.
Yeah, it's a freckle.
Now you're just being dishonest.
Well, I feel like you are when you say satellites don't exist.
Why would I believe they exist?
Because we use them for communication.
Who is we?
Earth.
Who? Tell me the last time you used a satellite to communicate.
I'll do it right now, actually. Hold on. Give me a second.
Oh, my Jesus Christ.
Now watch.
You think your GPS connects to satellites too?
That's not what I'm doing.
Some brain dead's giving me a headache. McFucking is still posting that bullshit.
Yeah, he is. I asked him if he was presenting it as the stars moving, the Earth moving, or just enthusiasm along exposure photography, and he said neither. Just an observation that we can all agree on. So yeah, that's
apparently not. Apparently we can't agree on it. He thinks it's something else. He thinks arcs are rotations. He thinks frickin' arcs are circles. He thinks spirals are circles.
Here you go. This is a satellite tracker. Communicating with satellites in live, real time.
Yeah, and how do you know that, buddy?
Look at it.
Oh, look at it. It says, I'm talking to satellites. Hey, dude, I'm going to go to the website. It's a live stream of fucking Nessie, the Loch Ness Monster.
Am I allowed to get angry and loud like you?
Your standard of evidence is shit, though. You'll just, look, bro, you just believe anything you want to believe. Literally.
So I
like this worldview.
I'm starting to believe that flat Earth is just a argument fucking meta that people use to argue and yell and get angry. Because I'm not doing
we haven't
any
even
of that.
talked
You're
about
still
flat
yelling
Earth.
at me.
We haven't even talked about flat Earth. We
I
talked
know
about
exactly
everything.
my point. So now we're just looking at basic personality traits.
Oh no, you're going like now. You're just going meta. Okay, I've asked you. How many times did I ask you? Why should I believe in satellites? And how many times did you answer?
I just gave you a website that tracks.
I asked you. Okay, so now 5 times I've asked you.
I just gave you a website.
Why should I believe that fucking website has satellite data on it?
Well, let's put it this way. Why the fuck would Elon Musk be launching so many fucking rockets?
Why are you asking me a question?
Why?
I asked you a question.
Why should you believe in satellites? Because they're fucking used. It's a part of fucking the current technology that we have in the modern day. We have this technology. We've had it since Russia launched Sputnik.
Okay. How do you know that? Now imagine I'm an Indian, right? I'm an Indian that's been I've been living in the Amazon rain. Listen. I'm an Indian. I'm an Indian that's been in the Amazon rainforest for the last 100 years, and I come out and I find you, and you're like, dude, there's shit up there. We have satellites, and you go, well, we have Sputnik and all this shit, and he goes, the fuck's all that shit? How's that proof of satellites? All you're doing is telling me a story you heard. That's all you're doing.
And all you're doing
is stacking claims. So there's a claim.
You too.
You're repeat. No, I'm not. I haven't stacked any claims.
Yeah, you have.
What claim have I made?
You've claimed that satellites don't exist. You've claimed that we've never.
No, I asked you the question. Why should I believe them?
You've claimed that the Earth doesn't move. You've claimed that the stars are moving. That
why did I say the Earth doesn't move?
You said that we're not even a planet.
Why did I say the Earth doesn't move? Did you ask me that?
No, I didn't ask you that.
There's a very good reason. Because all attempts to measure the motion of the Earth have failed.
Look up at the stars in the sky.
Look up at the stars. Well, the Earth could be geostationary, and the stars could be moving.
Right.
So there's the So this is the part where you said you believe in science, and I'm going to show you don't actually believe in science. You believe in stories. So there's the Michelson-Morley experiment. There's the Michelson. There's the Michelson-Morley experiment. There's the Reb compound experiment. There's the Aries failure experiment. Okay, I can sit here and list experiment after experiment after experiment where the motion of the Earth was they tried to detect it experimentally and failed for 100 years. And
I got one.
hundreds of scientists saying that the motion of the Earth can't be proven and has never been measured.
I could prove. I can.
But
I
listen,
know how to.
but listen, you don't care about that because you're not interested in any science. You are interested in fucking story time. You know the science is the experiments, right? It's not the stories. It's the experiments and their experimental results.
What experiment have you? What experiment?
Michelson-Morley.
No, you. What experiment have you done?
What the fuck does that matter?
Because everything else is just a story.
Look, the experiment is not the story because you can replicate these.
Well, what experiments have you replicated?
I've replicated measuring the Earth to be flat.
How did you do that?
Well, I went to the beach
with
and
a laser.
He said it himself. Everything else is a story. He said it himself.
He doesn't really care about any experiment or any empirical evidence.
No,
See,
I want to know what experiment you've done because you're so
right. I filmed a boat for 30 miles.
Yelling at me, man. Like I listen to these things a lot. Actually, my friend is really into this. I'm usually pretty reasonable about it.
No, you're not. You're the fucking most unreasonable person here. You're a fucking phony.
Still.
Yeah, because you're a phony, and I see right through you. Yeah,
what
you are. You're a phony phony.
What am I faking?
That you actually you're actually just calm. You have no opinion. You're just here to listen.
I didn't say I have no opinion. I definitely have an opinion, but I'm being calm and I'm not yelling at you.
Who gives a shit? You're dishonest as fuck.
You're cursing and
I've asked you the same question 5 times.
Kid, bro.
I've asked you the same question 5 times. You still haven't answered.
Which one?
Which one? I don't know. Actually, there's a whole bunch of questions.
Yes.
And how many of you answered? None.
How many of you answered to mine?
Everyone. I don't dodge questions. Ever.
You ask questions that are loaded as fuck. Ask me the main question again. The one that you said I didn't answer 5 times. I'll try to answer it. I will do my best. If it's possible.
What I asked you was, why should I believe in satellites? You didn't give me a reason why I should do anything.
I did. I answered that 3 fucking times. I said because
you said because we use them every day. You don't use them though. You're just making that up. So you have a fantasy view of the world and what you're doing and how you're operating in it that doesn't actually exist. You think you're running around with your satellite cell phone, using the satellite GPS. All this shit, dude, is a fantasy in your head. And what I'm telling you, and what I've been telling you is, the way your explanations of how the world works don't actually match how the world works. I explained to you, hey, dude, said, you don't think the Earth moves. Yeah, there's a good reason for that. All the experiments show that the Earth doesn't move. Now, you'd rather believe the story, but science is empirical. But you said you were for science. Well, then you have to be for the empirical evidence. But you don't seem to be for that. You seem to be for, oh, magic science guy told me this, told me about black holes, told me the fucking universe is expanding, told me this, told me that. You don't care about what the empirical evidence is for an expanding universe.
I just asked Google, is there an experiment that shows that the Earth doesn't move? And it said, sorry, no relevant information found for that search.
I named the experiment.
Show me a fucking experiment that shows the Earth doesn't move.
I'll quote Einstein instead of Google.
Nope, just give me a link. Something I can search, something I can do my own
Michelson-Morley.
Information that I'm missing?
Michelson-Morley. Well known, dude.
Share me a link.
But Michelson-Morley, go on to Wikipedia.
One guy.
It's 2 guys. Michelson-Morley.
Oh, Mike.
It's the whole reason they came up with the theory of general relativity is because they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth. What are you going to look at anyway? You won't understand it. Never looked at any scientific shit in your life.
Actually, that's where you're wrong.
Yeah, okay.
Science is my favorite.
Then you have heard of Michelson Morley. It's fucking basic. They teach that in fucking
thousands of
freshman.
scientists, dude. Yeah,
They teach that in freshman physics. They teach Michelson Morley in freshman fucking physics
right,
at university.
They were trying to detect
I'm gonna just call
the ether.
this out. You are one of these people that like to.
They're trying to measure the motion of the Earth through its static, through the Fresnel's ether theory.
You
Don't
like
say
to
bullshit.
to make yourself feel more relevant.
Didn't disprove
You like
the
to belittle other people to make yourself feel more relevant.
Dude, no. You're a bullshit
Yes,
artist.
that's why you're in here. That's why you thrive on this.
Yeah, okay. Listen, brother.
I bet
you
if I
can't
come tomorrow,
psychoanalyze
you'll
me,
be
bro.
talking to somebody else like this.
Dude, stop being a
Goddamn right I will.
snowflake every
That's how I
5
talk.
minutes. Just relax, dude. Stop being a snowflake, please. Complaining for someone who's so cool. You're complaining a lot. Just calm down.
Being yelled at.
We'll have to unmute Fish or something.
Being yelled at. Well, you don't answer.
Relax.
Maybe you should take the criticism instead of fucking being all butthurt.
Maybe
you don't actually know any science.
Calling people assholes and retards and
you don't know anything.
Hey, it's me, Goku. I hate beaners.
You don't know anything about
that. It's fucking racist as fuck.
Look, the fact remains is you don't know anything about science, scientific method, scientific experiments. That nitwit that just said that was about the ether, that's nonsense. Fucking nonsense.
Wow. They weren't trying to detect the spinning of the Earth. That you meant you.
They were trying to detect the motion of the Earth in its orbit.
No, they were trying to detect the ether.
Don't tell me fucking no. Okay.
I mean,
have you read the paper? Have you read the paper?
Yeah, I've read probably more of it than you have.
You read more of it? Okay. When was it? When was it? How'd they set up the experiment? Tell me experimental
setup.
They have.
Actually, I got you.
Shut up, dude. Man. Shut up. Tell me experimental setup. Tell me experimental setup. Tell me experimental setup.
The experimental setup.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
You want to get on his bad side.
Tell me experimental setup. Don't fucking look it up, you weasel.
They use beams of light, and they use beams of light pointed perpendicular to the expected motion of the Earth and parallel with it. So that if light was traveling in a medium and the Earth was traveling through this medium, then what they were expecting to see was a change in the speed of light, either added to the motion of the Earth or subtracted from the motion of the Earth. They were trying to detect a change in the speed of light from these two beams in order to show that the medium of light that the Earth would be traveling through,
based upon what?
Has a velocity which
what
would
was
have been
the basis? Why did they think that they would detect a phase shift?
Because they believed that light must have a medium.
But there had to be that doesn't mean just saying they believed it must be a medium doesn't tell me anything.
If they were trying to
but just the existence of a medium in and of itself does not incorporate a phase shift. Okay?
If you were in air, for example, and you make a sound, the sound of the traveling through the air is gonna add and subtract to the velocity of the air.
Okay.
So it's the same principle. They were trying to detect
not the same principle. They weren't
it's
trying to use the Doppler effect. They weren't trying to use the Doppler effect. They try though of making shit up you don't know anything about, Dylan.
You don't understand what they were doing.
Okay. So there's something called the Fresnel effect. There's something called there's something called the Fresnel effect, the Fusel effect. If you have a medium that's in motion and you shine light through it, there'll be a phase shift and light will be deflected in the direction of the motion of the medium. Okay? So if the Earth is in motion The light will be going through a medium with a motion, and light will be deflected, causing a phase shift, depending on the axis. You don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I will quote Einstein myself. I'll read the quote. This is the whole reason they come up with the theory of general relativity.
Oh my god.
From quote to address.
You have your
How I created the theory of relativity. I was thinking of this problem in my student years. I came to know the strange result of Michelson's experiment. Soon I came to the conclusion that our idea about the motion of the Earth with respect to the ether is incorrect. If we admit Michelson's null result as a fact, it was the first path which led me to the special theory of relativity. Since then, I've come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. So, signed Albert Einstein, go fuck yourself.
You said it right there at the beginning of the quote. They were
that
trying
it
to
cannot be detected. That it cannot be detected.
What he's specifically
That it
talking about
cannot be detected. We don't need the fucking Einstein whisperer. He said it.
With these optical methods, by trying to detect the motion of an ether, you think Einstein didn't think the Earth was spinning?
Okay, it's irrelevant. He said that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected. Dylan, you're not the Einstein whisperer. I'm going to go by what Einstein. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. You're not the Einstein whisperer. I'm going to go by what Einstein's words were and what he said, not Dylan's fucking Dunning-Kruger interpretation of them. Irrelevant whether they thought it was there. The argument is the reason the motion of the Earth has never been measured. Period. And now they say it can't be measured because there's no such thing as absolute fucking space in the first place. But all that's destroyed by Newton's bucket. You guys are fucking children, dude. Fucking children. Yeah, look, it doesn't matter if it's an optical method or not. If there's no absolute space, then the motion of the Earth can't be detected. Because it has to be spinning relative to something. Okay? Newton's bucket. Okay? If you have a bucket, you fill it with water, you spin the bucket, surface of the water will become concave. Now let's imagine that there's nothing in the universe except for the bucket of water. And you spin the bucket. What are you spinning it relative to? And why is the fucking bucket, why is the water surface becoming concave? This means there is absolute space. My voice is cracking because I have laryngitis. I've had it for like a week. Good try, though. You can go back and look recordings a week ago. Same thing. Oh yeah, Fish, you're gone now. Good job. You'll never be back.
So the Earth isn't moving relative to the sun?
There's no evidence the Earth is moving at all.
Days, years, months?
There's no evidence that the Earth is moving at all. But don't you get, dude?
Seasons, the precession?
We see the sun move.
The wobble?
What wobble?
You don't know about the wobble? The seasons are created by the wobble.
God, dude. Those are just stories, dude.
They're not stories that's the reason we have summer, winter, fall, summer.
Oh my God, dude.
Can I confirm something? Yeah.
Please, someone else talk to him. I gotta take a leak, so someone else talk to him.
So you're saying seasons occur because the Earth has a wobble. We know the Earth has a wobble because seasons occur.
Nice play on words. It's
Well,
like,
no, I'm asking
do you
you
know
to
what
clarify.
you're talking about, or do you know what you're talking about?
No, it wasn't a play on words. It was a question, yeah?
Obviously, the seasons occur because of the wobble, because of the positioning of the sun.
So how do you know that it wobbles?
Because you can see it. That's the reason that. Oh my
I
God!
don't see
Not
no
only can
wobble.
you, I do.
How do you see a
You
wobble?
gotta pay attention. You gotta pay attention to what's going on around you.
How do you see the wobble?
I'm gonna say stars, and you're gonna say that's bullshit. The stars are moving. Okay, like look, anything that has ever been said, any scientific argument for what we know about physics and the solar system, the universe, flat Earth.
Tell us about these stars wobbling. I need some
There is no scientific. There is no scientific evidence for the. There is no scientific evidence for the. There's no scientific evidence for what you're claiming there is.
Neither
The
for what
scientific
you're
evidence
claiming.
with the universe and the planets and the stars. What
And
scientific
certainly
evidence?
not for
I'm
what
glad.
video is.
I'm epically glad that you pointed out there's no scientific evidence for what we're claiming. If you listen carefully, we ensure people that there's no scientific evidence. It's a question of geometry, my friend, not science. You're in a category error, and you've made a very big mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Most excellent. You've understood. Good.
It's a lot bigger than geometry, man.
So,
Yeah,
so this is not a question of science. You're claiming science is a question of geometry. I know.
Well,
you just
no,
have to measure it.
Get this. Let me get this much then. If the Earth
so
is
what
flat,
science deals with shapes?
Let me ask a question. If the Earth is flat,
Yeah. What field of science deals with shapes?
Geometry.
So not science then. Excellent. You've learned something today. Good boy.
It's mathematics. Yes, I know. But let me ask you a question. How does your geometry of the shape of a planet
you just said what field of
explain-
science deals with shapes, and then you said geometry, and then you said not science, but you just called it science.
I
You
said
just
it's
that.
mathematics, actually.
No. I'm not talking to you. I'm saying the other guy who just asked you that question.
So it's not science.
No, you just said what field of science, and then you said geometry. You said so not science.
Listen carefully. He was claiming a field of science. It is not. It's a tool used within science.
So it's part of science.
So no, it's a tool used within science, and you don't even need to use it all the time.
But why are you offended?
Just a tool.
Wait.
I'm not offended.
Wait,
You're claiming. Well, why is this idiot talking? Shut up. Silence. Let the other one talk. You were claiming that the shape of the ground is a scientific inquiry. It is not. It is just a question of geometry, a subcategory of mathematics. All we have to do is measure it to confirm whether it's flat or curved. That's it. You pointing to the sky has absolutely no relevance to the shape of the ground. You claiming wobbles and the sun moves, everything that's not the ground means absolutely nothing. So please point to the sun some more. Tell us about your star wobbling.
Well,
I'm
actually,
entertained
forget
by
about
it.
all of that. Forget about all of that, and just explain to me how the flat Earth explains the 4 seasons.
Well, the sun follows its circuit daily, so there's two. There's a daily and yearly circuit. So daily, day, night. You've probably worked that out already. And that path changes over the year.
Why?
And as the sun gets closer to you, it gets hotter, thus called summer. As it's further away, that be winter.
But why does the sun's path change in space?
I don't know why it changes, but it does. That's what it appears to do. We look each day, when you go outside, you see the sun moving overhead. Yes or no?
Yes, but in space.
Excellent.
There's
no but in space. You see the sun moving, not the earth moving. So
Well,
you
in
claiming
space-
the earth moving is just like
Hold on.
weirdness.
Let me finish. In space, there is no atmosphere or.
That's a great claim. How are you going to validate, verify, or prove that? How are you going to prove all that shit? So here we have an excellent story, a really cool story. So now go and prove your story.
I'm pretty sure that the people on the International Space Station could prove that.
What, out of a swimming pool?
And let me ask another question. If we've never been to space, then why are billionaires throwing all their fucking money into going to space on a regular basis?
They're also throwing heaps of money into digging underground caves and hiding in those too. But why don't you question that? Listen, this is the basics of it, bro. No, listen, it's got absolutely nothing to do with anything. This is the basics of it. At school, you were taught a particular story. The Earth has a radius, blah, 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 flying through space, blah, 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 and all these cool shit. All we've got to do is confirm or deny these factors. So number one, we're supposed to be on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. So let's go and confirm that first. Oh my God, it's flat. There's no curvature. All of your cool stories require us to be on a ball card. All of your cool stories of space and all the rest of it require a 3,959 mile radius. If that doesn't exist, all of your space shit falls in a heap.
Well,
you do know that, don't you?
Exist.
Easy. Go and have a look at any one of the laser tests. How about I provide a couple for you? Would you like to see some?
Sure.
Excellent.
How far can you point a laser?
Well, the sort of a Dayton University cracked 149 kilometers. Is that good enough? You only have to go 10 miles, mate. That's a 66-foot drop by itself. If you're on a ball. What's that? 5-story building or a 7-story building? Something like that. So there's a couple to start off with.
Oh my God, they're gonna freak out. Don't talk about the Earth. They want to talk about the sun, moon, stars, freaking dark matter, black holes, anything but what's real.
There's also a PDF loading up right now, which accompanies the very last one by Decimal Z. Any more questions?
Let me look at what you got there.
I don't expect you to watch it all straight
PDF
away. There's
right
probably
there?
a couple of hours with it. Yeah, that PDF accompanies the very last video. So just so you know, if we're on a ball with that given radius, 3959 miles, at 10 miles it should be a 66-foot drop. At 20 miles, 266 foot. 30 miles, about 600 foot. 40 miles, over 1,000 feet. When they're doing these tests, they are hitting targets on the other side. One of them, they put up a target 8 foot squared, and they hit it cleanly. The target should have been, what, 200 and I think it was 290 feet below the line of the laser, and they still hit it. There's supposed to be Earth curvature in the way, blocking the laser from hitting that target.
So in the same way that you say that you don't believe that rockets went to space, I'm going to say that I don't believe
That's not the reason why. You don't even know why I don't think rockets went to space. So you saying I don't believe it, and I haven't even mentioned that yet.
Like I said, they don't want to talk about the Earth. Anything but that. They want to talk about their fantasy that they saw on TV.
So tell me something. Outside of your mobile phone, your computer, and your television, where have you ever seen the curvature?
Honestly, when I flew to Germany.
Every fucking time.
Now, check this out. I will give you a globe of a radius 3,959 miles. Mathematically, you are still not high enough to see the curvature. Even if you actually have a globe, you are still not high enough to see it. You've probably got to consider that on your aeroplane, they've got laminated windows.
It's not perception, dude.
Yeah, it is.
Tag, you're it, India.
Uh-huh. Oh, how do I deal with that? Uh-huh. No, it's not even close. 10 miles above about 8,000 miles in diameter, dude. It's not even close. one of your priests, Neil deGrasse Tyson, said 128,000 feet.
I don't even like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Fuck that dude.
Well, he spews the shit you believe in.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does. He says exactly.
He speaks to fucking kindergartners, man.
And you swallowed up.
No, I actually don't pay him any attention. I am actually taking the time to read through this PDF. So give me that much credit at least.
Take your time, man. There's heaps of information there. So have I missed out on any meltdowns, Indio? I haven't had a good one for a while.
I was melting down, dude.
Why?
There's been many today.
Humanity
That's
was
just
in this
the thing.
morning.
We should be able to approach this with a level head and not melt down, huh?
Yeah, but you guys are like talking to a fucking brick wall.
That's how we feel. That's how I feel about, you know.
What you'll notice, if you're sitting here often enough and just chill and just listen to people, you'll notice the same dumb shit coming back over and over again.
I know. I'm pretty sure everything I've said
we ask people,
a million times, right?
We ask people for proof of the ground or what shape the ground is, and the first thing they do, because the sun does something. And it's like, bro, we're talking about the ground. Oh, yeah, well, what about the stars? Bro, we're talking about the ground. Yeah, but eclipses. Bro, we're talking about the ground.
Now, here, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this then. Let's talk about the ground. If the Earth is flat, then why can you be at sea level or thousands and thousands and thousands of feet above sea level? It's a mountain, bro. The fact that there's a mountain there means the Earth isn't
Why
flat.
can you... Okay, when we say flat... When we say flat...
Shit like that, dude. That's the reason.
Yeah, so just
Maybe
random shit like that.
dude.
Okay, when we say flat, we say that because it's easier than saying stationary planar with topography. So it's just flat. So when we're saying flat, we're not thinking flat like a sheet of glass. It is planar. But with topography. Hills, valleys, mountains, rivers, shit all over it. So no, not flat like a billiard table. If that was your perception of what we're saying, that is incorrect.
Though it's smoother than that.
Well, technically, yeah. The boffins claim that if Earth as a ball was shrunk down to the size of a billiard ball, it would technically be smoother. But anyways, if they're going to make claims of a ball, they should at least measure for curvature. They'd be doing us a favor.
Really, the biggest question here is if the Earth is flat, how wide is it?
Why would you need to know how wide it is in order to validate whether it's flat or curved?
It's not about if it's flat or not. Let's just say it is.
Yes, it is. That's what the question is about.
Then how wide is it?
What? No. Again, why do we need to know how wide it is in order to validate whether it's flat or not?
I would like to know.
I'll tell you something now. I'd like to know the same thing. So when anyone goes further than what I've been as far south as Melbourne, and I've been far north as a trip around Lake Superior. So if anyone's been further than that, I'm quite open to. By the way, I've been to here. Please post your videos, photos, anything in the side chat.
You think we think the Earth is a distant space? Floating around.
Well, I mean, there's probably a end somewhere.
Why?
I mean, the flat Earth model that everybody points to always says that there's an ice wall, and then what is there on the edge, beyond the ice wall?
What edge?
Well, the ice wall would be your edge, wouldn't it?
It's great for you. It'll tell you someone who gives a shit. Because they're not in here.
When you say everybody that claims the ice wall, it's usually globers that are claiming the ice wall on behalf of flat earthers to try and make flat earthers look silly, when in fact the ice wall claim is a globe claim, and you can go and look it up for yourself in
Fuck
National
that! I never
Geographic,
fucking heard of no ice wall.
etc. Yeah, they call
Doesn't
them
mean it
ice
ain't a global
walls,
claim.
or
It is.
I
they call them
personally
ice
believe that there's
walls, or they call them ice
Antarctica.
shelves. Do you like to just talk over people, or
No.
yeah? They're called
But,
ice
I mean, it's
walls
happened to me a lot here.
or ice shelves, and there are images of these walls or ice shelves as well that you can look up. So it is 100% something that we see in reality and is a globe claim, but it's usually attributed to flat earthers to try and make us look silly.
They're glaciers. They're not walls.
Go and have a look for yourself, dude.
They're glaciers. They're not walls. If you walked up to a glacier that was 150 feet tall, would you consider that a wall?
No. Let's consider it a glacier.
No. Look, we don't think that there's a Game of Thrones fucking ice wall surrounding the Earth.
Okay.
Nobody
So then
thinks
that little model that everybody shows is not the one that you with the sun and the
Gleason's
moon
map.
spinning in a circle around the top of it. That's all bullshit.
Those are just representations to give an idea how the sun and moon circle above the Earth. Because you guys need cartoons.
Well, even that cartoon doesn't make sense at all because if that was the case, the sun pretty much moves in a straight line.
Yeah, like
across
water
the sky.
sticking to a ball makes sense.
Gravity.
Water. Yeah, great. Yeah, water sticking to a ball in vacuum. Yeah, that makes sense.
Water does stick to a ball in vacuum.
Really? Experiment.
I'm so glad Triangle's not in here.
I know, dude. He'd fucking whip out his vacuum chamber.
But he can do
What
that in zero gravity. He has his vacuum chamber in zero gravity.
What happens to water in a vacuum?
Water behaves very differently in zero gravity, and water is attracted.
No, we're not worried about the gravity. We're worried about the vacuum bit. What happens when you put water into a vacuum?
Well, I mean, you have to worry about gravity because in space.
No, we're not. Just hold on. We can deal with gravity as a separate issue. We're worried about the water standalone in a vacuum chamber. You place a glass of water in a vacuum chamber and turn it on so the air gets evacuated. What happens to that water?
Was the water in there before or after the air?
You put it in there, in a glass.
And then you move all the air?
Then you turn the machine on and start sucking the air out. What happens to the water?
It stays in the glass.
No, it doesn't. It actually boils off.
Wow. Oh, it would boil off. You're right.
Yeah. So that's a bit of a problem. And that's inclusive of. Hey, hold on. And that is inclusive of your gravity.
But
so you've got your gravity, you've got your water, and it still boils off.
Yeah, but you know why water doesn't boil off the Earth? Oil doesn't boil off the Earth because it's not in a vacuum. We have an atmosphere.
What's outside of that? An alleged vacuum.
Space.
And what does air normally do when you've got a high pressure system next to a low pressure system?
Gravity holds the atmosphere.
Indio, I'm losing fucking IQ points here. Please take it away from me.
Well, I mean, he's just like, he's just parroting what he's been led to believe.
My point that you guys don't care if the Earth is flat or not. You want to belittle people to make yourselves seem more relevant.
Well, let me ask you: do you think claims are evidence?
Claims are not evidence now.
Okay, so the claim is gravity can hold gas away from a vacuum. Do you have any evidence of that?
The Earth.
Can we do an experiment which would show that this is possible?
Are you breathing?
Yes, I'm breathing.
How?
Because we're not inside of a vacuum.
The Earth is in a vacuum.
No, it's not.
Space is a vacuum.
Yes, it would be. That means the Earth is not in space.
Then where the fuck is it?
Not in a space vacuum. Because if it was, all the air would fuck off into that space.
Gravity.
That cannot hold air away from vacuum.
Yes, it can.
Okay. Do you have any evidence of that?
Gas has a mass and a
Do you have
weight.
any evidence of that?
Yes.
Actual evidence. That means experiment.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
let's see experiment.
Put gas
Experiment.
in put a gas in a fish tank. It's heavier than air. That gas will fall and fill the fish tank, and you can
So what?
float.
We're trying to keep it away from vacuum. We're trying to keep it away from vacuum. Not other air, from vacuum.
You know what?
So if I take a vacuum chamber and I put gas inside of it, will all the gas sink to the bottom and it'll be a vacuum on top and gas on the bottom?
Well, is your vacuum chamber actually?
I'm gonna put it on the surface of the earth where the gravity's the strongest, and I'm gonna put some gas in my vacuum chamber. Is all the gas gonna go to the bottom and the top gonna be vacuum?
Is your vacuum chamber actually
Yeah, you're not gonna
recreating
answer.
the environmental conditions of the planet that we're on, including the space that we're in?
You don't know those conditions exist. Okay? We're
I'm
trying to
living in them.
demonstrate whether the principle that you're applying that say pertain to the planet can actually happen in the first place. We're looking for the evidence, dude. There is no evidence that this is possible. There's not even a theory that says this is possible. Because if you look at the kinetic theory of gases, there's no gravity in it. There's no G in it. There's no thermodynamic theory of gravitation. Gravity doesn't turn solids into fucking liquids, and liquids into solids. Because it would have to do that. It would have to be able to do thermodynamic work. You understand? You understand what thermodynamic work is? The phase diagram, gases, liquids, solids.
Yo, I'm sorry. It's been great talking to you, but Bitcoin is doing a change after a freaking $2,000 or $20,000 drop. I gotta go do that. I'll be back.
Yeah. Sucked into the vacuum. Peace out.
Oh, I'm a day trader. I gotta go trade. Sorry.
I knew that was going to happen. As soon as I finally I've been fucking with that guy for a while. And I'm like, how am I going to get through this guy? Oh, I'll just ask him if claims or evidence because he's all in on the fucking space fantasy shit. So I'm like, okay, we'll just fucking start drilling down into evidence, man. Gotta go trade my Bitcoin. Evidence. Fuck evidence. I got fucking, I'm a crypto guru.
Fucking crypto. I blew up when Butterfly Labs scammed their shit ages ago. That was the end of me.
I got out of Bitcoin when, well.
Yeah. I bought using Bitcoin a 5 gigahertz ASICs miner from Butterfly Labs, and I was one of the ones that got fucked over with that deal.
Oh.
30 bitcoins it cost me.
Was it broken?
No. When the ASICs miners first come out, like I used to just mine bitcoins, go to faucets and just grab random coins here and there. Didn't realize how much these things were going to go through the roof. But the Butterfly Labs, what they did was they would produce the miners, they would run them in their own factory.
Yeah, they were selling the old ones, right? Yeah.
And then they'd sell them. And what would happen is by the time you got your ASICs miner, the next 3 had already come out and people were purchasing those. So the guys would buy 1,000s and they would run them at the factory and they'd get the 500s out or the 5s out. So when I finally received my 5, they were up to, I think they were up to 100. And I paid 30 bitcoins up front for my 5 gigahertz miner. By the time it turned up, I was already 6 months behind everyone else. So, yeah, I was pretty dirty with that.
Would you believe it? They're doing it again. If I told you.
What? And
they're doing it again. Not with Bitcoin. The AI.
Something else.
The AI stuff. Now, none of these data centers are going to be even built for like 2 or 3 years, but they already have the cards now. So they're going to stick 3-year-old cards in their fucking data centers?
Hello.
No, they're going to dump them. They're going to buy new cards. All these companies that have dumped money into this shit, billions of dollars, like OpenAI and all these places. I also did think it's weird that they started referring to because they had been charging people subscriptions and they're trying to move to a different type of pricing, and they started calling it token economy. I'm like, where the fuck did I hear about tokens before? Where did that?
Someone said hello.
Was me.
Babe.
Hello there.
Hello.
You seriously believe that the Earth is flat?
Believe that the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
I don't think belief is required. I think that we have empirical evidence that validates that the Earth is not a globe, and that it's just our everyday experience that we experience it as flat. Right? That's kind of like the objective reality. But when we go out and actually test it in the real world, yeah, we can confirm that it's not a globe. The only thing that requires belief is the globe, right? Because it's something that doesn't exist in reality, right? You don't experience it, you can't measure it. It's just a mathematical concept, essentially.
Maybe it's a scale problem. You don't see everything. You're too small to see the entirety of the planet.
Right. So that
So for
would
you-
that would be you admitting that we experience the Earth as flat, but you think that we experience it as flat because of the scale, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we can just take the scale, okay, and then we can do calculations, and then we can make predictions. We can say, okay, we're going to go to a 20-mile lake, for example. We're going to take the scale, we're going to do the calculations, and we're going to say, okay, this 20-mile lake should have 266 foot, approximately, of curvature. Now, let's test for that curvature and see if it's actually there, because it would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. And while you might not be able to see the actual curvature because of the scale, like you said, you would see the byproducts of the curvature. And things on the other side of the lake should be hidden behind the curvature, right? Behind the horizon. And we can test that. We can go and test for that, and we've done that. And we can confirm that over a 20-mile lake, there's actually no curvature. Whereas on a globe, there would have to be 266 feet, which is like a 26-story building worth of curvature. And it's just not there.
What if light itself follows the curvature?
Well, there's no evidence that light itself follows the curvature, right? So if you're saying that, light is acting in such a way that makes the Earth always appear completely flat, then that would be a extravagant claim that would require extravagant evidence.
We have evidence that the world is not a pancake.
Yeah, but we don't claim that the Earth's a pancake, right? And you don't have any evidence that the water is curving, that the surface of the Earth is curving. You guys only have faith-based evidence that you can't check for yourself, like pictures from space or something like that, right? You don't have any empirical evidence.
Images are empirical evidence.
Really? So I could present you with an image of a Bigfoot, and then that would be empirical evidence? No, obviously not, right?
No,
Because
no,
images
no,
can
no.
easily be manipulated. So if somebody wanted to trick you and show you an image of a globe from space, they would easily be able to do that, right? And you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, and I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between CGI or the real thing. So that's why I was saying, most of the evidence for the globe is just based on faith and trust in the institutions or in the so-called space agencies like NASA.
That is true.
Yeah. But, like if we go out and test the surface of the Earth consistently, right? It's not like we just go and do one test. If we do hundreds of tests, and in every single test, the curvature that would have to be there, it's just not there. That would be something that should be looked into. That's something that should be, analyzed, in good faith. And yeah, it's a big problem for the globe.
Have you guys tried balloons?
Yeah, we've tried balloons, but you can only send balloons up to about 120,000 feet. And that's not high enough to make a determination anyway, right? So let's say that the Earth was a globe. At 120,000 feet, you're not going to see the curvature of the Earth. It's only about 1%, or I think even less than 1% of the surface of the Earth that you could even see from that height. So if you think about how big the globe is, and you draw a little circle that covers 1% of the globe, that's how much of the surface you can see from the height of a balloon, a weather balloon, high altitude. So we've sent, cameras up on them. Yeah, we've done that. I mean, we don't see, we can't confirm that the horizon's curving or anything like that from that height. And there's even scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson that say even from, 3 times that height, you still wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth. Like you said, the scale is just, it's very big. That's the claim. So
What if you are on the ISS?
3%, 3% of the surface. That's what you could see from the ISS. So now instead of drawing a, 1% circle, now you're doing a 3% circle. And mathematically, you wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth from that height. If you look at the NASA footage, they're just using a wide angle lens. You wouldn't be able to see that much curvature. And you'll notice that the horizon's always above the center of the frame in NASA's ISS live stream. So you're seeing a distorted horizon line. And then we have conflicting footage. If you have a look at the Chinese space station, for example, they show a flat horizon from that same height. So we get conflicting footage. And then there's also a lot of blatant fakery, getting caught using green screens and harnesses and CGI and augmented reality and hairspray and all sorts of different things, which need to be taken into account.
How about Apollo 8, when the astronauts came around the moon and saw the Earth for the first time? It was a globe, not a flat board.
Yeah, I don't know if a lot of people have really, had a proper look at that footage, but it's some of the most ridiculous looking footage. I mean, even in the later Apollo missions, I mean, it doesn't look realistic. It looks like, to me, it looks like, it was done using some little models and miniatures and, maybe some wires or something like that. I mean, if we have a look at this footage, for example, this is from Apollo 16. It might take a moment to load, but there's a clip in the side chat. And I'll post another clip from Apollo 17. And I just think these look ridiculous. I just don't think that this is not going to do it for me. When we're down here testing the surface of the Earth using lasers and things like that, and then the evidence is like these videos, which most people laugh at them. They are ridiculous looking. Maybe this looked good to people in the 60s and the 70s, and people were like, "Oh wow." But now we look at it and it's like, "Oh, okay, this is it looks a little bit fake." Just the movement, it's unnatural. You wouldn't think things to be moving like that in a vacuum, and the way it stops and changes direction, and it's the sparkles that come out of that second one. It's just suspect, in my opinion. They also got caught, faking footage during one of the Apollo missions as well. That footage got released where they were trying to fake a shot of the Earth from the spaceship and lying about the distance they were away from the Earth. There's a whole bunch of documentaries and series that go over all the inconsistencies with the moon. And I don't think that they're trying to cover up flat Earth or anything like that. I think that they were just lying about going to space. To win the space race, to beat the Russians. And even NASA admits that the space race is still an ongoing thing. There's more countries involved now. America just said recently that they're in a space race with China now. So, India wanted a piece of the pie as well. They wanted to be seen as a country that could do what America can do. And so they faked putting something on the moon as well. The footage is even worse than the Apollo footage from the Indian footage. And then China wants a piece of the pie, right? And all of these other countries want a little piece of the pie, that worldwide respect, or whatever comes along with, being a space-faring country. I'm not sure of the exact reasons, but I just think it's mostly just faith-based evidence, and we have direct evidence here on the Earth that falsifies the images of the Earth being a globe from space. And we have also natural laws to take into account as well. They're saying that space is a vacuum, and that we have a gas pressure system here on the Earth. So this is going to go against, numerous gas laws, go against entropy, being able to have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum. Right?
Not at
It's
all.
like
We have gravity, and
yeah.
molecules.
So they
yeah.
Right. No,
have
sorry, I
weight.
didn't mean to cut you off. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So gas particles, right? Just look up the definition of gas particle movement. It will tell you that gas particles don't have a directional bias. Gas particles move because of kinetic energy, which is they move because of heat, and they move in straight lines. They don't have a downward bias, right? They just move in straight lines. The only time they change direction is when they collide with each other, or they collide off the walls of a container. And there's no evidence that gas particles, right, are affected by gravity, so-called gravity. So, I mean, it is an explanation. We're very familiar with the explanations from the globe side, but explanations are not proofs, right? It's just an explanation, being able to explain the impossible away with a magical, unknown pseudo force or force called gravity.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What prevents you from flying to space when you jump just a little bit? If there is no gravity.
There is no outer space vacuum. Now, what prevents me from flying off into space? Well, I don't think that space is a vacuum for starters, right? I think down and up are the same direction for every single person on the Earth. And I think that the only reason you're even standing up is because you've used your own energy. Okay, obvious, like to stand up, right? You've used your own energy to be able to even stand up. You need to exchange energy to be able to lift things up. Most things will go up or down depending on the medium that they're in. So if we have a very light medium like air, most things are more dense than air. So if you lift something up in the medium of air, most things are going to go down. Now, not everything, right? Helium balloons, smoke particles, things like that, right? They're going to go upward because they're less dense than the air. But most things are more dense than the air. So if you lift it up, it's going to sink through the air. So if we change the medium, then the object's behavior will change as well. Like, let's say hypothetically we replaced air, and we're going to replace air with liquid mercury, for example, which is one of the most dense liquids that there is. Now everything would have an upward bias. Most things would go up, right? If we just snapped our fingers hypothetically and the air changed to liquid mercury, things wouldn't be falling down. Everything would be going up. So it depends on the medium and the density of the object and also the displacement, right? And when I say displacement, I mean the force, the actual physical force, a push or a pull, a physical push or pull, where energy is exchanged, right, to displace something from its natural state of rest in a medium, right? Like a rock will never move. A rock sitting on the ground, that rock will remain there forever, and it will never move. Things don't just fall. Let's say I come along and I exchange some of my energy to displace that rock. I've displaced that rock from equilibrium. So when I release the rock, it's just going to sink back down and basically go back to where it was in equilibrium. Things always seek equilibrium in nature. And what I'm claiming isn't crazy. Anybody can test it anytime, right? We can do scientific experiments, and we can vary and manipulate the cause of the effect, which is the medium, and we can make it more or less dense and cause things to go up and down.
Well, okay.
Is that it? Did he leave? Okay.
What is this space race that you speak of?
Space race. Well, the claim that countries want to go to space and they're competing with each other according to them. And like America just said recently, we're in a space race with China. So according to them, there's something called a space race, and they're competing to see who can do things in space or go to space or blah blah blah. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, tell me your opinion on it, because you've heard of the space race millions of times, right? It's something that comes up all the time.
Well, during the 60s, the Americans are embroiled in a very unpopular war at the time. So they invent the space race to take people's minds off of, thousands of American soldiers dying.
Right. Yeah, no, exactly. This is like just according to them type situation. Not that there was actually some kind of real space race. It's just all of these things are stunts that they pull to divert attention and that kind of thing. I agree. Even the wars themselves may be somewhat, organized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, there would have been no war in Korea, no war in Vietnam, if we had not given the Soviet Union $11.3 billion during World War II, so they wouldn't have been eliminated by the German army.
That's crazy. Yep. Wasn't there was some other things in some other wars similar to that, wasn't there? It was like basically like weapons companies supplying things to both competing armies.
Yeah, of course.
Like
War is very profitable.
Yeah. It's like bum fights on a different level, on a different scale.
Yep. Because how are you supposed to justify defense spending if you don't have wars to use the equipment in? It's a military-industrial complex. Eisenhower warned us about it. Patton warned us about it. General George Patton even said after the defeat of Germany, he says we should rearm the German soldiers and attack the Soviet Union.
So I think next time I present it, instead of saying, about the space race, I'll just say, about the so-called space race.
Yeah, the alleged space race.
The alleged space
An
race.
alleged Cold War.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's a Cold War. And well, like I said, you need to bring up the $11.3 billion of aid that the Americans gave to the Soviet Union. Because then when you say, well, how come the Russians didn't say anything about the fake moon landings? Bring up the $11.3 billion. They owed America one. Otherwise, they would not be in existence.
Yep, good points.
Because, like I said, most people's knowledge of history is non-existent. They know about the Apollo program because it was on TV, but they never heard about how much Lend-Lease was given to the Soviet Union by the Americans. Like just the amount of equipment that was sent over there. 400,000 trucks we sent over to the Soviet Union. And then after the war concluded, the Soviets said, oh yeah, they all got destroyed in the war. So they wouldn't have to pay them back. Yeah, there's no way you'd get 400,000 trucks destroyed in the war unless you purposely destroyed them. Yeah, sent them tanks, airplanes. They even sent them a ship. The British lend them a ship, a destroyer or something. Oh yeah, these are the people that we needed to worry about in the space race. The ones who couldn't produce 400,000 trucks during World War II. So just the absurdity that there's a space race or a Cold War. They couldn't even build trucks. That's how bad the Soviet Union was.
Allegedly, the U.S. was manufacturing these war airplanes like within a day. They were manufacturing these war airplanes.
The Americans were building ships in a week. Like
Yeah,
the
imagine ships
Liberty
in a week,
ships,
airplanes in one day. Crazy.
tanks, thousands of tanks per month. They could build tanks faster than the German Panzer divisions could destroy them. Because the Panzer division commanders were so shocked and surprised. They'd destroy a whole bunch of Sherman tanks, and then, the next day or two, the numbers are back up to the same. They're fighting just as many Sherman tanks as they did 2 days ago.
Yeah, the manufacture power of the U.S. was kind of powerful back then. Manufacturing. If all that power was, instead of turned to the war effort, was turned into something more productive, it will be way better. Welcome. Who's joining this beautiful morning? So it's almost noon now. Welcome, Ahmed.
Depends on which time zone you're in.
I'm on the East Coast, Eastern time. Welcome, Carpel. If you have any questions about the topic Flat Earth, you can ask Riley Criterion. He'll answer your questions.
That's a lie.
But why would I lie?
I'm not omniscient. I do not have perfect knowledge.
I never said that.
You said any question.
Well, within that, it might imply that you don't know the answer to the question. Wink, wink. That will be a reply, right? Like that will be an answer. I don't know.
I can only answer the questions of which I have knowledge of.
Yes, but if I'm asked a question that I don't have any knowledge about, I'll say that I don't know, and that might be a valid answer for some people.
I think one of the biggest problems I see is people don't ask a follow-up question. Why would, why is it this way? Well, I don't know. Well, why haven't you gone and found out? We're not allowed to. Well, why not? Because of X. Oh, well, that's fucking bullshit. And that should be the conclusion. Instead, they're like, well, why? And you're like, I don't know. And they're like, you fucking idiot. And then they stop. And then their path is dead.
Yeah, that's usually a big factor in. How come there's no pictures of the edge? Because you would die if you got anywhere that close to freezing temperatures down there. They're fatal temperatures.
It's like, don't you think we're trying to find that out? Don't you think if we could find that out, we would be doing that instead of sitting here? We'd love to go. We would love it.
It's the same thing when they say, "How come there's not a flat Earth map?" Do you know how expensive it is to create accurate maps? They have no clue. It's in the hundreds of millions of dollars for the entire Earth's surface. Even over just a very small area, like a city, would cost in excess of $50,000. These people are so ignorant. It's embarrassing.
I've been looking into the whole Hindenburg and airships thing and what we used to have as far as they go. And they were talking about a map. Even DJ was talking about the other day where they had a map of Antarctica from like the 1400s or something like that, that had Antarctica shoreline without ice on it. And when the surveyors went down there to do laser mapping on the actual shoreline of Antarctica, that area, they found that that map was like so extremely crazy close to their laser measurements. They were like blown away. And the one guy I was talking to, the Matt from Cultivate Elevate, he said it's really weird that the most accurate maps that we have out there seem to be made by a bunch of guys floating up in the sky all day on an airship that could just sit there and draw all day with nothing else to do. Makes you think why, wonder why, if that's possibly why they got rid of airships, so we can't just sit up there drawing maps all day, like accurate ones.
Well, the reason they got rid of airships is because they were competing with ocean liners. Why would I want to spend 6, 7 days on an ocean liner that's rocking back and forth and making me seasick when I can fly on a Zeppelin with relatively nice, comfortable ride and get to America in 2 days instead of 6 or 7 seasick days?
Could you imagine being in like a swimming pool that's like extended from the bottom of an airship, so you're just hanging out in the middle of like the sky, and you can just like sit there and swim and look down, or an observation thing like that? But that'd be
Yeah.
badass. That'd be cool as shit.
Yeah, and you get to see more from a airship than you do from an ocean liner.
Been on a cruise ship. My wife and I went on a cruise, and being on the boat was cool and all, but it's crowded and stinky, and you really can't see just some ocean in all directions. Now the places we went were amazing. We went to Mexico, and we rode dolphins, which was awesome. And we went to
Rode
Grand
a dolphin.
Cayman. Yeah, it's an excursion there. You can't do it here in the U.S. because you're not allowed to touch them, but down there they have different rules, and they have dolphins like in a huge pool area, this giant island pool area thing, and you pay and you go there, and the trainers have dolphins, and the dolphins run up to you and they turn over upside down, have their fins out, and you're wearing a life vest, and you grab like hands over, like kind of like a hand on the edge of the dolphin's fin, and it just goes pew, and takes off down the pool and just takes you with it, dude. And it just, I mean, took me for a ride. Easy. Shot me across the pool. It's pretty awesome.
And it
And yeah.
didn't do a tail fluke to the nuts?
No, it's actually I'm actually it's weird because I actually thought about how I'd get smacked in the legs, because it was actually down near like my shins. Um but that thing, I guess, is what the way the dolphin is twisting that tail like down and in. It's not like a giant motion. It's very fluid and in a solid small space. So it's not flapping around down there. Its tail didn't touch me at all. So it was pretty cool though. So we went around the whole Caribbean to Grand Cayman and Belize and stuff like that. We went snorkeling and got to see some really cool places. That was the best part of the cruise, getting off the boat. So I think the coolest part of being on an airship would be being on the airship.
That's always the best part of a cruise, is getting off the boat.
And I've been some really cool places though. Went to we've been to Florida, both sides of Florida, and of course went around the Caribbean. And we of course I was born in South Carolina, so we've been down there. She was born in Georgia, we've been down there. Been to places in Pennsylvania. We go to DC a lot to do things. We're actually gonna go see Weezer, Silverstone Pickup in the Shins here. Um, first week of October. Been to California. I've been around California and saw some stuff and visited and stuff like that. Um, and so we've been to a lot of cool places and done some cool things. And we're going to Outer Banks next week for a few days, get out of town, go to the beach, a quiet beach, and do it in the middle of the week, so it's a little bit quieter. But yeah, getting out of town's good. When you come home, it feels different. It's pretty nice.
And ships is another reason why when people bring up that 800 ships have sunk in the Drake Strait between South America and Antarctica. Well, anybody can go there, right? Just get on a ship and go. Yeah, 800 ships have sank, and even just in recent history, people have died from rogue waves that hit the ship. So the ship didn't sink, but a rogue wave hit it, and then people have been killed by that. Well, yeah, anybody can go to Antarctica.
What is it?
Cosmic background radiation is the
Tell me
fucking
about the cosmological axis of evil.
what?
The cosmological axis of evil, which is a result of the cosmic background radiation. Tell me about
Okay,
it.
that you got me on. But cosmic background radiation would be the point in which we can't see any further.
No. That would be the cosmological horizon.
Oh yeah, you got me. Yep, you got me on that. Okay,
So-
cosmological horizon.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, dude. You know what? No, for real, dude. Like, fuck.
Look, brother.
Look.
I know the globe model and the cosmology better than any fucking globe earther that you could ever bring in here. Regardless of his degree, status, I don't care. Bring anybody in here. I know more about it than they do. Okay? By far.
Do you know why the Navy uses Earth curvature in their ballistics calculations?
They don't. You just listen to rumors, dude. No, they don't. They don't, dude. Look up the USS Iowa. You know what that is?
The battleship?
Yes, it's one of the old battleships from World War II with the 16-inch guns. You can throw a shell 30,000 meters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now they have firing tables. Nowhere in those firing tables do they account for Earth's curvature. You know why? Because the correction is smaller than the uncertainty of where that round would land in the first place. The way they actually fire shells is they have a forward, what do they call it? Forward fire controller that locks the shells in. Okay? They don't just fire the shells where they think the fucking the thing is. So you're just parroting shit that you heard. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Your whole identity is based upon fiction.
It's not my whole identity.
Okay.
My whole
I
identity is
can
tomorrow.
vouch for this. I can vouch for my ninja. His identity is pretty solid. He's a straightforward guy.
No, his identity, his self-identity, dude. Understand where he thinks he is, where he is placed in the universe. His existential identity, dude.
Yeah, I think his existential
Telling me that
identity
everything I've
is
learned in
straight.
school and everything that we know about the universe is false.
All you learned was a bunch of
The
stories.
Earth isn't moving. Stars are moving around the Earth. The Earth is flat.
Yep. Correct.
There is no fucking Earth shadow being cast on the moon, and when the moon goes in front of the sun, it's not the moon that you're seeing. If it's not the moon that moves in front of the sun during an eclipse, what the fuck is it? Is it somebody turning on a light bulb or turning off a light bulb?
Who cares? We know the story that they're telling us is not correct.
Well, what are you seeing then? What is it?
It doesn't matter. We know that their story cannot be correct. It's a geometric impossibility.
Cannot be correct.
Yes, because it's a geometric impossibility.
So then now all of a sudden we erase all the science that we've known throughout
There is no
generations.
science. We're not talking about any science, dude.
There's tons of science that's being
Okay, see, this is what I'm talking
denied.
about. You're like your whole identity. You think that no, there is no
Denying
science.
it with no
And tell me,
replacement.
you give me the science that I'm denying. Tell me exactly the science I'm denying.
The moon moving in front of the sun during
Okay,
solar
what's the
eclipse.
science that supports? What's the science that supports that? That's
Yeah,
the
it is
claim.
science.
No, the claim is not the science. The science is the experiment. So give me the science. The experiment.
He still doesn't get it.
This is how far gone you are. You don't even realize you're this far gone.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You're so lost in the sauce, bro.
Okay, I'm lost in the sauce. You guys are right. The Earth is flat. and
Yeah,
God
like
created
your little gimmicks aren't gonna
So
work,
this is
dude.
God
You're just
versus
hoping.
How do they account for meteors or things that hit the Earth that come from
How
other
do they
places?
account for us being able
How do you
to
know they come from
calculate
outer
when a
space?
meteor is going to hit
Well, where do you
and
think
where it's going to hit?
meteors
Who
come
cares
from?
where I think they come from? You claim they come from outer space. Why would I think that?
I'm claiming that. Yeah, I'm asking you, where do you think they come from?
I don't think
Broke off
about
of
it.
the firmament.
I
Well,
don't make up
listen,
stories. I don't make up stories to fill in gaps in my knowledge.
Well,
Okay,
what's the firmament then?
so where does it come from?
Nobody knows.
We don't know, ding dong. Are you listening
Do
or
you
what?
believe in the
fuck?
firmament?
No. Firmament's just a description of what the sky looks like. It's not a thing. So now you're going to straw man flat Earth because you can't defend your shitty worldview.
So if it's flat Earth, what's on the bottom side of the Earth?
The bottom of what?
Of the Earth.
Well, if it's a disc, then what's on the bottom side?
So I'm a ride. I already told you earlier, an hour and a half ago, that we don't think the Earth is a disk in space. So you ignored that and just did it again.
No, I didn't. Because then I asked, where does it end and where does it begin?
Okay. Nobody thinks the Earth is a disk in space. Nobody thinks outer space is a thing. It's not in outer space.
Whoa.
Asking where the Earth is, what's inside, it's like asking what the universe is inside. There's nothing outside the Earth. There is no outside. That's fantasy.
Now that sounds like fantasy.
So, because I said your fantasy is fantasy, what I'm saying is fantasy.
Well, no,
you don't have anything to support what you think is. No, there's nothing outside the Earth.
There's nothing outside the Earth.
No.
Then what blew up over Croatia?
Okay, why are you asking?
What's up
so
with all these
you notice how your evidence is. Notice how your evidence is. You don't have an alternate story to my bullshit story.
Yes, I do. What is a meteor shower?
No, listen. The evidence for your story is that people don't have an alternate bullshit story. That doesn't make your story correct.
Well, meteor showers exist.
Okay, just because they say Spider-Man was created by getting bitten by a radioactive spider, and I don't have an alternate story to that, doesn't mean that that story's true.
Do dinosaurs exist?
In what sense?
Did they ever?
There's an idea of this thing. No.
Fossils?
Fossils exist. There's fossils of all sorts of shit.
Yeah, so fossils show that dinosaurs exist.
You think they have dinosaur bones, buddy?
Yes.
Okay. Well, they're not bone. You know that, right?
I've seen them.
They're not bones, dude.
What are they then?
Rocks.
What?
Dude, you're not this slow, are you? So
a
even
rock
fossils,
shaped like a T-Rex
fossils,
really?
fossils are supposed to be mineralized bone, which is now rock. They're rocks, though.
But it was a bone. It was an animal.
How do you know that?
Because it's a skull with teeth.
Because it's a skull with teeth, dude. Really. They're all bone.
We have so many freaking animals.
But you don't have the skull and you don't have the teeth because it's bone. All the bone material is now rock.
Okay, so rocks just randomly appeared in the shape of a T-Rex skeleton?
No. They carved rock out of the ground.
So they
said,
carved
look,
the
here's the
T-Rex
tooth.
skeletons.
Dude, tell me why they found.
See, how many levels of science do you deny?
What science? You haven't presented
Geology,
any science.
geometry, astrology,
brother,
astronomy?
you're just telling stories. You haven't said any science. You didn't even know, why you even believe in dinosaurs. You thought they were bones.
They were bones.
How do you know that?
I know what a fossilized bone is.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because I've seen them. They've been carbon dated.
How do you know they were bones?
We found woolly mammoth
out.
food still in their mouth, frozen.
I'm going to ask you before you get muted. How do you know they used to be bones?
Well, because we found flesh on one.
We found flesh on one. On a 47-million-year-old bone, there was flesh on it.
Yes, woolly mammoth frozen with food still in the mouth.
They're not. That's not a dinosaur.
Same era.
No, it's not the same era. They're fucking 47 million years apart.
Yeah, but that was a fossil.
Cool story. What's a fossil? Jesus Christ, it's a carcass.
God, dude, you are so
It's a frozen carcass.
You guys are
found
so
in the tundra of Siberia.
You just deny every single
I
word
know.
that comes out somebody's mouth professionally.
You're just
to get views on YouTube.
Oh yeah, that's what it is.
The issue you've got is you're telling us we deny science when what you're pushing forward is the bits that are claimed science are actually pseudoscience.
In the parts that are backed by science, like the existence of a woolly mammoth found in the permafrost in Siberia, you're getting it wrong. You don't even know what they fucking found. Or how old it is. You're just making shit up.
I know that we cloned a woolly mammoth.
Oh, Jesus, fuck. Just go on fucking mute. You're a retard. God damn. Dude. Views on YouTube?
Shit.
You're going to get us all the views on YouTube, dude. You're like, holy shit, look at this fucking pinata. It's fucking getting smacked. Now back to don't shoot me, please. For your fucking, which account is this? Count 9? Don't shoot me. Who you DMing with?
What's up, guys? New here. Just joined in.
Yeah, new here.
I was to his whole fossil thing. He's not wrong about the woolly mammoths. They were during the same era. And
47 million years ago?
I get what you're saying about the dinosaurs.
There was no mammals. There was no mammals during dinosaurs.
I know that some people go into museums.
There was no
the
mammals
dinosaur museum
during dinosaurs.
No, listen. Let me say it. What people think they go into museums and they're looking at actual dinosaur bones, not knowing those are all made somewhere. And we know that fossils.
Okay, who gives a shit? You said they were the same era. That's categorically fucking false.
Well, how could you say that when there were definitely during the same era?
Woolly mammoths and dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Okay, there was no mammals larger than a fucking field mouse when the dinosaurs were alive.
You think that there were humans and animals and dinosaurs alive at the same time?
Larger than a mouse when dinosaurs were alive, according to the modern paradigm. There was no woolly mammoths. They're not the same era. You're making shit up. What aggravates me is liars.
There's definitely shit found in tar, in those tar holes in California and shit like that.
It's great, not woolly mammoths.
They have mammoths in it. They have saber-toothed tigers. They have all sorts of.
But that's not the carcass. Okay, they found a woolly mammoth carcass in the Siberian permafrost. It happened when I was a fucking teenager. It's not the same era. The woolly mammoth's like 10,000 years old. Dinosaurs are supposed to be 47 million years old. Not the same era. What's more alarming is you defending stupidity.
No, I was defending the guy. You're attacking him personally, talking about his life.
Who gives a fuck? Are you his girlfriend?
No, I'm just. You seem very angry. The way you defend things is you just seem like you're denying and yelling.
What did I deny?
Dude, we asked about the meteors, and you were just mad about that. We asked about.
I asked you a question. Did you answer it? I asked you a question about the meteors.
Yeah.
Did you answer it?
What was your question?
Oh, you didn't even hear it.
No, you were yelling.
I said, how do you know they came from space?
Because they fell from the sky.
So what? That doesn't mean they came from space. Things that fall from the sky don't ipso facto come from space.
So if it didn't fall from the sky, where do you think it fell from?
So why are you asking me a question? What's your evidence that it came from space?
I mean, I think that they.
This is like the 90th time today that I asked you guys for evidence.
And then when they collide in the sky, then I think the fragments fall onto our planet.
Yeah, you think. What's the evidence that that's true?
They carbon date them. They test these things and see.
They carbon date them.
Mm-hmm.
Meteors.
Yeah, they do. They test and see what they're made out of and where they come from.
How does carbon dating work?
How much carbon monoxide? How much carbon's in them? How much whatever's in it?
No, that's funny because they have to use the carbon on Earth as the scale. So if it came from space, how are they carbon dating it using the Earth carbon as a scale? Yeah, you done making shit up?
Yeah, I don't know how they do the carbon dating. I mean, you're probably right. It's probably based off our carbon.
Yeah. You don't know they came from space. It's a story you heard. I just think it's funny when I ask for evidence. What I hear is, what else would it be? As if that is evidence, or somehow me not having an alternate story is evidence that your story is correct. It's not evidence your story is correct.
What about planets colliding with each other, crashing, and creating other?
Who's ever seen that? When was that observed?
That one planet that was between Mars and Venus, or where?
Who saw that?
Where the orbs are? What do you call it?
Yeah, who saw that?
The meteor orbs that
Who
surround.
saw that?
This happened millions of years ago.
Oh, so nobody.
Yeah, I guess nobody.
So how do you know it happened?
Well, these are all hypotheses, just like your hypothesis of Earth being flat.
Oh, that's not a hypothesis. We observed that. We observed
And
it,
measured.
we observed it a million years ago, and we observe it tomorrow.
So one more question. So what, you answer my question. I tried to answer yours as best as I could. What's under it? If it's flat, what's
The
under
Earth
it?
is not a disk where there's something that's under it. It's not in a vacuum. It's not in a larger space. There's nothing outside the Earth. There is no going under.
So is that why you think that that there's no edge and that the government protects the edges, doesn't allow people near them?
Nobody thinks the government protects the edges. No one thinks like anything about an edge. That's you guys' bullshit. You guys make up in your own head.
Well, okay. Well, is there an edge then if it's flat?
No, there's no edge. Edge doesn't mean anything when you're not inside of something. You understand? There's something called an embedding space. Within the embedding space, there would be an object embedded. Earth is the embedding space. It's not within something. It is the space from which everything is embedded. Everything is within the Earth, not outside of it. There is no underneath. There's no going outside. There's no. That's it.
So I'm not here to offend you or anything. I'm just trying to question you. So does that mean that we're more of like a program inside of a simulation program?
Oh my Jesus fucking Christ! Anything but a flat Earth. Simulation theory. Concave Earth. Hollow Earth. Globe Earth. Anything but flat Earth.
I'd rather listen to you talk about hollow Earth than flat Earth, to be honest.
Of course.
I like the hollow
Anything
Earth.
but flat Earth.
Well, it just sounds like you're talking about a program. Like if there's no outside of it, there's no inside of it, there's no nothing, there's no edge. It sounds like it's a simulation to me.
Yeah, that's because you're Dunning-Kruger and have the IQ of a fucking turnip.
Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just denying your truth.
It's not my truth. What's outside the universe?
I would suppose God.
So what's outside of God?
I would suppose his daddy.
What's outside of God's daddy?
His mommy.
What's outside the mommy?
Are you on YouTube?
Yeah, you see the infinite regression? See how silly it is?
Yeah, it's
yeah, so I'm demonstrating that your question of what's outside, what's underneath, in that like you think that it's some bizarre idea. No. They were concerned about these ideas 2,000 years ago. It's famous by Zeno's paradox. What is the boundary of reality? Is it contained within something? Is it not within something? These are age-old philosophical questions that nobody has the answer for.
No, and I think it's good to question everything and anything. I'm not bashing you for that. I'm actually
nobody has the answer for these questions.
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Do you think someone knows whether the all of reality has a boundary or no boundary?
No, I don't. I don't think anyone knows that.
Okay, and that's what I'm telling you. Earth doesn't have a boundary. There's no boundary. but there's also not no boundaries. And because of the way we think as human beings, we try to put stuff in this like dichotomy. Okay, but that's a failing of our human mind. Has nothing to do with reality because reality doesn't have to confirm with what we can understand its concepts.
Right. I
Earth
think
is
it's.
not inside of something.
I think
There's no in. It's like even if you had a computer, like say the reality was a simulation. Say if you were in the simulation yourself and someone said, "Hey, where's the edge?" What would that even mean from within a computer simulation?
I would say it's at the end of a gun. It'd be suicide. That'd be the edge.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, that I often say that that's the only way out of here. That's the
Yeah,
only way you're going to find an end to the earth
I'm
is
not
the end
saying
to your
that's a
life.
good thing. I'm not saying that's what you should do. I actually don't think anyone should do that. I'm just thinking, technically that's the end to it.
What the hell does any of this have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Nothing.
We fell
You
down
don't
a
want to
rabbit
talk about
hole.
that.
But yeah, I mean, flat Earth. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I delved into that like 5, 6 years ago and thought it was an interesting idea or thought,
Not an
especially.
idea. Well, that's where you got fucked up. You thought it was an idea. It's not an idea.
Well, I'm not judging you by that. I'm just saying.
Doesn't matter whether you're judging me or not. It's not an idea. We all of us, you, me, your mom's mom, your mom's great grandma, your great 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 grandma, Barrington, me, fucking
Doris
Matrix,
out of this. She's
all
a
of
great
us,
woman.
all of us, and everybody that's ever lived has observed with their eyes, with their senses, the Earth to be flat and motionless. That's not an idea.
It looked pretty curvy when I was skydiving.
That's bullshit. You're lying.
I swear to God, it looked curvy.
You're lying. Why would you lie?
I'm telling you, it looked.
It's nowhere near high enough, even if the Earth was a globe. You're just lying. Why?
I'm
That's
not
what I don't
lying.
understand about you guys, is why you come and say, I saw a curve from a plane. I saw a curve skydiving. I saw a curve from the top of a mountain. It's just a lie. Why? I don't get it, dude. That's one of the things I really don't get. Especially the lying about, I saw a curve from a plane. It's just a blatant fucking lie.
So I'm gonna assume you don't believe in the moon landing either.
It's irrelevant. Don't change the subject, dude.
Just because if you're on the moon, you can see Earth and it looks round from there.
How do you know that?
I don't believe in the moon landing. I'm just saying, like, if you were on the moon, wouldn't it look round?
So that's an idea. You know, you said flat Earth is an idea. No, what you just said is an idea. See how that works? See how we can go out? I can go to the ocean. I can observe a flat Earth. I can go on top of a mountain or in a plane, and I can observe a flat Earth. I can just sit there sipping Mai Tais and demonstrate the Earth is motionless. And I can just experience these through reality, through perception and senses. I can just say, hey, dude, this is the way the world is. It's exactly the way it presents itself.
So in 30 seconds, explain it to me.
That the world is exactly the way it presents itself. It's not an optical illusion.
Okay, it's not moving and it's not chasing the sun, and it's not being pulled by the sun's gravity.
No. What's the evidence for that? Have you ever asked yourself, what's the evidence for that?
I'm thinking right now. I'm trying to think of this. What about how the constellations change and how the moon, how the Earth spins on its axis and how we see different star formations throughout different times of the year? How about that?
What about it?
How do you explain the movement of the sun, of the stars?
How do you explain that the Earth matches flat?
That's what I'm wondering. If the Earth were flat, technically
Who cares
the stars.
about all those things?
No, I'm just saying technically the stars would stay like where they were and they wouldn't move. But if the Earth and since the Earth moves, you see different stars through different
Yeah, that's
periods.
the
In the
claim.
summertime, in the wintertime, you see
Yeah,
different
that's the
stars.
claim. That's the idea. Not what you experience. You see the stars move. You see the sun move.
Yeah,
You see
technically
the
I've
moon
seen
move.
during the summertime I see the Big Dipper in a certain angle, and then during the
Yeah.
winter time I'll see the Big Dipper kind of on a different part of the sky, moved, almost like turned slightly,
Yeah.
not massively, just like a slight difference.
Yeah, exactly.
So did the stars move or did I move?
The stars moved.
Hmm.
Why can't it just be the way it is? Why does it got to be something special? Why does it got to be different? Why do you got to add shit to it? Why can't it just be the Earth looks flat because it is flat? The Earth seems like it's not moving because it's just not moving. For some reason, that seems absurd to people. And for some other reason, it seems absurd that, hey, the Earth looks flat because it's actually a giant ball. That seems to make sense to them. When it's contrary to frickin' all logic, common sense, just basic reasoning. When you start from the premise, hey, dude, the whole world's an optical illusion. Why would you think that? Everything else, we see it because it's there. Flat Earth? Nah, dude, that's an optical illusion.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is, what I'm asking you is, I'm trying to ask you, what is your idea beyond the word flat, right? That's what I'm saying by shape. Beyond the word flat, what is your idea of how it looks like if you were to zoom way out and look at it?
Oh, well, you know what? Here, you know what? You're in luck because me and God are homies. So I'm just going to go to God's house and then I can look out the view from his house and I can see the whole earth. And then I'll tell you, oh, wait, I can't do that.
So you have no idea?
What?
That's
How
okay
could
if
I
you don't have an
possibly
idea.
have
I'm
an
just
idea?
asking.
No, think about it. How could I possibly have an idea? Like, what reference do I have to be able to give you an idea?
Well, we have images of the planet Earth taken from outer space. Okay, that would be one
Oh,
idea.
I see. I see. I see. You need some spacecraft to image the flat Earth, and then when you look at this image, which can't be prima facie proof in any scientific journal anyway, no scientific journal accepts a photo as prima facie proof of a thing. It needs corroborating evidence. But let's just say I had a photo that I claimed was from outer space of a flat Earth. That would convince you of the overall shape.
I mean, sure, I guess, but I mean, my point is,
Hey, how many spacecraft in the history of spacecraftery have been far enough away from the Earth to even see the alleged entire Earth?
to see the entire Earth, well, you can only see some sides of the Earth because it's in three-dimensional space.
Okay,
Unless you
so
were to
how many were able to see the entire alleged full circle of the Earth facing them? How many?
I don't know, but quite a few.
Really, quite a few. That's interesting. How many people saw it with their own eyes in the history of mankind, excluding religious texts?
More than zero.
Really? Well, that's a claim, but how many?
I'd have to look it up. I don't know how many, what the number
Less
is, but
than
it's more.
40.
The number is
The answer is
greater
less
than
than 40.
number is greater than zero, and I can say that.
Yeah, I
Okay,
agree
less
with
than
you
40.
that there's a claim. I agree with you that there's a claim that they saw the Earth in totality with their own eyes. Yeah, that's a claim. But only 40 people, less than 40, have even been able to make such a claim, allegedly.
So all right. So they've made the claim, and you're saying it's a claim because you don't think it's true, or because you think you just don't have enough evidence to believe it's true? Would you say that you're
No, because
confident that it's
it
not
is
true?
a claim, dude. Like if somebody says I went far away from the Earth and I saw the Earth as flat, that would be a claim. If somebody said I went far away from the Earth and I saw the Earth as a triangle, that would be flat. If somebody said I went far away from the Earth and I saw the Earth as a globe, that would also be a claim. They're all claims.
Are the photographs claims?
No, I already told you the photographs aren't prima facie evidence on themselves.
What is
But
I
it
don't know what
depends
that
on what you
means.
mean by photograph. Yeah, if I show you a
Image.
photograph of Bigfoot, you're not going to believe it, dude. Okay. Well, let's be clear here. You're not going to accept photographs as just on its face evidence of any particular thing per se. You're going to have different biases and different rules that you apply to different imagery and different alleged photographs.
Okay, so let's assume. So let me believe that the photographs are fake or don't accurately depict the reality of the shape of the Earth. What is the alternative?
What do you mean alternative? Like alternative to what?
I mean, what is
Alternative to
the alternative?
photographs?
The primary right now, the primary amongst the world is that
The
it is a
primary. That's an
globe.
interesting way
All
of
right,
putting it.
primary thought,
Okay, yeah.
the
So I would agree with you
the
that
dominant
I would
thought
agree with
is
you that yeah, I would agree with you that the globe is a pervasive belief among humans that are alive today. Okay, does a pervasive belief being held by many people mean it's true? The answer is no.
So that's what I mean by alternative. I mean that's the dominant thought. Then what is the alternative?
Why does there need to be an
The,
alternative?
well, because because if there isn't an
Yeah, look,
alternative,
I know you
then
laugh at
the
it. I know
truth
you
is that
laugh
it's a
at it,
globe.
but just think about the logic. If a whole bunch of people are wrong about something, does that mean that to prove them wrong, you have to offer them something in exchange, or can you just prove that they're wrong?
The point
The
is
answer
the
is you could just
globe
prove that they're
model
wrong.
is
That's
a
the actual answer, in
mathematical
case you didn't
model, and
know.
we use that model to make predictions. But the flat Earth model
Great.
does
Okay.
not
So
have the
right.
same
So right.
level of
So if you say it's
predictive
a
accuracy.
mathematical model, right? If you say it's a mathematical model that has utility, therefore it's true, that'd be a reification fallacy.
Why is it? Why? What does that? I don't know what that means.
Okay, you can model many different things in many different ways. You can have multiple models for the same data. It doesn't mean each individual model has an underlying truth of reality to it. To say it does just because it has utility, you're committing a reification fallacy and a utilitarian fallacy. So a model
I
doesn't
don't
prove
know.
anything.
I don't know. I still don't know what reification means. But my
Okay, a
point
model
is
is a concept. A model is a conceptual abstraction. Okay, it's
right.
not the real
So
thing,
do you?
right? So if you
And you're
say the
saying
model is
that?
the real thing, that's reification. It means you're
Oh,
realizing something out of thin
got
air.
it. Okay. No, I'm not saying it's the real thing. I'm saying it has more predictive accuracy.
What
If it
to
has
what
more
end?
predictive,
What does it predict? What does it
if it
predict
has
so
more,
predicty wise?
if it has more predictive accuracy, and the flat
I
Earth
could care
model
less. What does it predict?
has
What does it
less
predict?
orbitals.
Orbitals? What does that even mean, dude?
Orbital trajectory of bodies launched from
Dude, you
another
could
orbital
predict
body.
orbital trajectories of bodies with epicycles. Don't need a globe Earth at all.
No, I don't know what that means.
Well, yeah, in case
I
you
don't know.
didn't know,
I don't know how you.
back in the day when people were making models of the cosmological objects, they were making kinematic models, right? So there was no need to describe any forces. They just made observations about how they saw them move, and they made different models based on the movements. You know, they made all different kinds, and they were all sufficient in describing the kinematics. So the underlying truth of these models, right, if they were each all true simultaneously, that'd be a contradiction. So to pick one over the other is just a preferential bias.
To pick all of them and say that all of them are true, or is what?
There would be contradictions because the underlying geometry of each one can't, if they alter from each other, can't all be true. In case you didn't know, a lot of these guys had competing models. They even had arguments, debates. There's books written about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of literature. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, so there's a model, right, that you claim predicts things that aren't the Earth. So think about it. This model predicts things that aren't the Earth, but the underlying claim is that the Earth has to be a particular shape in order for this model to work. So if you say this model has great predictive power, and the underlying core is that the Earth is a globe, well, then it must predict that the Earth's surface is curved. And if you go out and you measure that the Earth's surface is not curved, then your whole model is wrong.
Okay, I'm
And
reading
since
your.
we know
I'm reading your
models, well, real quick, since we know models are not necessarily reality, right? It only takes one thing to prove the entire model wrong. Go ahead.
I'm reading your reification Wikipedia that you shared, and I don't. So, and just to clarify, I'm not saying a model is reality. What I had said was that it has very good predictive power. More predictive.
Right. So if you, right. So imagine what you just said. If you model the cosmos in relationship to a globe Earth, I can make predictions, but I'm not saying the globe Earth is real.
Well, you're not. Yeah.
No, you wouldn't be either. You wouldn't be either, because in order to avoid a reification fallacy, you can't say I'm modeling the Earth as a globe. It has predictive power, therefore the globe Earth is real, because then you'd be committing the fallacy. So to avoid that, you have to say I'm simply modeling this phenomenon with the Earth as a globe, and it has predictive power.
Okay.
And whether the
All
Earth is really a globe or not is separate answer.
Okay, that's fair. Now, but now, do you think that it's possible for the conclusion to be correct while using classically illogical means? And by classical illogical, I mean you using a fallacy.
Okay, what? Say
I
it one
have
more
a
time. I had
question
to stop
about
somebody
I
in
have a
tech
question
chat.
about this whole flat Earth
Okay.
place. The
It's
question that I
possible
have
to have a
is
correct reason with incorrect.
Go ahead.
the question that I have is what is the goal of this place? Well, what is the like I just joined this. Well, what
The
happens?
goal. We
here?
we discussed the nature of reality, and we present empirical evidence. We talk about the topic of the channel. What do you mean? What's the confusion?
No, but like, do I have to like, for example, I'm a globe earther, let's say, right? Imagine that I'm a globe earther. I come here. What's the point?
Okay, so we all used to be globe earthers, and after extensive research and testing, we've come to the conclusion that the Earth cannot possibly be a globe. And generally, I mean, it depends on what you would want to do. I mean, some people come here because they think they know for a fact that the Earth's a globe, and they want to defend it. Other people just want to ask questions to us about, why do you think the Earth's flat? I was taught that the Earth's a globe. It's just a belief because that's something I got taught while I was growing up. I'm not 100% sure, but I just believe it because it's, mainstream. It really depends. Other people want to come. They're like, "What's your best evidence?"
Let's say that I have like a ton of facts in my mind about like the Earth being round.
Okay.
And at the same time, because of all of these facts, many facts with mathematics involved and so on. And then, apart from that, like I see in my mind the Earth as being round. Okay, and I have never been up to space and seen it by myself. But that's like my solid mental reality is like it's round. It's
okay
in space, orbiting the sun. It has one moon. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a common occurrence. People think that there are all of these so-called facts, and we would say, you know, out of the so-called facts that you have in your mind, okay, which one of them do you think's the best evidence for a globe, and are you able to empirically validate that so-called fact to be true?
So I have a question. You think the Earth is flat?
The Earth is right, just like the last guy said, right? He admitted that we experience the Earth as flat, and he hasn't been up to see anything other than a flat Earth, which he experiences, and I experience, and you experience. But
Yeah,
they
but
tell us that because of the scale, we would just experience the Earth as flat. But when we take that scale into account and we do the calculations and we go out and empirically test to see if that curvature is there in reality, it's absolutely not there. So
yeah,
we're just presenting that information to people if they want to look at it.
but I think the scientist and astronaut is identifying is the Earth is globular, right? Or circle. Yes, I don't know how to say, but I think the scientists were prove it. Yeah.
Right. So, you know, somebody telling you that they went up to a place that you think exists, right? The vacuum of space in the 60s and the 70s, right? On a spaceship that looked like a tweaker shelter made out of curtain rods and gold foil. Sure, if you want to believe them that they went to the moon, go ahead. You know, I would suggest to look into that, right? That's not going to prove to you that the Earth's a globe or flat necessarily, but I mean, you know, it's always just going to be faith-based. I don't think that they went to the moon. Even if I was a globe earther, I would still call bullshit on the moon landings, for example. Now that doesn't mean that therefore the Earth is flat because America lied about going to the moon. And your other thing was just scientists, right? We've got scientists on our side as well that have actually done empirical testing. I would say pick any scientist in the whole world that you want to and show us what they did to validate that the Earth is actually a globe.
Yeah.
And what's the big deal about it? What's the big deal?
Well, it depends if you care about truth, right? If you care about where you live, the nature of reality. I would say, you know, the shape of the Earth doesn't necessarily matter.
What comes after? Like, why?
What comes after?
First off, why the lie? Why would they lie that the Earth is round? What is the point with saying that? Like, what is the point?
Well, I didn't claim anyone was lying about it. I mean, who are you talking about when you say they are lying?
Well, the sources that say that with science they've gone out to space and
well,
they
that's
saw
lying
that the Earth
about
is round.
That would be lying about space travel. That wouldn't be anything to do with lying about whether the Earth's flat, trying to cover
Well,
up,
whomever
a flat
teaches it,
Earth.
like the globe earthers, the
Yeah,
promoters.
they're not lying. They probably genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe because that's what they're paid to do. The university teachers, for example, they're paid to regurgitate the textbook information to the students, right? That's why they got the job
And
because they're the
why the globe? Who decided that it's a globe and why?
Well, it's an interesting, it's interesting to look into the history of how the Earth was mistakenly, thought of as a globe.
It was a mistake.
And
It was a mistake.
well,
This is what you're saying.
I don't know for sure. It seems like a mistaken coordinate system to me, but there could have been nefarious, right? There could have been people doing it on purpose, but I wouldn't be able to go back and prove what people's potential motives were. Hey, giggly girl, it's not going to work out well if you keep doing that.
All right, so you say that reality is that the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now what?
But
like,
yeah.
you know the Earth is flat. Now what happens? What's the magical part?
Why would there have to be some magical part?
I don't know. Like, is there
Well,
anything
you can.
after saying, okay, the Earth is flat? Now I
Yeah,
imagine that
yeah.
I'm in a flat Earth. I imagine because I cannot prove it because I can't go up to space and
Well,
see
you
it.
don't need to go up to prove it, right? You can prove it by measuring the surface of the Earth, which is mostly covered in water. Okay, so you can validate that the Earth is not a globe and that the surface of water doesn't
All right,
curve
and then
without.
you're in this flat Earth. Okay, the Earth is flat now. Okay,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
the Earth is flat. Okay, now
Yeah.
the Earth is flat. I'm living on a flat Earth. Everything is flat, super flat Earth. What now?
Mm-hmm. Well, now you know that the
What
Earth is
now?
flat, right? Now you can probably think of a whole bunch of different reasons why it might be important. Okay, that would be different for each individual person, but no
And
flat earther will
is
tell
there
you
like
that.
is it
Well,
flat
I'm trying to
and
answer
it's
your
like
question. I'm trying to
oh,
answer
it's
your
okay, but
question.
you answered it already. What
No,
else
I
can you say
didn't. I
about?
actually, well, a whole bunch more, right? But you seem like you're upset for some reason. I don't know. I don't get it.
No, I am curious. I want to know the
Okay,
nature
but
of this
then,
flat Earth.
right, but then you ask a question, and you know,
That's what I'm
I get
about to
I
do.
get I get 1% into my response, and then you start interrupting me.
Because I'm thrilled. This is a very interesting. I want to know like what is the
Well,
Earth
why would you
standing on,
interrupt while I'm
or if it's
answering you?
floating.
If you actually want to know, why would you
Because
interrupt
you
me
were
while I'm
going on
answering?
a tangent. You were going on a tangent.
Oh, well,
I
sorry, it's
feel.
not a question that could be answered in one sentence. Maybe you would have to wait a few sentences. If you call that a
No,
tangent.
you answered it. I felt like you completed the answer
Oh,
once
really?
you said the
What
first
was the
three
answer? What
sentences.
was the answer?
I literally don't remember now. Do you
Yeah,
remember what we were
exactly,
talking
because
about?
you're
Do you
barely even
remember
listening.
what we were talking about? Tell me.
Yeah, I remember. You were asking me what would change? What would it matter? Now the Earth's flat.
Yes.
Okay, now what
Yes.
would change? And then as soon as I began to answer, you interrupted me. And you don't even remember what the question was.
No, I did. I was like, I'm on this super flat Earth now. What? And then you started
Right.
talking.
And then I
You
started
started talking
talking,
about
and as soon as I
other
started
stuff.
talking, you started talking because you didn't really want the answer.
I did, but you answered it
But you don't even remember what the answer was.
because it was a broad question. Like, okay, now we're in flat Earth. What now? And you were
Yeah,
like, well, now you
now you
can
can
live
stop living a
life.
delusion. Now you can stop thinking that you on a ball spinning through space.
Right.
And now maybe you can start thinking more critically about things that you get told. You
No,
know, and
because
things that are
one
claimed as
question brings
fact.
another. You
Okay,
know how
what's your
this
next
works?
question? Yeah, I
It
know
works
how
like
it
this.
works.
I have my mental representation that the world is round. All my life I've been building it. It makes sense physically, physics, and all of that. And now you say, no, look, the Earth is flat.
Mm-hmm.
So now I've got 3,000 questions. You know,
Okay.
like for example,
Right.
where is this Earth, this flat Earth? How does the gravity work in this flat Earth? Where is the center of gravity?
The center of gravity. Well, I mean, there's 80 something theories of gravity. So which type of gravity are you referring to when you
Because
say gravity?
in the vision of the round Earth, the Earth is just like a round object, just as the sun, the moon, all the stars are like suns. They're stars. Then you have planets, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have moons, which are like objects that are smaller than planets.
Yeah,
And
yeah. We already know all of this.
as the scale goes to a smaller mass, the gravity decreases. So if you're in a really small moon, you jump and you are going way up because the
Yeah.
gravity is weak. The
Right.
bigger the planet, the more gravity, right? And it's all pulling
Right.
towards the center of the sphere, and you can walk around it, you know, because it's pulling towards the center where all the mass is collapsing onto, and this bends space-time, right? And the
Okay.
gravity accelerates you to the center of the Earth. You're accelerated
Yeah,
towards the
yeah.
center of the
We
Earth.
already
That's
know
why.
all of these arguments, right? So
Okay.
we were all
Okay.
globe earthers as well, and we've studied the globe.
No,
You
no.
know,
I'm just
more than
telling you
most
how the
globe.
round Earth mentality works, and now
Yeah,
you can,
so
for
you're
example,
kind of
explain.
you're mixing Newtonian with Einsteinian gravity at the moment.
No, no, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You're claiming mass attracting mass, and then you're kind of blending that in with the bending and warping of space time.
No, no. I was saying that the more mass, okay, and not only the more mass, but also the concentration and density of this mass is what affects gravity. Okay?
Oh, okay, cool. Well, we could easily debunk that the Earth's a globe using
It's all right. It's all right. I'm
that
just
argument.
asking, how does your gravity work? Because in this theory, it's very elegant because you can go from the Earth to the moon or other planets, Mars, whatever, and like they have their own gravity, you know. So it's like it's not like the Earth is this weird thing that it's the only, you know, has the monopoly on gravity, and the sun and the other and the moon are just floating about, and they don't have their own, you know,
Yeah,
gravitational
it's a
pull.
cool story. Yeah, it's a very cool story, you know.
But what is your cool story? That's what I want to know. What is the cool story of flat Earth? What does it
Well,
say
the
about all
cool
of this?
story is that
You're not telling me anything.
what do you want to know specifically about? You know, I was just
Gravity.
asking you about
Gravity. How does gravity
gravity.
work? Why?
What is
Yeah.
what do you where does gravity come from? What do you think gravity is?
I'm just
Where does it
asking
come
you.
from?
Can't you tell me?
No, okay. I think gravity, as claimed on the globe, is absolute pseudoscientific bullshit, and you don't have any scientific experimentation to prove the cause of the effect. Sure, we can see the effect, right? We can see an effect. We can agree that things will fall at 9.81 meters per second squared in a vacuum, for example. Okay, but if you want to claim the cause of the effect to be the bending and warping of space-time, that's when you're getting into conceptual mathematical concepts, basically. So we don't believe in pseudoscience. Okay, we can validate why things will go up, why things will go down, right? Just
I can give you a
simply.
very simple explanation of it.
Yeah,
It's
but we're not
not
interested.
too convoluted.
We already know the explanations. We're
Yeah,
interested in
you can even not
validating.
mention the space. You can avoid mentioning the bending of space-time if you want, because
Yeah, okay.
there are certain
So
things
you
that
need
are
to
very
leave
clear,
out the
which is
things that cause it. So you're
the
going to leave out the cause
density
of
and
the.
mass of the object, the density and
Oh,
mass of the
okay.
object.
Oh, okay, cool. Right. So that means that the
Yeah.
water would be curving at a specific rate over the surface of the Earth because everything would be pulling towards the center of mass.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can easily just go and test that, and we've done so, and it's not doing that.
Test what? Test what?
For the curvature of the surface of the water due to gravity. Right, so gravity would be pulling everything towards the center of mass. They tell us the size of the globe, so we can then calculate, okay, over a 20-mile distance, there should be about 266 foot of curvature over that distance over the surface of water, which covers over 70% of the claimed globe, right? So we can go and test for the byproducts of that curvature very easily. It's something we all have access to. We have amazing technology now, so it's very easy to go and test for the curvature.
It's very difficult for you to just explain what gravity is, right?
Yeah, it's very difficult for you to explain what gravity is, right? Because you had to leave out the claimed cause of the effect, which is the bending and warping
Very
of
intuitive. It's very
space-time.
intuitive. Like it's very intuitive. Just imagine this. You have like this space, okay?
Imagination.
Yeah, just imagine this 3D space.
Just
Okay?
imagine.
And within this, you don't have. Do you not have the capacity to form images in your brain? This is something
No,
that
no.
exists.
I already know
That's what I
your
mean.
imagination. Like, I already know these imagined mathematical concepts that you don't have any scientific backing for, right?
Dude,
It's
you can imagine. You can
pseudoscience.
imagine how like
Yeah, but
you're
we're
in a
not
room
about
in your house.
imagination.
Imagine
We're not about
you're in a
imagination.
room in your house. You're in a room in your house, right?
Yeah.
You're some place in your house right now. If you think of
Okay.
like the rooms like two doors down, whatever down the corridor, you're not there right now. You're imagining it in your mind. You know, this is imagination. You're imagining all the people that you know. If you
No,
think about them,
I can go and confirm that it's
you're seeing
there.
them in your mind. That's imagination. Do you
Yeah,
understand?
I don't need you to teach me what imagination is. We're looking for the
Okay, so
curvature
I'm
that
not talking
you
about like
think should
some
exist.
trippy land
You
of
just yes,
magic
you are.
and
Yes, you
not
are.
reality. No,
You're
I'm
talking
just
about
explaining
bending, and you're
how we
talking
make
about
models of
space-time
reality in our
fabric.
mind. We make models of
Right.
reality in our mind.
Right, and
You know?
models aren't reality.
It's like saying, imagine that you have a drop of water on top of a marble, okay, marble counter on the kitchen, and you approximate to it another drop of water. They merge. Boop. Can't you see it in your mind?
Yeah, and then you
That's
can
a
go
real
test
effect
it.
that happens in reality. It's a real effect that happens in reality.
Right. So you can go and
Can't you
test it.
see things in your mind?
Yeah, I can see things in my
Well,
mind,
so
right?
then
And
shut
then
up
I can
and
see
let me proceed with
unicorns.
the
I
explanation.
can see unicorns floating around in my mind and
Yeah, but that's
magical
bullshit.
fairies. Yeah, so
But
is
that's
your
bullshit.
gravity. So is your bending and warping space-time globe bullshit. Gravity, that's bullshit too, just like the unicorns.
You don't even allow me to explain it. That's how
No, we already know the
sectarian
explanations.
this place is.
Yeah,
It's sectarian. This place is a
dude, you're
cult.
just coping right now. So this is all we're doing is we're asking you to back
No,
up your
you're
bullshit,
silencing me. You're not allowing me to explain.
no, we don't want explanations. We already know the
You
explanations.
said at the beginning of the conversation that you want explanations here.
No,
What are you talking about?
I did not say that. I said we don't want explanations. We want
Come on, man.
validations.
Come on.
Come on, man. Dude, you're having a meltdown. That's what you're doing.
I'm
You
not
can't
having a
back
meltdown.
up your
You're the one having a meltdown.
No, we don't want explanations. I'm telling you right now, explanations don't mean shit, right? We want scientific experimentation. We want measurements. We
When
want
you start
empirical
talking
evidence.
about the flat Earth test that you want to conduct about measuring the curvature,
we've done that.
While you're explaining it it to me right now, it lives in the realm of words and imagination. You're not doing it.
Oh, you want to
understand?
see it? You want to see the tests? Because we can back
Well,
up
there
what
are
we're
tests
saying.
of everything. I don't care. But when
Okay,
you're
so show me
explaining it to
show me
you're
the
talking-
test of the things that you claimed. Show me your tests of curving water due to gravity.
Did I ask you?
Huh? Yeah, I can back up everything I claim with empirical evidence. You are just going to keep repeating explanations as if explanations are some kind of facts.
I don't know what like there are like countless. Just Google it.
Oh yeah, just Google it. That's you know how often we hear that. Oh, there are millions of all of these empirical experiments, and when we ask you to provide
you're
one,
asking something
just
that is
Google
very
it.
stupid. It's very stupid. It's like
yeah, we
when
know
you
it's
think
stupid.
Of,
We're asking you
of some.
We're asking you to empirically validate something that's really stupid.
Imagine you think of some object of some product that you'd say, oh, it would be cool to
imagination
have.
land. You live in La La Land, dude.
No, you're not. You're not allowing me to make a point. You're not allowing me to make a point. You're a fucking noob.
Dude, you're the noob, bro. You can't back up
You're
anything you're
noob.
claiming. Yeah, you're coping, right? You're just another
coping
glober.
I'm going to allow you to speak so that then you allow me to speak because you're just so unpolite.
Yeah, but you just want to.
And I'm going to let you speak. Just go on, speak.
Oh my god,
I'm
have a
meltdown. I'm going to respect
okay,
you, and I'm going to allow you to speak.
Okay, so when we go out and test for the curvature of the Earth, we can calculate precisely how much curvature there should be over X distance. We can then go and test that. Oh, see, you're not here in good faith, right? You just want to cope
I'm telling you that I don't give a
your
fuck
mantra
about those
because you're in a globe cult. Oh, it's a fake experiment now. You haven't even seen the test, and all of a sudden you're calling it fake.
Okay, but talking about something else, this doesn't interest me.
Yeah, you want to talk about space fantasies, don't you?
No, I don't want to talk about space.
Well, what do you want to talk about then? You don't want to see the empirical evidence. You say it's fake before you've even seen it. That's bad faith. So what do you want to talk about? Imaginations? Imaginary bending, warping space-time fabrics?
Explain what I was trying to say.
Diamond rain on Uranus? You want to tell me why it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune? You want to talk about space fantasies?
No, not space fantasies. I just want to make a point that takes me 20 seconds.
You just want to whine. You just want to complain about flat earthers. That's all you're going to do. Go ahead and
of explaining something.
More explanations. More explanations, right? Okay, go ahead with your explanations that you can't back up.
You can't shut your little mouth, can you?
You're a fairy. Go ahead with your fairy story, your fairy tale, fairy.
Okay.
Go on, share everyone.
Yeah, let's say that I want to buy a certain object, which I don't know if it exists for a certain purpose. Okay? If this object doesn't exist, it means that I could invent it. I could be the first person to invent it, Most of the times in this world, things are invented. Someone thought of them before, right? So when I tell you, Google some experiments, what I'm saying is this is something that obviously exists and I even know that they exist, these experiments, and you can go and search them yourself.
Okay.
Can you post one?
Yeah.
Because we've been here for 10 years and I've never seen one. So could you post it, please?
It's not my fault that you're living on this echo
No,
chamber.
no. If you want to make a claim, you need to support your claim with evidence. We've been here for 10 years. We've talked to people that are far more intelligent than you. No one has ever brought forth any evidence. So if you have evidence, let's just put this to bed and you can post it in the side chat.
Just Google it, bro.
I think it should be the other way around. You should be begging
Yeah,
at
but
my feet to enlighten you on this
Wow,
subject.
you're
You
so
shouldn't be
you're
we
proving
should be
anything.
begging at your feet, dude. You're a clown, right? You're just a clown, right? You've come in here unarmed with any arguments. You
Yeah,
don't have any
yeah.
evidence to present, and you don't know any of our
All right.
arguments. And now you've found yourself in
Right.
this position.
Yes.
Where you're cornered and you don't have any ammunition. You don't even want to see the
Bro,
empirical
I'm not,
evidence.
I'm not
You
even.
said that
I'm not even fighting here. I'm not even fighting. This is a joke.
okay. Wow. So you said that our tests were bullshit, and you hadn't even seen them. Can you see the hypocrisy there?
I know your tests. I'm not a.
Oh, really? Which test do you
an
know?
newbie
Which?
on this. I've
Oh, really?
interacted with
So,
plenty of flat earthers. I know you. I know you well.
so you're a
Chill.
coping anti-flat earther. Yeah. Wow. That explains why you're so emotional when you
Oh,
come
I'm not
in here.
anti. I'm not
So
anti.
name
I'm not anti.
name one
In fact,
test that
I
I was
think you
going to
guys might
present.
be doing a good job for humanity. You know, dumbing down the population, making it easier
Can
for
you try to stay on
intelligent people.
topic? It's not about your feelings or your
He just came
imagination.
in.
Yeah,
He
you
just
said
came in to whine, just
I
to whine
know.
about flat earthers.
I thought you brought up a good question. Magnanimous, which is the most ironic username ever, considering your personality. Can you present or tell us one of the laser tests that you know is fake, or present evidence for the globe? Yeah, giggle.
No, I found it funny
No, you
that
need to.
you compared
I
my
don't really
name
care
to
what
my
you.
personality.
Yeah, well, it's ironic, isn't it? So, can you present some
Yeah, it
evidence
is.
to
Kinda
support your
is. Kinda
claims,
is. I saw your angle there.
address the laser test that you specifically have seen that you say is fake? You have to
Right.
get on topic one way or another. You have to address
Right.
the actual topic of the room. This isn't just a platform for you to whine.
Let me puff some. Let me
No,
take some
we're
drugs
not
out of
doing
my
that.
weed. Let me
Okay.
take some drugs out of
So
my
you
weed.
don't
Wait.
have anything? Is it time for you to go? Do you need a nap?
Yeah, usually around
I
this
sleep well
stage
at
they
night.
start turning into degenerates, right? He's gonna start talking about all sorts of shit that we.
I'm not gonna degenerate,
I mean, we
brother.
hear
You just started it.
yeah,
You
you
just
probably
started
are,
Don't
to.
but
think I'm that low. I'm not
we
that
hear
low.
100 times a day Globers claiming that there's tons of evidence available, yet no one has ever been able to produce some. So if you're the guy, then go ahead and produce it.
No one, right? No one at all. That's incredible.
No, no one at all. That's correct. That's
Yep.
why we're flat earthers. That's
Yeah,
correct.
you're just another
You're starting to
pretender.
get it now.
Just another pretender here to whine about flat earthers.
Yeah.
Because it goes against your cult. Because you're a globe cultist.
So you said that it was a confusion that
Are you
the
going to
Earth,
post
the
evidence
globe
or not?
Earthers exist.
Are you going to
And now
post
you're saying
evidence
it's
or
a
are you just
cult.
going to talk? Are you going to post evidence or are you going to just talk? Or keep hitting the bong,
Yeah,
That's
keep
fine
hitting the
too.
bong, buddy.
Are you going to
Hey, relax.
Are,
Relax.
are you going to No, we don't have to relax. I want you to post some evidence
You're on
and then we'll
edge. You're on
relax.
edge. You're too on edge. You're in like an edge queen.
Dude,
Relax.
take another hit. Take another hit and try to present some
Okay, I
evidence to
will.
us.
Okay,
Okay.
let me
name, dude.
let me
Honestly,
see
you're
if
a dick.
if this hit enlightens me. Maybe the weed will give me
I
the
highly doubt that
knowledge.
that anything's going to help you at this point. But if you can post some evidence, we'd love to see it. If you can't, then what's the point in talking to you?
Just hang on. Hang on.
Yeah, hang
Okay.
on. Maybe the drugs will help.
Portal God, you keep lighting up. I don't know if you wanted to talk or if you're just hot micing.
Oh, there we go. In with peace, out with stress.
That's right. Repeat it a couple of times for me, please.
Dude, I'm fine. I can back up everything I say with empirical evidence. You're the one that doesn't have anything
No,
to
I was
present.
asking for the breathing script that you just said.
I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
think he
it's
can
Wim
stay on
Hof.
topic.
It's
Maybe.
Wim Hof script. It's fine.
I just
That's
wanted you
funny.
to say, inhale
Okay,
peace
Magnanimous. I just want to hear you
and
say out loud, I have
exhale the
nothing to support my
stress.
claims. Yeah, you have nothing to
What?
support your claims. We're all aware of that. And you're
Okay,
coping, and
okay,
that's okay.
I agree with you. I agree with you. We're gonna carry on with this conversation with some facts backing up my claims. Okay, but first,
No, not
please
first.
allow
Not
me
first.
to
There's already
take
been
in
a
a deep
whole
breath.
lot of first.
I need to
We're done with
relax.
the
I need to
first.
relax.
We're done with the first.
No.
Put up or shut
Let's
up. I
all
don't want
take
to
a
hear your
deep
voice
breath now.
anymore. I
Yeah,
don't
so
want to
you're
hear
not
anything from
gonna
you. Yeah.
you're not gonna control the conversation, Magnanimous, or whatever the hell your name is.
Relax.
So this is what's gonna happen, right? You're gonna look at our evidence, or you're gonna present evidence of your own. If you just waffle on with bullshit, I'm just gonna mute your
No, I
ass.
just need to breathe in and out a couple of times, please.
Yeah, so
Please
Yeah,
allow
do
me.
it quietly. Right, do your
Okay, let
breathing.
me
Do
do
your
it,
breathing.
please. Just give me a second, please. Give me a second.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to just provide. Yeah, I mean, we don't need to provide a
Okay, I'm
platform
gonna
for every
remove my headphones
ignoramus.
just for a second because I need
All
to
right.
calm down.
All right, let us know in the side chat. Let us know in the side chat when you've got evidence prepared and ready to present. Welcome, Luke.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
So you're the ones who believe that Earth is flat, or that one called Magnanimous, or I don't know.
We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're saying that when we go out and empirically test the surface of water, it's not curving. Right? We're testing the people that are claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're testing to see if their claims actually match reality. Right? Some people think we live on a big spinning space ball that's covered in oceans on the outside of the spinning space ball inside a big giant vacuum of space, right? And we're just testing to see if that's true or not. And when we test it, it turns out that it's not true.
I don't know, guys, but if you believe in a religion like
Nothing to do with religion. Nothing to do with religion. This is to do with testing the surface of water to see if it's curving or not. Zero religion required. Well, that was an easy one. All right. So you're back. We're gonna unmute you. Hopefully you're a bit. All right. Hopefully your butt is not as sore right now.
I'm relaxed now.
Oh, congratulations. Welcome to our level. All right.
I was muted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
No, it's all right. It's all right.
Okay, so I want to ask you a question. How come you hand-wave dismissed evidence before it was presented?
I thought the conversation had devolved into just ego.
No, I was trying to
fight.
I was trying to show empirical evidence, and you said it was bullshit before you'd even seen what it was.
Okay.
Can you see how that might be taken as bad faith?
No, yeah, I mean, as I told you, I thought it had devolved into an ego, ego fight or something like, you know what I mean?
It just all right. So look,
when people throw out logic out the window and they just start like trying to win from another level. I thought it had
No.
transformed into that. I thought
No,
like the
no.
conversation devolved
Well,
into a chimp fight or something.
Yeah, not really, dude. Right. So basically, I'm just trying to get to the core of the issue. With is the surface of the Earth curving, or is it not? Would you agree with this logic?
I'm gonna
right?
play.
If
I'm
you
gonna
like
play
logic,
the role. I'm gonna play the role.
How about you just be a real person?
No, I'm
Just
gonna
have a
play the
real
role of
person.
of the kid that is learning. Like, just teach me how you find out that the Earth is flat. Enlighten me.
Okay.
I won't
All right.
judge. Yeah.
All
Just
right.
tell
All
me.
right. Sure. Okay. So we take a known distance over the surface of the water, preferably, as the land has elevation changes. Water would be good because water is level. So if we take a known distance and we calculate exactly how much curvature would have to be there if the Earth was a globe, and then we can use different methods to test to see if that curvature is there. And after we test, we repeat, and we repeat, and then we repeat some more until we come to a conclusion. Okay, so one example would be a test done by a guy named Dr. John Dee, who's a very smart guy, PhD in optics, in spectrophotometry, and he took a bunch of his laboratory equipment and he tried to go out and debunk flat earthers and prove that the surface of water is actually curving over distance. Now, after numerous tests that he conducted, he unwillingly became a flat earther because he wasn't able to find the curvature of the Earth. He documented his tests very well. Okay, he has taken the variables into consideration, and he's repeated the tests. So we can present tests that he's done. We can present. We actually have a huge amount of tests that we can show you, and we can validate that the surface of the Earth isn't curving. The surface of water is not dropping over distance. Now, after you look at the tests, right, you don't even have to believe them. If you want to, you can actually go out and repeat any of these tests yourself. So it doesn't require faith, it doesn't require trust or anything like that. Anyone can go out and test it for themselves if they want to, say that our tests are bullshit or something like that. So does that make sense, that if we were to test for the curvature that must be there, and it's not there consistently, the Earth couldn't be a globe? Hello?
Hello.
I asked you a question. Hey. Did you hear the question?
Yeah.
What's your answer? If we can confirm that the surface of water isn't curving over distances where it must be curving by a certain amount, that would basically falsify the claim that the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. If you could prove it, yeah.
Yeah. So, this has been done. And we have the tests, and we're happy to present the tests. And once again, if you're not happy with the test, you're more than welcome to go out and, do your own tests. But these tests have, been done very well. There are bad flat Earth arguments out there. There are tests that have flaws.
Excuse me, I lost
sides.
connection for a moment. I
Okay.
accidentally connected on the computer where I didn't have my headset connected.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. So,
yeah.
right, if we could repeat the tests and show that the surface of water isn't curving, that would basically negate all of the heliocentric arguments, because the core necessity for the Earth to be a globe will have been debunked.
Right. Yeah, if you could prove it, yeah, I said yes because that's obvious. If you can prove it, that's obvious. But what we're talking about is that just as the globe earthers can fake their stuff, I guess anyone can fake it, even flat Earth experiments. How do we make sure that the flat Earth experiments are real?
Well, you can go and if you don't think that they're real, I mean, firstly, you could watch the test, right? The entire things are recorded from start to finish and also live streamed, right? The one that I'm talking about right now, done by Dr. John Dee. Okay, he live streamed the entire thing. So people couldn't say that it's been faked because it was literally done via live stream. And anyone was invited from the globe side to go and witness the test, and then afterward to go and repeat the test. So, I mean, if you look at the footage, if you look at the video, it's all in high definition, it's all recorded. You know, you can double check the coordinates, you can double check the weather data, you can double check all of these things yourself. And then if you wanted to go and repeat the test yourself, you could also do that. So it's something that, how about this, right? If the test wasn't faked, right, and you look at the variables of the test, would that be a problem for the globe?
If I were to like, I could, like, according to the round Earth. Okay, we know the radius of the Earth roughly, right? So you could calculate the you know, the circumference, right, at the center of it or whatever, you know, like.
Yeah, that's what we're testing
And
for. We're testing to see
yeah,
if the radius,
yeah,
circumference,
and
diameter.
you could calculate the arc over a certain distance, yes, and you could, like, try to see an object from far away at the surface level in the ocean. Yes.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
many, you know, we could do it from surface level, we could do it from airplanes, we could do it from the tops of mountains. Yeah, all of these things have been done. It's been repeated and repeated over and over and over again with the same result each time. As in, we can't find the curvature that would have to be there if the radius value was, as claimed, was correct.
You talking to me?
No.
I don't know.
Well, hold on. Who's this? Someone's hot micing.
I think that there are plenty of images of boats going over the horizon.
Right, but I have very specific tests that take the variables into account. Now, boats over the horizon is one of the easiest and one of my favorite arguments to go over. So, if say a certain situation, we see the bottom of a boat missing, and then the globe earther will assume, okay, the reason that the bottom of the boat isn't visible is because it's being blocked by the curvature of the Earth. Okay, that would be a claim. And now you would need to take the confounding variables into account to make sure that the cause of the effect is actually the physical curvature of the Earth. So we would have to know a few things, right? What's the height of the camera? What are the weather conditions? What distance is the boat? Right? What are the ocean swells doing on that particular day? And what's going on with the refractive conditions? This kind of thing. So, I mean, if you had an observation where they had taken these things into account, and it matches up with the globe, and then it had been repeated and it's consistent, then that would be great evidence. But every single one that I've ever seen, and there are only a handful of examples, right? They haven't taken the confounding variables into account like we have in our tests. For example, we can see boats that are 20, 30 kilometers out into the ocean, and we can track the exact distance to the boat. We can validate the observer height. We can validate the ocean conditions, the weather conditions, etc. So, I mean, boats, we can recreate a boat disappearing on a flat surface on a small scale very easily, just by adjusting the temperatures in the room. Right? Even according to mainstream optics experts, even on the globe side, sinking refraction exists, right? Which is literally defined as the bottom of something appearing like it's obstructed behind the horizon, such as a boat. We can take time-lapse footage and see that those effects actually mitigate as the weather conditions change as well. And then all of a sudden, a boat that's anchored out in the ocean that looked like the bottom was missing can now completely be seen. We can test it, like I said, on a smaller scale, and we can adjust for the confounding variables, which would be the vertical temperature gradient. And we can make the bottom of something disappear bottom up. So bottom up obstruction isn't necessarily something that's exclusive to a globe.
Right.
But I would say that the laser test by Dr. John D, the one that I'm talking about that was live streamed and has a lot of information that goes along with it, actually debunks that the boats over the horizon argument as well, because it's done over a distance of 15.3 kilometers or 15.6 kilometers, which is about 10 miles. So the horizon should be at, about 2 miles away. That's what the physical horizon should be.
Well, but if you go up distance upwards, right, you see further away.
Yeah, if we go up a distance, then the horizon should be further away. So we can calculate and say, okay, now we're at, a certain height, a certain altitude, and then we can do the calculation based off that altitude.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got, observations that have been done anywhere from a few inches above the surface of the water all the way up to 40,000 feet using infrared cameras on planes and being able to see mountains that should be hidden by miles of Earth curvature. And I just wanted to add as well, I appreciate the less aggressive conversation that we're having now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we've got all of the data to present. If you did want to see it, happy to go over it in detail. And you could have a look at it. You could say, okay, maybe if you were to take it on good faith that it's not fake, would that be a problem for the globe? Yes or no? And then if you wanted to, you could actually go out and do your own testing, which is what I did because, like you, maybe I thought this was the most ridiculous topic ever when I first heard about it, and I just happened to live on a giant lake in Australia, one of the biggest saltwater lakes in Australia, and I was, able to go and easily do my own testing just to confirm it for myself.
Right.
So.
Right.
Right. Well, I gotta jump on mute for a bit because I got some work to do. Let us know if you want to see any of the tests. Maybe not the tests that you thought you'd seen. We've got some really, really well done ones because there are some shitty tests out there. There are some shitty flat Earth arguments out there, and we're more than happy to, admit when we make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes every now and then. Certain globe earthers, certain flat earthers make terrible arguments. And this is just something that happens when you've got a large group of people.
Could I ask? I haven't been able to find Flat Earth Live on YouTube. Is that me, or is there some sort of problem with it? Does anyone know?
You have to go to the user in this conversation, which is called YouTube.
Yeah, that's my question. I go to YouTube.
Yeah,
and I don't
Ildiko,
find it.
can you see
Yeah.
the bot there at the
Where?
top?
Hold on.
YouTube bot 2. Doesn't look like we've got Helio's bot in here at the moment, just the Flatloid.
There's
Right.
Yeah,
a bot in
Helios
this
spot, I
conversation
guess, is the one. Yeah, Helios
called
spot is
YouTube.
the one that I was concerned over.
It's
That's down.
Flatloid posted, yeah, that it's down. The other one's down.
Oh, it
Oh,
is.
okay.
That's well, all right. Then it's not me. Okay, good. Good. Thank you.
Yeah, so magnanimous. Yeah, we've been recording these conversations 24 hours a day for the last 10 years or so.
Yeah. So is there any theory as to like this flat Earth, if it's floating in space or not?
Yeah, we don't think that the Earth is like a flat planet floating in space.
So what is it?
I'm not sure exactly what it is.
Believers or something.
Yeah, so I don't know. I would think of it kind of like the foundation of the system that we live in. I don't know the extent of it. I'm not claiming to know the shape or size of the Earth. We just measuring the surface to see if it's curving. And yeah, we definitely no flat earthers are claiming it's like a flat disk planet floating around in a vacuum. That would be kind of and I get why people think that, because they have been brought up their whole life thinking there's a big space vacuum and that there's all of these round planets.
But
And then they think
otherwise, it would have to be standing on something that never ends. It's like a ground that goes forever, or what?
no idea. The deepest hole is 7.6 miles deep. Nobody knows what happens underneath that, without making a bunch of assumptions.
Isn't it connected to like the magma that comes out of volcanoes that exists underneath or something?
Well, yeah, lava tubes exist, but we don't claim to know exactly how deep the Earth is. Just because we don't know. If someone was to ask us something we don't know, we don't claim to know everything. We're not claiming to know exactly what is a star, for example. We're not claiming to know that. Just because we falsify the heliocentric model, it's not like we're going to have a replacement explanation for every single thing that the globe model claims. If something's too high for us to be able to test, it's going to fall into the speculation/assumption basket. If something's too far south for us to test or to reach, then that would also fall into the speculation category. And then there would be things that we do have direct access to here that we can test and test and test. And, that's what we would be able to make definitive claims about, because we can back our claims up.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, the way I sort of think about it is like that we live in a contained system of some kind, because we have gas pressure that we're breathing. And on a smaller scale, when we test, when we're using the ideal gas law, etc., a bunch of different gas laws, to have gas pressure, you need to have a container. And
Right.
And we can't have, right? Let's say we have a vacuum, right? An extreme low pressure system like a vacuum chamber. We can't have a high pressure system inside that extreme low pressure system without a physical barrier stopping entropy from taking place. And I would say that water, right? Water needs a container. We can't have water sticking to the outside of a, ocean sticking to the outside of a globe. Obviously, there are explanations for all of these things with gravity, etc. So we're all aware of the explanations, but being able to validate those explanations on a smaller scale, it's not possible. So we're left having to believe that this type of thing's not testable because the scale would have to be so large that we can't test for it. And it's essentially it's going to be having to have faith in the math, faith in the mathematical concept or model or whatever you want to call it. And then it does the opposite, right? On a smaller scale, we would say large bodies of water need a container. The water will conform to the shape of the container and the surface will be flat when at rest. And I like to think of it like, yeah, we live in a contained system. The world oceans you could think of like a large lake. The continents you could think of like islands within the lake. What's the extent of it? I don't think anyone has kept traveling south What would happen if you just say you were at the North Pole, magnetic north, and you went away from it? That would be south, and you would go away. And if you're on a globe, you would do a big circle around the globe, right? You would go over Antarctica, you would come back up around, and you would come back to where you started. And there you go. You've got your globe. But nobody's done that, you know. People have done east to west circumnavigations, no problem. Right? This is a big circle around the North Pole, essentially. This is possible on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. But what wouldn't be possible is just keep going south on a
What
flat
about
Earth,
like
right?
going like upwards, like from North America through the North Pole, and you end up like somewhere in Russia, you know? What about that?
Yeah, that would be possible on a globe or on a flat Earth. You know, you
On a
just
flat Earth, that's possible?
yeah, absolutely. You know, that we still have the place compasses point to, which is the magnetic north, and then you would just be traversing from, you know, say Alaska over to Russia, or you know, just basically, if you picture it like a big lake, like I was explaining, and let's say that the continents are arranged like islands in the
Do you have
lake.
a map of it? Do you have like, do you guys already have a map of it?
There are some flat earthers that do claim a map. I don't claim a map. I think that the map that they're using is it's a spherical coordinate system projection, like all other maps. You might have seen it. It's like a round map that has Antarctica going around the outside. It's
You
essentially
guys
it's
don't have like a map. Well, you don't have a map.
yeah, no, we don't
Alright.
have a complete map. In
Makes
fact, I
sense.
don't think anyone has a perfect map of the entire Earth that has been validated to be correct. What we have is coordinate system projections. We've got the WGS84 coordinate system, and then different projections of that. We've got the Mercator projection and the hundreds of different projections that have different uses. I don't think anyone's gone out and mapped out the entirety of the Earth on either side.
Interesting.
Yeah. And if we did present a map, you know, how would anyone validate the entire thing is correct? I mean, we've had people try to create maps based off of the path of the sun in combination with averaging out times of shipping routes and things like that, and coming up with a map. And we can present those, but I mean, how are you going to validate it to be perfectly correct? It's not going to be possible. And then all of the globe projections, you know, they all have distortions. I mean, they're basically projections based off a spherical coordinate system, which is based off the celestial sphere, which is a conceptual coordinate system. Not a you know, it's not like the sky is actually a sphere. It's a celestial sphere is it's like an imaginary, useful way to envision the sky so we can make a coordinate system out of it. And that's essentially, in my opinion, what the globe came from. It came from reverse engineering that coordinate system from the sky to the ground. And it's basically identical. So like the celestial poles became terrestrial poles, and the celestial equator became the terrestrial equator, and so on. So how, you know, basically latitude and longitude, that's where that came from. It's kind of interesting if you dig back deep into the history of how the globe Earth was claimed to have been, you know, discovered or created or whatever you want to call it. And a lot of people have a misconception. They think that a bunch of scientists or a bunch of very smart mathematicians and so on went out and physically tested it and measured the curvature of the Earth and validated it, that it's actually curving, it's actually a globe, and it's actually not the case. It's not what happened. It was you know, the first, without going into a long story about it, the first person was Pythagoras, that was claimed to have said that the Earth's a globe. And he reasoned that it's a globe through philosophical reasoning, and because he thought that the Pythagorean cult, right? They had basically a system where they thought certain numbers were divine and certain shapes were divine, and they thought the cosmos was like a big musical instrument. They had a bunch of really wacky beliefs, and they thought that spheres were the most divine shape, and that the divine creator must have made the Earth the perfect shape, which they thought was a sphere. So therefore, the Earth is a sphere.
Which it is, and that's marvelous. Such an elegant thing.
Yeah, and that's cool. That's what his friends probably said. Marvelous, Pythagoras. Yes, spheres are the most perfect shape, and the Earth must be a sphere. But then, look, we have amazing technology now. When we go out and test it, there's no curvature. The water isn't curving. So, I mean, if it's a sphere, we just want to see the empirical evidence that it's actually curving. And that's once you look into the tests that are being done, then you assume to yourself, oh wow, the globe earthers must have an equal or more amount of tests where they confirm that the Earth is curving, right? Surely they have laser tests and long distance observations and all of these tests that validate curvature empirically. But when you start digging in and searching for that, that's when you start to get very disappointed, and you realize that most of the globe's evidence is assumption based. It's calculations, it's mathematical, right? It's first make assumptions, then do calculations based off those assumptions. And then if the math checks out, then they think that that's evidence. But we need to make sure that those variables in the mathematics match up with reality, like the R value. Everything stems back to the R value. The entire cosmic distance ladder stems back to that radius value of the Earth. And everything, the distances. Yeah, go ahead.
I think the point I was making with how long is a flight from certain parts of North America, from Alaska, from the center, from the east. If you go over the top of the North Pole and the sides, it would give you certain speeds. And if you would have a round Earth, it would make sense because you would trace the distances and the times would make sense. Versus if you have a flat Earth, the map would look very strange if you did something similar.
Well, the map that you would be using of a globe is basically a spherical coordinate system projection. So the distances and the speeds are going to be calculated based off of that spherical coordinate system projection. So it's going to be internally consistent. But is that the exact distance and the exact speed that you were actually traveling? That's where it starts to get a bit questionable, right? Because the plane is calculating the airspeed based off the pressure of the air going over the wings, right? That's completely different to ground speed. The ground speed's going to be calculated using that coordinate system projection, and it's going to be based off of that. So it's going to be a calculated speed and distance based off a coordinate system, right? Coordinate systems aren't reality, right? The map's not the territory. So whether that distance is actually completely accurate or not, that's very difficult. Like planes are not measuring devices. You've got jet streams, you've got wind currents, and then the planes aren't just going in straight lines either. The planes are taking flight corridors and they're using waypoints, from, I forget the exact name.
Aren't they using GPS?
Yeah, which is using the same spherical coordinate system. So that's how the ground speed's going to be
I mean,
calculated.
it's based on like a number of satellites and the time it takes to communicate with the airplane. You know.
Well, it's based on getting readings. It's based on the GPS positioning. So basically, you're going to get a signal,
Which
and
it
then
works with
you're going to
satellites. You know that.
yeah, but this is where it comes into it. So the devices on the plane are going to have a particular coordinate system that it's going to be getting the data and transferring the data onto, right? And then the speeds are going to be calculated.
You deny the claim that the GPS global positioning system works with satellites because you do not believe that satellites exist, or do you believe
No,
they
I
exist?
never. Yeah, no, I believe they exist. Okay, but
Do you believe they
the
exist?
satellites are using an ECEF as its primary coordinate system, and then it's going to be sending
And,
that data.
and the satellites that move through space, like, and you can look at them and they look like a star that is moving, right? Because they reflect the sun. What?
Yeah, well,
like, they are not orbiting around Earth. They're just moving there, up there.
yeah, I'm not sure exactly how satellites work. Right? I think once you look into the technical claims about how satellites work, it's people that are experts on satellites even have trouble understanding. Right? It gets really, really technical. We've got a guy called Yoda. I don't know if he's listening or he's in here at the moment. But yeah, he's your satellite guy. You know, you're better off having a chat with him about satellites. You know, I must concentrate on learning about optics and that kind of thing. But with satellites, once again, we're using a coordinate system conversion, and everything's going to be internally consistent within the coordinate system.
I
Right?
think he
Whether
said in space, so
Mhm.
you might want to clear that up.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, yeah, I already explained to him that we don't think that there's a vacuum of space. So, you know, while I agree that satellites exist, I don't think that they're orbiting around a globe in space. Exactly what are they? Exactly how they work? We can't really validate that. We're just, once again, having to believe the story that we get told about them. We know that there are certain types of satellites that we can validate, you know, high altitude platforms, stratospheric balloon satellites, these exist. These we can
I
confirm.
think
These we
that
have. Look, basically, you know, my argument before was if we can validate that the surface of the water isn't curving, just
Right.
because you can see some lights up in the sky that we're being told a story about, that's not going to change the fact that that water isn't curving. It's not going to make it magically start to curve. So
It's
whatever's
okay.
happening with the satellites is happening above a flat surface that's being tested numerous times.
Earth isn't flat, it's triangle.
I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back, man. I'm just a bit busy doing some work at the moment, but I'm sure there's some other people in here that can have a chat.
If I might, I just would ask you, can you steelman some of the arguments that DJ made?
Can I what?
Can you steelman some of the arguments that DJ made for you? Like, why do we say that the Earth is flat?
Sorry, I had to mute myself.
Do you understand what I was asking you?
Yes, I heard you, but I was doing something, had to mute myself.
Okay. Was that something you could do now?
What?
Could you Are you able now to talk?
Yeah, yeah. You can talk.
Okay. So he spent some time with you, so I was wondering if you could repeat back to us why we say the Earth is flat and not a sphere.
Yes, excuse me. I'm gonna make a coffee and I will think about my answer.
Sounds good.
My coffee is ready.
Install is finished.
Yes, I agree with the endocannabinoid system stuff.
Yeah.
I'm back. Anyone want to continue the conversation?
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. You're Abdo? Abdo?
No. Yes, I'm Abdul. 555.
Yes. What's
What
up?
And
was the
you?
conversation about?
Well, the conversation is start now. We don't have a subject yet.
I wasn't talking to you, to the other guy.
Okay, where are you from, guys? ما يدروا مش كوبي هذا.
Um, what's going on here?
What's on your mind, bro? What do you want?
What's in my mind?
Yeah.
Well, it's a good question.
Sounds empty, bro.
It's an incredible accomplishment to empty the mind. Very hard.
Yeah.
Has everyone abandoned the flat Earth conversation now?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
You have any questions?
No, I know the Earth is flat.
What about you, Magnet? Believe you live on a globe? I'll take that as a yes.
What?
I asked you if you believe you live on.
Well, I mean, there's something about. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
There's something about like this whole flat Earth group and community and all of this. Is that something that I can't take away from you? Is the low expectations I have about you? You know.
Like what?
And I think that you guys really prove that confidence doesn't require evidence. So
Oh,
I think
really?
that's something admirable
That,
of you guys.
that's what you get from us. That's ironic, but I feel the same way about Globers. They come in here every day. Their confidence is in the roof, you know. So fucking confident that they're standing on a spinning ball until they get questioned about it. Then they don't even know the size of the moon or any distance or anything. Actually, it just turns out that they look at the same sky as we do, and that's their worldview. Yeah, I don't know. I think the confidence thing is probably on your side, I would say. I mean, my
But what
confidence comes
about?
from knowing that the
Yeah.
surface is measurably flat after doing my own tests and
Speak some more.
observations.
Speak some more now. Speak more.
Oh yeah, no, you could listen. Don't be an asshole, bro. Just hear me out. Trying to tell you my side of it, you know.
Explain. Elaborate in your idea. Elaborate.
Yeah, I try to. So, my confidence comes from knowing that the measure flat after test and observation myself.
Right.
That's why I can say it with confidence. I can't speak for anybody else. I know most people in here have the same experience, and I know for a fact that you don't have the experience since you sound the way you do. So
okay.
Yeah. But do you have any glow proofs? I mean, you sound so confident that it glows.
I love your enthusiasm. Now,
Thank you.
what I admire about this community is that you don't let common sense and logic get in the way. You know.
Okay. So, do you
You go
have any
straight to the point.
proof of the globe? Yeah, exactly. To the point. No fucking bullshit. No stories, no fairy tales, no feelings, just facts, bro. Simple as that. So, do you have any that support? Or is it just a belief you have that the Earth is round, spinning in massive vacuum, balls of fire surrounding it? No proof. All right. I'll rest my case. Go back on mute.
I mean, you have an incredible ability to miss the point, brother. Everything you say
But you can't even
is
focus on the subject.
completely panned out, like you go from one branch to the other. It's just it's
Measurably
incredible.
flat.
Like wow,
Really,
I don't know how you do it.
So, you're gonna keep projecting, or you're gonna bring a glow proof?
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
All right.
I understand that completely brainwashed optimism is a survival strategy, and I understand that.
Sounds like a bit of projection. So, so how about I just type some commands into the side chat here. FDAN, Control V, 3D, total waste time, and you can fuck off. There we go.
on the horizon, but be closer to you or further away.
I understand that. I mean, you could do people know, like, we know where the stars are. So I'm willing to bet maybe one day I could actually go out. There's a beach I go to sometimes, Solemntar Beach. You can see the stars sometimes. There's not very much air pollution here, so it's quite easy to see. We know. Do you agree that we know roughly the position of the stars in the sky relative to the Earth from using telescopes? That could be telescopes in space, telescopes on the Earth, from what we currently have. Do you agree
No,
that
that's
we
not
know
the way
roughly
they're
where the
mapped.
stars are?
No, the celestial sphere isn't mapped to a globe Earth. It's mapped to a point. That's observer centric.
So if I was an observer, though, you agree that with whatever knowledge of where the stars are that we have today, I would be able to tell where the
It's
star
where
is
it's
that
where
isn't
the
being destroyed.
stars. No, it's where the stars are in your view, not where they actually are. There's a big difference.
So I'm saying, if you think that we know where the stars actually are, or do you disagree with that?
Heck no. Nobody knows where a star actually is, dude. Not even close. Hey, let me help you out, friend. Not only let's just real quick. Not only do they not know where stars are, they don't know when stars are.
That's true. There's a lot of things that we don't know.
No, what I mean by that is that in their claim, the light that they're getting from the star is from the past.
Yeah, because light travels at a specific
Right.
speed.
So the idea that you haven't correct. So the idea that you know where a star physically is in the present is ludicrous.
With enough margin of
the only
error
thing you know
that we know it's roughly
no,
on the
there's
horizon.
no, dude. No, I'm gonna help you out. The only thing you know is where it is angularly in your field of view. So, for example, at any particular time, you might go to timeanddate.com or what's that other one, Solarium, and you're going to get an observer-centric based view of where the star would be in your field of view. That's all you're going to get. And so, if it says that the star is approaching, let's just say 1 degree in your field of view, then you're going to perceive that as being on the horizon. That doesn't tell you where the star is. It just tells you what the angle is that it's approaching you at.
Yeah, the light that is approaching. That's the whole point. The whole point was that, can the light reach us from at the horizon? Because you were claiming that the sun you can't see the sun.
Holy
on the
crap,
horizon.
dude.
That's what you were claiming.
Okay, just like in the result of the light poles going down, the light pole that's just approaching the horizon but hasn't yet disappeared before it goes into that zone where there's going to be like 30 light poles occupying the same angular space, but they're further away, which means they have more occlusion. Just because things appear to be on the horizon doesn't mean that something else that appears to be on the horizon, if you cast a ray out, you would intersect that object in three-dimensional space, dude. It's not how it works.
Okay, well, anyway, I've loved chatting with you, but I'm way out of my element here. I'm just not a very good debater, to be honest. So hopefully,
well, let me leave you with this. Brother. You may have heard, based on this idea about things setting in the horizon, you may have heard, well, if you see the sunset, you can get higher, and then you can see the sunset again.
Yeah.
Guess what? You can't do that with the stars. That's weird.
Okay.
It's almost like the stars and the sun don't follow the same rules. It's weird.
Or different layers.
They're much, much further away. But yeah, anyway, it's been great. Thank you for the eye-opening comment, I'll say.
Yeah, no worries, brother.
And I still believe in the globe Earth, but honestly,
just think, brother, we could have just listened to Maynard bleat over us for the last 10 minutes. That would have been awesome.
Yeah, I get what you're doing with like the people that come in here and just, disrupt everything. But I mean, maybe the reason he's doing that is because you muted him within 20 seconds. But if he's already got a history of doing this sort of thing, then yeah, I guess I kind of understand that. We need to have some actual people who know what they're talking about in here supporting the globe. I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about at all.
I think you guys should try to find the Globers that actually know what the proof is and bring them in here, because
We've been looking. I've been looking since 2013, so I haven't been able to find anything.
Like what I'm saying is that I'm just a guy, right? I don't actually work in any of these fields firsthand. So if we can get some people in here that actually have and who are globers,
We do.
that would
We
be a lot
do
better.
quite often. So, for example, we had an astrophysicist specializing in exoplanets on one time,
Yeah.
and he didn't even know the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder. So he was making claims about 16 by 16 pixel grids of colors that, it's like a little blue in the center, and then there's some light blue, and then some green, and of course these colors were added by the computer because it was mostly monochromatic. But they have certain sensors that decide what colors they add. And so he had like this 16 by 16 grid of pixels that was moving around, and he was telling us, you see that pixel moving is an orbit, and then I can calculate from that orbit that the density of the planet, and then maybe it has water or not. And we're like, dude, are you trying to tell me that from looking at that blob of pixels, you're going to tell me what the planet is in the center of that glob of pixels based on the way the pixels are moving? He goes, well, of course, because we can reverse engineer that from the orbits that we know locally, because we can reverse engineer that from this and from the way the sun moves and the distance from the sun to the earth. And then we asked him, well, okay, what's the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder? And he's like, I don't know. I'm like, well, that's the whole linchpin of these dimensions that you're claiming for the orbits. How come you don't know it? Like, this is the fundamental foundation of your entire enterprise that you're studying. Oh, I don't need to know that. I just need to know what I'm told about the pixels. Oh, I get it. So you're a schmuck.
Well,
You're
no
just
one can
showing
know
up to work,
everything at once.
punching your clock. No, the point is that these alleged experts, they don't know the fundamentals of their own paradigm of which they're making their conclusions. They're so far down the track of assumptions, they have no clue whether it's correct or not.
You can't know everything as a student. Like you kind of have to make assumptions that what people are
No,
telling
he's
you is right. Otherwise, you have
practicing,
to
dude. He's
independently
practicing
verify
in the
everything.
field. He's not a student. He's practicing in the field, dude. Supposedly being able to definitively say that this glob of pixels is actually a planet that may be habitable for humankind in 3079. Okay, so what I'm trying to just get to you is a lot of these people who people think know the answers, they themselves defer the knowledge of the fundamental fact off to some other field. They're like, well, I don't know. It's not my field.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you. A lot of people that are experts don't know what they're talking about. But if we can get people that actually do, like people who do know the fundamentals and basics, and there are people like that.
For example, there's
Anyway,
surveyors who come in and say they know the Earth's a globe, but they don't even know that they're overlaying their flat measurements onto an ellipsoid model. Go ahead and say your bye so we can let you leave.
Yeah, well, yeah. Hopefully, I don't end up on a globe destroyed by
Yeah, you should.
technological compilation.
I think you fail to realize, though, they're going to say the same thing that you do. They're going to say, we're all going to agree, right, that the sun is a star, the nearest star. They're going to begin from the same la la land you're talking about.
Yeah, but this is the problem, though. Like flat earthers can just say, "Well,
They're
what
not
if
going to have
that's not true?
special
Well, what if
info.
that's not true? What if that's not true?" Then you can
let
say
him
that
say his
indefinitely.
goodbyes already.
Like, there's a point where we do have some axioms that we have to agree with.
Sir, kid. Yeah, your cosmic ladder starts with the radius of Earth, and you guys don't have that yet. So you don't have a curved Earth. So we can't go on with the stories. They're just stories at that point. Flat Earth is measured flat. You just go out and do it.
What's that?
Flat Earth is measured flat.
Hey, you know what, Radwin? You just made me have an epiphany, bro. Follow my logic here. See if you understand this. So it's not simply that the Earth is a specific radius. It's that Venus is the same as the Earth. Remember? So basically, all the harmoniousness in the cosmic model relies on two balls being approximately the same size. Yeah, it's finally making sense, bro. It's all about two balls. It's all about balls, bro.
It's all about two balls. One's a little tiny bit bigger than the other.
All right, so this is some kind of pseudo-Freudian Jocasta complex nonsense, bro. I finally get it.
Okay, well, thank you for the discourse, everyone. Yeah, goodbye.
All right, do it this time. Actually leave, otherwise someone else is going to trap you.
Yeah, better.
Peace. Take it easy.
What is with the Australians and being fucking flat earthers? I genuinely don't get it.
Yo, who's this Foxtrot guy? What's going on, dude? You got a mic?
I got a mic. I was
How's
just
it going?
chilling. I was doing all right.
Haven't seen you around here.
No, I was just curious. I was checking in.
Big on the server, but not here often. I guess.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
I always see
Goblin.
everybody pile into these chats, so I didn't know what was going on. Are these live streamed?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And there's
live stream.
you're famous, dude. Say hi to mom.
Hi, Mom. Woo! Actually, I did have a question. What was there was like a daily, supposedly satellite pictures. I suppose you could take those from balloons, but like they're like NASA pictures of Earth from really high up, supposedly from a satellite or a ISS, I suppose.
No way to evaluate them.
Yeah.
We have no reference, right? We have no reference to even compare them to in our mind. Say, hey, this looks real, this don't look real.
Mm-hmm.
You'd either just believe them or don't believe them. That's really your choice.
Yeah. And even then, we have been, like, we can send cameras way up high either way.
Yeah, I mean, and there's also the inconsistency of the imagery that they get presented to us. I mean,
right.
I mean, for instance, ISS, which shouldn't see curved, is always showing a curved Earth. That's fine, because from that altitude, you're only supposed to see 3% of the Earth. But if you go to the Chinese space station, which is only supposed to be 20 kilometers lower, they show a flat Earth. So which one do we be? It's just impossible.
Mm-hmm.
All we can do is check here and see if what they depict in the pictures actually exists in reality. Because if someone showed you a picture like a, pink house in the middle of Times Square, you could drive to Times Square and see if there's a pink house there, right?
Yeah. Not everybody has a $1 billion rocket or something.
But that's not even it. It's like there's no way to even look. They could show us pictures in the Earth as purple. How would we know? We can't even. Like, you need some reference, right? Some reference to evaluate. Like if I showed you a picture, said, "Hey, this is a horse," right?
But you've never seen a horse before. Yeah,
if you've never seen a horse, you'd have no way to tell if that's actually a picture of a horse.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you had a verbal description of what a horse should look like, you wouldn't be able to really know. It could be a fucking zebra you're looking at. So there's a amount of faith that has to be taken. Now, what I say is, We know those pictures that show the Earth as a ball have to be fake for a simple reason that if we go like all those pictures, they show water of the world, the oceans are curving into a ball. So we should be able to go, just like I said with the Times Square example, we should be able to go to the ocean or some body of water and measure that curvature that they say exists.
And you just don't see it.
I didn't say, well, I mean, you don't see it, but you also can't measure it. Like, it's not measurable. Like, if you take a laser, right, and you shine it across some distance,
right?
You measure the height of the laser along its distance should get higher and higher and higher because the Earth should be curving down and away. So, for example, if you have a laser, I'll use miles, right? So if you had a laser and you start at 10 feet off the ground, off the water, you shine 25 miles. At the other end of the 25 miles, that laser should be 440 feet in the air.
Yeah. What about that isn't
the Earth curves
measurable?
that much? I mean, people just like don't realize that on a straight line in the distance, right, the z-axis, the Earth is an exponential curve. It's supposed to be an exponential curve. It should be easily measurable. Not hard to measure, easy to measure. It should be simple. It's 66 feet a drop in 10 miles. That's a 6-story building.
Yeah, that really is a lot.
And it gets worse. Like 100 miles, it's something like 6,000 feet.
Is that the exponential part?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the Earth is curving down, right? So it's just like curving down like I think you had the quarter of a ball, right? And you draw the tangent line. That curve down to like the equator is an exponential curve.
Hey, Foxtrot, I'll send you something in the chat to corroborate that, just to get a visual.
I mean,
I don't know if you can see. Can you see the? Oh yeah, you can see the live stream. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I mean, I agree with you there. I'm
What's
not
that?
not a glober. Oh yeah,
Right.
that's
Well,
that
the
Chinese
reason,
picture.
but the reason we harp on the curvature thing is for a couple reasons. And people, I mean, I think people that oppose us don't like it because they want to talk about the sun, moon, stars, all this other nonsense. But that's the only thing which would be exclusive to one or the other. Would be, is the surface curving or is it not curving?
Right.
One is exclusive to a globe. One is exclusive to a flat Earth. And it doesn't, you can't come up with any like theory or hypothesis where it would be mutually where it would not be mutually exclusive, meaning where it could work on either one, right? Unless, though we've heard it right, maybe it's just a bigger ball. It's a ball so big that you can't measure the curve. Well, we're not working with that ball. We're going to work with the 3,959 mile radius ball.
Even then, the big I guess space, whoever's saying, they would be lying either way about the radius of the Earth.
Hey, by the way, I put a couple things in the chat.
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah. What India was kind of describing there. If you go to page 6, there's a little graph that depicts more or less what he was talking about. The rest is complicated, math and shit like that to derive some of the actual mathematical stuff there. Ignore that unless if you're interested there. That's where we get the parabolic approximation, or one way to derive the parabolic approximation.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, there's simpler ways, Nick.
I know,
the distances we deal with, you could just use the Pythagorean theorem. That's just good enough.
Yeah, but those are point to point, right? This is more general or generic, and then you plug in the numbers. and you get more or less the same thing. So this is more widely applicable. I don't know. I was just nerding out one day. I said, "Fuck it, let me do it," because I wanted to know where it came from, and I wanted to use something not from grade 7 or grade 8 to be more accurate.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so that graph there with the red line there, that's the laser or the hashed line with the red little drop number there, or the drop hash, whatever. The red hashed line depicting the drop.
That's pretty cool. I like the math there. And the Chinese space station, that is really flat. Like those look like the globe Earth debunked pictures, like the memes you send. And they say that's only 20 miles below the ISS? And the ISS has tons of curve wherever it is.
I'm not too sure on that. I think India was talking about that.
Yeah.
Well, he's on mute. Probably had to go pee.
Fair enough. But that's crazy. And that shows that the I guess different space agencies aren't in agreement even with the curvature. Because China just doesn't care. They're showing it on their videos.
Where's all the footage
Well, I
of
would
the
say on
Chinese
paper
space
they are
station?
like it's a standard model, quote unquote, so to speak.
Yeah.
But illustrating or depicting it, they seem to have different ways and different standards as to how they want to be presented and shit. That part's kind of weird because it's not the same. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well.
Have you seen
Have I seen what?
Have you seen it? Sorry, dude. Go ahead.
No, I got it. What are you gonna say?
I was just gonna ask, have you seen any of these laser tests that people talk about in here? A lot.
Yeah, I've seen a couple videos.
Okay. Do you remember how far the longest stretch was? The one that you saw? Or the ones that you've seen?
I think it was actually in that video. It was sent here yesterday in the lobby. I was just bored and decided to watch it. I still have it up. I have so many tabs open.
Yeah, of course. Well, there's one, I think it's upwards of 35 or 40 miles or something like that. Even 20. Right? Do the math. Right?
Should be a
20,
lot.
Yeah, think about it. 20 squared. Right? If you use the parabolic approximation, you got the 8 inches per mile squared, right? So you got 8 times 20 times 20. So that's 8 times 400. Right? What is that? 32,000? 3,200? Or 32,000? Mm-hmm. Which one is it? Hold on. Fucking not enough coffee in me to do the mental math there. 20 times 20. It's 20 times 8. That's 3,200. There you go. 3,200 feet. Inches, excuse me. Divided by 12. That's 266 feet, dude. 67 feet. Right? So when the thing is, more or less same height at the receiving end, it might be an inch off or a quarter inch off or even 5 inches off. Still orders of magnitude below what would be expected.
Yeah.
When people say, "Oh, the light is bending down and all this stuff," well, how much does it need to bend down, and under what conditions does it bend down? However much, and are those conditions present?
Mm-hmm.
And that goes unanswered, dude. But some people have modeled out what would need to be the case for it to bend down a certain amount, to match what we see, and like the discrepancies are crazy, dude. Like, over 10 miles, there's one. It wasn't a laser test per se, but over 10 miles, something like that, people were able to see a set of oil rigs, along with, of course, the horizon beyond it, right? And the math or the modeling involved to describe what the necessary temperature and pressure gradients would have to be for the light to, quote unquote, bend in the fashion it would need to, so the observer could see those oil rigs. Right? It was something like over like 10 feet, 10 feet difference in altitude. There would need to be like a 15 or 20 degrees in like temperature, like degrees Celsius shift over that span. Like that doesn't happen.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then you would have to argue that it's consistent throughout certain stretch, as opposed to like a pocket. Like it was just complicated, right?
Yeah.
And it's obviously unrealistic.
And you'd have to assume that the curvature would be the same of the curving of the light would be the same across the viewing distance, so it would look consistent. But that's not how.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, like for it to be clear, as clear as
Right.
it was when it was seen, it would have to be either averaged out, right, that fashion, or perfectly that fashion.
Yeah,
that's
the
the whole claim
calculation.
made.
You'd have to assume for the calculation that it's a perfectly
Yeah.
consistent medium.
Right.
For the light.
Or even if it's not consistent, right, they could argue it averages out, right? So like from like point A to point B, like let's say 1 foot across, the light bends this amount, and the other point from point B to point C, it bends a little bit less than the first bend, and then point C to point D, it bends more, or whatever, and you get like an average, right?
Yeah.
That could be argued too, but there might be consequences to that. Like things might spread out a little bit more. It might not be as clear, shit like that.
It's just a more complicated answer, whereas observing, or I guess accepting no curvature is just way simpler and what we observe already.
It's what we experience already. It looks like
Yeah.
it's flat. We live our lives as if it were. We operate as if it were, I should say. Right? Why would that not be an answer? And then the burden becomes on them to explain or to justify that. It's curving at this much because we know the radius is X, and we got the radius being X this way. Not to like backward, like what they do is they backwards engineer all these kind of probable situations, right? To basically infer the curvature, right? Using all sorts of complicated shit. And like I don't have a problem with things being complicated, but when you have a variable that is assumed, right, and you do anything possible to make it so that that variable seems probable or plausible that it's there, but all the jumping and jiving and all the other ways that you craft your model or whatever are also kind of like unverifiable to make it so that thing seems plausible. Like it becomes sketchier and sketchier.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I was thinking of Occam's razor, that principle, where the simpler solution is usually correct. Yeah, they try to make it so complicated to explain the curvature. Yeah, it gets muddied. I guess
I don't
another.
know. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna change topics there, but if you want to continue, that's fine.
I was just gonna add on, like, I don't know if the Occam's razor thing is even necessarily always the case, right? Or even, excuse me, I should say necessarily applicable here, because I'm okay with complexity. Complexity can be, like something complex can be the actual reason why something is so. But if you default to the simplest and then you test it, right? Like that should be like a guide or like a default guide help you down your sets of pursuits or tests or whatever. You know what? Like you start simple, right?
And then if it is complicated, it is complicated. But don't try
it
to
can
make it
build up.
complicated.
Yeah. It's like they're starting with the complexity because they have like some sort of bias or like a need for it to be complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, in most cases that I've seen, it would be like you start simple, you test that. Oh, it doesn't work out. Okay, then you build up. But these, like the guys that we talk to, they're skipping over that, right? Because if they did test the default simple case and it does turn out to be true, like they can't have that because in this context, it's just flat, and they don't want that to be the case. It seems.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the Occam's razor thing, it has its place, but for different reasons, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. I
Well,
was gonna.
Hold on one second. I want to add one thing to this.
Sure.
If you start with like the foundation of science is empiricism, right? So natural science, we look to nature to figure out what's true or not, right? Through experience, observation, experiments, right? That's the foundation of science. It isn't based upon like purely logic or reason. Of course, you have to use logic and reason to evaluate your experience, but the foundation is the natural world, right? That's the foundation. That's what science is.
Yeah.
Is empiricism. So if we go, okay, this is the principle we're going to go by. Okay, empirically, what do we experience? A flat, motionless Earth. Now you can conceptualize and come up with ideas about, Earth's so big, that's why it looks flat, or it's spinning so slow, that's why you don't feel motion, or the stars just look like they're moving, but it's actually you moving. None of those are empirical statements. They're actually the opposite of science.
Yeah,
right? So they want us to abandon the empiricism and jump to concepts, right? Ideas about what the world could be in this situation as opposed to what we just directly experience. Now, it's fine, they could be right, but they need the actual evidence to demonstrate that this is the case.
Mm-hmm.
And it should be testable and repeatable and verifiable. Right? If you wrote an experiment down, your exact procedure, you published it, in the 1600s or whatever, people would get a hold of your work and they would say, well, okay, I'll do the exact same thing. And if they could repeat it, then it was considered, scientific fact. But if they couldn't, then it was just like, okay, garbage. And now everything is just so crazy. Think of CERN, right? The Large Hadron Collider. No one can repeat those experiments. They could say anything. We bored another black hole into the 10th dimension. Okay. How can anybody test their claim?
That's a good
point. They have a special machine that only they have.
Could be a big tube with nothing in it.
Yo, Indio, that would be circumstantial evidence, right?
What do you mean circumstantial evidence?
Well, from my understanding, there's two different types of evidence. Direct evidence, as you said, testable, repeatable, therefore anybody can do it. Then there's circumstantial evidence, where the circumstances have to be set up in order for you to collect said evidence.
Yeah, I don't know if that would classify as circumstantial evidence. That's not the point. I'm talking about from the viewpoint of the philosophy of From the viewpoint of the philosophy of science, experiments need to, like, scientific claims need to be testable, repeatable, verifiable, right? They traditionally, it's only in modern times with that, like, that's kind of been abandoned, where the equipment's so specialized and so expensive that nobody can actually test or verify that, you know, anybody did anything. There's an amount of faith, so that was the whole point of, like, the natural sciences. That's what differentiated science from faith, is that you could just, someone made a scientific claim, you could just do it yourself, right? You didn't need any faith in believing in anything, because science is about not trusting. That's the crazy thing, is well, don't you trust the scientist? No, I'm not supposed to. The foundation of science, nor in the scientific method does it say, first step one, trust. No, there's none of that in there. It's not trust.
Yeah.
Absolutely do not trust.
Like, I pulled up this article. I was just looking at the CERN, and it said the headline is "Tiny droplets of primordial soup appear in oxygen collisions." Like, where did they even get that idea? And it sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, CERN is
If you disagree with
quite
the
the work of
science,
art. This would be being generous.
if
And a
you
lot of the
disagree
things
with
that
the
can, like,
theory,
statements they make, they're not based upon anything that's even direct, because they have to apply statistics. They're
like,
So you disagree with you
if
disagree
you
with
disagree
science.
with the theory, like, do you publish something in addition that would like replace the current theory?
With what was published
Like,
in
that
the first
would
place.
like repudiate the current theory.
What was published for the first theory?
Sorry?
What subject are you talking about? What was published in the first place?
No, like, if you disagree with the theory, like, do you
Yeah.
publish something that would like replace the current theory?
Well, it depends what was actually put forward with the first theory. You
Because
know what I
you
mean?
disagree of like modern
Like
like
what?
science. Because you
Like what, mate?
think the Earth is flat, right? So you have to
Ah,
disagree
okay.
with the law of science, I guess.
Yeah, okay. So what did they put forward in the first place?
Like, I'm
Yeah,
not sure about
what
physics,
evidence did
but
they put forward in the first place for you to agree with them
Big
in the
Bang
first
theory
place?
is Big Bang theory is highly like universal.
Okay. So
Like,
what evidence did
common.
they give you that the Big Bang theory was correct?
Because current physics is, I think, based on this kind of like theory. It's very credible. But like, if you disagree with these kind of like theory, like highly credible theory, like I was
Like
just
what?
wondering if you
Let's
like
let's clear up what you're talking about. So what theory are you talking about?
like Big Bang theory.
The Big Bang Theory. Okay, so they're putting forward theory that something was created from nothing, right? So what evidence did they give you for us to refute? What evidence did they give you that what they said is correct? You don't have to replace a theory that's got no evidence with another theory, because the first theory that they put forward doesn't have any evidence. They don't need a replacement.
But these
You
kind
know
of
what I mean?
like credible, like Darwin theory of like
That's not credible
as
either.
well.
What? Evolution.
These
What evidence?
evolutionary psychology, I don't know, like created a lot of like
Evolutionary biology. Yeah.
domains.
But what evidence did they give you that Darwinian theory is correct?
But the thing is, I think science, you cannot like doubt that it is true. But because
Okay, what science are we talking about now? Because you just brought up two things that have no evidence at all. But then you say, but science, you can't argue with science.
yeah, because
What
science
science are you talking about?
is like an attitude towards evidence.
Science is not an
Because-
attitude. Science is a method.
Because it's falsifiable. Like it has to be falsifiable.
Yeah, it's a
The
method.
field is tentative.
You still haven't told me anything that has any evidence.
And these kind of big theory created an umbrella framework that
Are you
add
listening?
up
Are you
to another
listening to
theory.
me, dude, or having a conversation with yourself?
No, I'm just explaining to you what science is.
No, and you're wrong.
What made you think that way?
That you're wrong.
Yeah.
Because science is a method. Steps to prove or disprove cause and effect relationship of an observation in the natural world. Sciences. Through experimentation.
Well, what's wrong with that? Because replicability is very important.
What?
Replicability is important, right?
Yeah, what does that mean?
You have to be replicable, like to create the same situation.
Yeah, can you give me an example?
Like, I don't know, I study psychology, so like cognitive dissonance is proof that it happens,
Psychology is not science, dude.
but it is in the faculty of science.
Yeah, okay, so what experiments do you do?
I'm just doing bachelor.
Yeah, but do you do what's the observation that you're looking for in your experiment? Because that's the first step of the scientific method, observation, right? What are you observing?
I'm just observing if it's applicable to like
the real world
I don't know how you do
situation.
psychology because at the moment you don't make any sense, dude. I wouldn't come and see you.
Because without it, it will not be meaningful.
If it's what?
If it's like low ecological validity, it's not meaningful, right?
No.
So
If it doesn't
I can use it
meet
and I can
scientific
observe it
method, if it doesn't
in the
meet
real world
scientific
situation.
method, then it's not science. That would be called pseudoscience.
Yes.
Yeah. So science is not an attitude, like you said before. Science is a method in order to solve what did I say to you before? Cause and effect relationship things in the natural world through experimentation. Yeah? That's a tap. Pointing back on mate.
That would determine what causes that object to fall. Yeah, exactly. We know that if we take a bowling ball or a rock or a bus or an airplane and drop them, right, they're all falling. Now,
So
it's said they all fall
if
at the same
you
speed. There's some evidence that this isn't true either. There's experiments that were done in Bremen Drop Tower. There's some experiments done by this physicist named Sky Darnels. There's also like some old experiments done by someone. I think his name is Miles something.
Yeah, I agree that scientific
So
skepticism is important to be objective.
yeah, I
Because
think it's going to turn
It's a
out, if we ever
recording,
find
dude.
out, it's going to be
It's an old conversation, recorded
something new,
conversation.
something like no one ever thought of, just something completely different. I don't think it's going to be electromagnetism or ether or it's be something different.
That'd be cool.
I don't know. I
Or
don't
we just never
understand
know.
why
That's a mystery.
I don't understand though. I don't understand why you guys repudiate the whole science field.
Don't.
Why you're cynical about it.
Sorry, we don't.
Because flat Earth is a pseudoscience.
It's not science. Start with. That's not pseudoscience. It's not claimed to be science. Measurement. Simple measurement. We're not claiming flat Earth to be science. Where you're wrong. Sam?
So is that like postmodernism kind of thing?
Nothing to do with postmodernism. It's just measurements.
Because you're
We measure the
going
surface.
against the evolution, right?
That's not really this topic, but yeah, I do. It's got nothing to do with flat Earth. Well, it kind of does, but for the sake of this conversation, it doesn't. What about flat Earth as pseudoscience?
Because I don't know, it might claim
You don't
to
know.
be a science field, but it's not science. You don't
No one
learn
claimed it to be. No one claimed it to be science.
because it has no evidence. It tried to be
Ah,
true.
no evidence. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, a lot of his tests are plain false.
Which ones?
That it's flat.
Yeah, which tests? Yeah, which tests?
And
I'm talking to a
the
brick
one
wall.
thing I learned from psychology perspective of flat earthers that
Yeah, what's that?
it uses ad hoc immunizing hypothesis,
Yeah, like
which
what?
just
Give me an example.
it tries to escape hatches
Yeah, give
or
me an
loophole
example.
that try to
Yeah,
protect
you're just
its
okay. You're just
theory,
reading.
used to
Yeah,
protect
you're
their
just reading.
theory from falsification.
Okay, give me
Just
an example
creating
of
another
that.
loophole, just being cynical about everything, right?
Give me an example of that.
Like it's currently happening.
An example. Give me an example of that.
Example,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I think this kind of hypothesis derives from confirmation
No, an
biases.
example of what you just said. Give me an example in an argument from flat Earth. An example of what you just said.
You're just trying to be cynical, right?
No, I'm just
Isn't
asking
it
you for
that
an example of what you just
point?
said. You just said, from a psychological point of view, right, that we have ad hoc arguments. So give us an example of that.
Example is you yourself, like flat earthers, like typically utilize this hypothesis.
Not the person, the argument.
You can search it up as well. Like I learned it from the laptop.
Yeah, I know you're reading from a page. Yeah.
Yeah.
So give me an example of it.
So this is mostly subjective viewpoint.
Give me an example. What's subject?
Because pseudoscience is all about like ignoring the safeguard against the biases and
yeah. So give me an
characteristic of
example.
science, which has to be objective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's claimed to be science, so it's testable,
It's
but
not.
it's not.
I just told you.
Yeah.
It's not science. Yeah.
And I think flat earthers like fit in the boundary of this pseudoscience because I do
But
not
I just
learn
told
it
you.
in
I just told
the
you it's
school.
not. Hello. I just told you it's not claimed to be science. Can't be pseudoscience if it's not claimed to be science. Right?
Like, what made you think this way? Like,
hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me.
Like, what made you believe of this
Don't ask
conspiracy
me.
theory?
I've asked you over and over again. What part of it is pseudoscience? Because it's not claimed to be science. So it
Yeah,
can't be
it's going
pseudoscience if it's
against
not
its
claimed.
its subjective viewpoint.
Yeah, which one?
It
What's
lacks a
subjective about
safeguard
it?
against the biases, and it's mostly like belief of like subjective view.
I don't know if I can talk to you, dude. You're just reading from a script. You're not saying anything.
I'm just explaining what pseudoscience is.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not claiming any of this to be science. So where do we go from here?
Yeah, if it's not science, it's not trying to become an evidence. Like it's not that attitude towards evidence. So what? So
Okay,
how is it
evidence.
credible?
Evidence is different from science.
But science is a field where it's evidence is proof, and you can falsify it anytime if you claim it false.
Okay, so which part of it am I claiming is science?
So you think the Earth is flat, right?
No, I know it is. It's been measured. What part of measurement is science?
So you measure or you I don't know if you quantify it or qualify it, or if it's your personal anecdote or whatever it is, but you believe
Yeah,
it, right?
measurements are not anecdotes.
But it's your personal feeling.
No, it's not. I just told you it's a measurement.
But I think currently in this world, it's going against that view.
Okay, so what evidence did they give you? The Earth's a globe.
Like I don't study astronomy, but
you
you
have
can
no idea.
quickly observe it through Google Earth. They use its programming, I think.
You have no idea.
I think those kind of GPS modeling is based on the Earth's circle, like
Is that
particular
science, isn't
orbit.
it? You think?
I think they use a lot of calculations and like graphical mapping. I consider that science.
Think.
Yeah.
So that's subjective. We're just saying that we use subjective arguments, but you're using a subjective argument.
Yeah, but you can test it through its application, which everyone does.
Like what?
Like
Give me
or
an
a map
example.
as well. It has a lot of history with mapping. It's like paper map as well.
Give me an example.
I just told you an example, one of the examples.
No, you didn't. You just gave me a subjective view of what you believe.
Well, I'll just search it up and they say the graphical mapping uses a theory such as topology or bridging mathematics. And I think, yeah, this kind of geographical location, like utilizing its satellite. They
Okay.
use
So now
this,
make it objective.
yeah, so they uses graphical mapping uses based on the world circle.
Yeah. So now show me the mapping has anything to do with a sphere.
Well,
No.
the satellite orbits around the Earth in a spherical orbit.
You sure about that?
There's lots of it, and we use its GPS. And its calculations are based on its like circular geometry. And so when you travel around the Earth, it doesn't go straight, it curves, because that's the closest destination, and also those winds as well.
You're making a lot of claims, not presenting any evidence.
So do you disagree or agree, or
Well, you're just making a lot of claims. You're not showing any evidence. You're just saying satellites orbit the Earth. Well, what's your evidence that satellites orbit sphere? What's that? What's that evidence?
well, so Google told me.
Yeah, I know. So you're repeating a claim that they made. It's just a
So
claim
you're
with no.
just being cynical towards Google, like to its authority, I guess.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking you what evidence you have for the claim you're making.
What evidence? I just told you it from the Google.
Yeah, that's not it. That's not evidence. It's just another claim.
We just don't accept its claim from internet.
No, I know. I don't accept people making claims without evidence. Yeah, you're right, 100%.
The
Weren't you saying before
references.
that? Weren't you saying before that science needs to be falsifiable?
Yeah, the
Right.
reference is National Ocean Service.
Yeah. So science needs to be falsifiable, right? What you were saying.
Yeah,
So how do you falsify that?
by publishing and giving another claim that would support it.
Another claim that satellites orbit a spherical Earth.
Yeah.
That's your claim.
No, I'm just reading the claim from the National Ocean Physicist.
Yeah, that's fine.
I
You
haven't
can keep on
conducted
reading.
this study.
Yeah, you can keep on reading
It's
claims, but you got no evidence to back them up. That's the problem.
no, I'm just it's the government
Yeah, I know.
cited.
That's a claim. Yeah. Where's the evidence?
So you just
You're being cynical.
yeah, you're just being cynical, right?
No, you're being
I guess.
cynical. Yeah.
No, I'm just
Yeah, you're being
obeying this
cynical. You're being
internet
cynical about me
information.
being cynical, right?
You're just being distrustful. Like that's the postmodernism claim.
I'm being distrustful. Yeah, I got a lot to distrust about. Yeah. Because they told us that the Earth is a sphere without any evidence. So yeah, I don't trust it. Yeah,
Yeah, so
you're
you
right.
just don't check the information without testing it,
Yeah, I've
without checking it.
I've checked the information.
Yeah, but if you are being
Yeah.
distrustful, how can you test it and accept it before you?
Ah, okay. So what you can do is you can get a laser, you can shoot it across the water, and you can measure the height of what the laser left at, and then over a certain distance there should be a drop over distance, like a sphere. And on the other side of where the laser is, on the other side of the lake, right, depending on the distance, the laser should be received up in the air. Right? So 20 miles should be about 250 feet in the air. Right? But it's not.
But what if the lasers have its limitations? I don't think the lasers goes forever.
Yeah, okay, we can shoot a laser for 20 miles. That's fine. Are you being cynical about that?
Yeah, because lasers have its certain limitation.
Okay. So what evidence have you got? Or are you just being cynical?
It's just common sense.
Common sense. Okay. Common sense is that lasers have a limit. Right.
Yeah, of course. It
Yeah,
don't
what
go
sense are you
indefinitely.
using to come to that
I don't know
conclusion?
which country you're from, but it's a fixed basis.
It's a what?
It's a fixed basis.
Yeah, that's fine. So you're
And
very
isn't it
cynical.
much easier to rely on our intuition rather than just being...
Yeah, intuition tells you don't live on a sphere.
Yeah,
You want to
that's
rely on your
most
senses.
people, and I think nowadays mostly, like the majority is my common sense. It's based on my common sense.
Your common sense. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. This conversation's going nowhere, dude.
So I conceive that it's just a loophole. You're
Right.
using
Fine.
the ad hoc immunizing hypothesis.
Yeah, that's fine, dude.
Or do you also disagree with PhD students who publish those studies, or? Yeah, I guess.
Shorts still, mate. You didn't wash your pants? Oh, mate, you're living at home.
Mum.
Timbo, hot mic.
What's going on? low. Hey, DJ. Are you listening, DJ? You on?
Good evening, everyone.
Well, it's not evening for me.
Whereabouts are you, sir?
What's that?
I said, whereabouts are you? You sound like you're from the States.
Of course. I am in Minnesota.
I can't even, to be honest with you, I can't even picture where Minnesota is on the map. That's kind of like up the top right, isn't it? Am I right?
Yep, it's where the biggest lake in the United States is.
Oh, has anyone shot a laser by chance?
I would like to, but the conditions aren't very good ever on that lake. There's other lakes inland that would suffice, but
Yeah.
I have yet to get my hand on a laser that would push that far. So as of right
How long
now,
is
I
the
haven't.
how long is the lake?
Lake Superior, I think. So I'm not sure the widest part. I would have to say close to maybe 75 miles.
Oh, that's a lot. Yeah,
Not more.
there's a lot of alleged drop over distance on that. That would be a
If you were
good.
to
That
go
would be a
from
good.
right, if you were to go from the tip to the other tip, it would probably be well over 150. But
Yeah.
no, I'm going out to Nevada, New Mexico in like 6 months, and we're going to try to do one out there. So
Yeah, that would be good. It's getting the equipment is extremely difficult. I mean, I've heard that some people do it with mirrors, but I don't know how accurate that is.
well, you have to have line of sight with mirrors. So I mean, it would be it's easier, that's for sure, less expensive. But you would need line of sight with the mirror flash.
Yeah. Yeah, line of sight, I suppose, as well, because you have the visible the limitations of your vision as well. To consider. Over 75 miles is a big distance. So
Oh yeah,
um,
you wouldn't be able to. I don't think you'd be able to push that far with mirror
no,
flash.
no.
Well, it would attenuate in the atmosphere too much. But no, I've got many long distance observations I've done by the lake. I've seen an ore ship that was roughly 27 miles from where I was, but I was also up about 75 feet too. So, but it would still make it impossible on the globe.
Mhm.
There's a lot of ore ships that carry taconite through the port of Duluth
They
all
carry
the way
what? Sorry.
to. They carry taconite because Minnesota is known for its iron deposits.
Yeah.
So they ship the raw iron to Cleveland, Ohio. That's where they build cars. Well, Detroit as well.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a well-known test that was done on, I believe, Lake of the Woods. No, Rainy Lake. The Rainy Lake experiment that Mick Toon was a part of, I believe, where they fudged some numbers and were dishonest. So you could probably look that one up. Look at the info that they gave, and you can plainly see where they lied and where they were dishonest, I should say.
What was the name of the lake? Lake 2?
No, it's called Rainy Lake Experiment. Anybody with a brain can see exactly where they started being dishonest.
Let me have a look. Oh, I mean, it's a replication of Bedford Level, right? So I mean, it's wrong anyway. I mean, the whole premise of it is wrong. I mean, their whole method is just incorrect.
Right. I'm gonna have to take a minute here. I just got some news that I didn't want to hear, so hold on.
No worries.
Hello guys. Just moment of silence and mourning. What is this? Why are so silent? Okay. There's that.
You're hot mic and Femto.
What?
I just said you were hot mic and I didn't know if you knew that or not.
Okay. Why your shoes? The earth is flat.
I
Why
can
are
barely
these
hear you,
shoes?
brother. I can barely hear you.
Okay. We can start.
Can you turn up your mic or get closer to it or something? Sounds like you're far away.
No. How now?
A little better, but you still sound kind of low. I'll try to turn you up.
Okay. I'll choose a setting.
Yeah, I can hear you better now. I turned you up. What's up?
Okay, now speaker.
Hey DJ, para between you.
Aha.
The air is Velcro to the earth. Otherwise, we should just be able to jump in the air. And if we got some like Michael Jordan hang time and land in San Francisco.
Dude, you can't have it both ways, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly what I'm saying.
Dang. But people do it all day long. Yeah.
So the Earth-based Coriolis effect, they say that when a sniper fires a bullet or you shoot an artillery shell, all of a sudden that piece is not connected to the Earth and the Earth spins out from underneath the bullet. But when you're in an airplane or a hot air balloon, that doesn't matter, right?
Once again, yet another coincidence.
So then you go, okay, what about the SR-71 Blackbird? That's faster than a bullet. So why didn't they have to account for Coriolis effect? Why didn't they just go real fast, like in a circle, right, and wait for the Earth to just like wherever they wanted to go, wait for the Earth to spin underneath them to where they wanted to be?
I always loved it when you guys used to talk about that like 4 years ago. So enjoyable. I mean, I remember giggling over that one many times. I mean, it would be so convenient if we could do that. Think of the gas that we would save. You know, travel would be so much more convenient for everyone. If
Right,
the globe,
you could jump off the Empire State Building, wait for the Earth to spin out from underneath you, and land in the Pacific Ocean.
like a flying squirrel. That would be great. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Okay. I don't know. That's the best that I've ever heard about would I really want it to be a ball. This would be the perfect example.
There's two things like these. Some of these things, they annoy me because you just ask yourself this one simple question. They say this XYZ is some phenomenon that's being observed. And you go, okay, was that invented or discovered? Did someone think of it? Or did they discover it and then they're like, why is this discovery happening? And then they went and they did some test experiments to figure out what it was. Right? So like outer space. Was outer space invented or was it discovered? And if it was discovered, where's the statue of the person that discovered the universe? We got statues for Columbus and he only discovered America. So who discovered the
Allegedly.
universe, and where's his statue? See, yeah, that's right. Because this shit just gets crazy absurd, man. If you really think about it and apply some like, rational, critical thinking to it, it's all absurd.
Your universe discoverer would be Neil Armstrong, I guess, right?
Oh no, he don't get nothing. No.
I guess it was Yuri Gagarin, right? Like he had to be he discovered the universe. Someone invented it, and then he discovered the invention. But we know who invented it. It was Epicurus in 325 BC. He invented outer space.
Wow.
And some crazy Greek guy, some other crazy Greek guy, did some gay Martian moon men or something.
Guess he didn't have the second law of
wait to get into that.
thermodynamics back then, did he? So.
No, he didn't know about that.
So is Epicurus one that Lucian ridiculed, or
No, I
is
don't
that
think so. No, he was dead supposedly about 800 years.
Okay.
So think the guy that invented outer space was alive in something like 325 BC. They didn't have clocks. The number 0 wasn't even invented yet. But he invented outer space.
You said 325 BC.
Yes, somewhere around there.
Okay. That's incredible.
Yeah. It only took 2,000 years to verify his idea.
So awkward. That's pretty awkward.
That's why, remember I was saying earlier, Jen, the history of it, there's so much garbage in it. That's more convincing than the science, quite honestly.
Backwards, clown world. That's what we live in now. This is it. This is our reality now. Yep, good thing we kind of know how to navigate it a little bit, so I can appreciate that. Man.
So I mean, if you look at it objectively, outer space, space travel, planets, all that stuff is a worldwide obsession. The idea of it.
Dude, you're making me think about my my epiphany I had when I discovered what scientism was, dude. Yeah.
But then when you think of it, like all this stuff about outer space, and then if you look at the history of it, some guy in 325 BC came up with almost all this crap with nothing that you would think is the scientific method. He just thought of these ideas in his head. He didn't have any science. He didn't have none of this. I don't know what was around in 325 BC, but nothing that would indicate that, there's a space vacuum. I know that.
Wait a minute. Say that again. That last thing I floated off almost.
I said there was nothing that would indicate that the Earth is in a big space vacuum.
Yeah. Okay.
You got to think what existed in 325 BC.
I think a lot of
theory
rock.
of gravity. There was you could think of almost anything you use in the modern day, other than the wheel, and fire. Nothing that we use now existed then.
Yeah. I
think that's Bronze Age, right? They didn't even invented steel yet.
Well, I was saying there'd probably be a lot of rocks involved in the environment. I was kind of thinking. Maybe more terrain. I don't know. I don't know, how is it that person is someone that's still actually put out there as if it was a verified person. The Epicurean side.
They still talk about him. They still talk about him.
It's like Aristophanes. I mean, what was his era? What he BC as well? I forget. Or was he like the 1st century AD? Hey, did you ever come up with that link for like making the connections
Oh
of
no, hold on. Yeah, I'll find it.
Yeah.
I want to read this real quick though.
Okay.
Epicurus holds that there must be an infinite supply of atoms, although only a finite number of types of atoms, as well as an infinite amount of void. He explains his position in a letter to Herodotus. Herodotus was a famous historian from then. Kind of funny that they knew each other. Anyway. Moreover, the sum of things is unlimited, both by reason of the multitude of atoms and the extent of the void. For if the void were infinite and bodies finite, the bodies would not have stayed anywhere, but would have dispersed in their course through the infinite void, not having any supports or counterchecks to send them back on their upward rebound. Again, if the void were finite, the infinity of bodies would not have anywhere to be.
Ooh, that's be juicy. Could talk about that for a long time, probably.
And they still talk about them because if you watch any talk given by scientists, if they talk anything about atoms or space, they usually will give like a little history of how humanity figured all this out, and they always start with the Epicureans and how they thought atoms were the most fundamental particle, which is wrong.
Well,
which we know now is wrong.
Right. Correct.
Wrong about atoms, correct about space, apparently. No, see, this is the way it really works, right? So mankind believed in the metaphysics. Well, the people that were doing so-called science believed in the metaphysics of Epicurus, and they went and performed confirmation bias and cherry picking, and only collected the data that supported their opinion and threw away the rest.
Nothing new under the sun.
And that's exactly what the globe concept is. It's the supreme effort of cherry picking and confirmation bias.
Definitely
Because this is how they work. Like, oh, we have earthquakes. Let's try to explain earthquakes. Well, where are earthquakes happening? Oh, they're happening on a ball. How can we make that math to work with earthquakes on a ball? Oh, this formula makes it work. Oh, okay. Like, they couldn't just use some other shape, right, and make it work? You can use any shape. Literally. When you have an idea, when you set a parameter, right? So this is the parameter I'm going to set, and I'm going to look for mathematics that fit within this parameter I've set, this presupposition. You can make it work. And if it doesn't work, you just say, oh, we haven't figured it out. We need more time. Give us some more money so we can collect more data.
Just so we can destroy it and not build it ever again.
And this is why affirming the consequent is a logical fallacy.
I think I saved somebody's playlist on logical fallacies. Isn't it Drake's channel? I do believe. I still need to get better at like naming them. Somebody's trying to do those things, but I need to get better at calling those out.
Well, I think it's funny when they're like, explain this, flat earther, explain that. Like,
and then immediately,
listen, give me 2,000 years and a few $1 trillion over the course of 2,000 years. I'll be explain everything. I'll have a story for everything.
Yep. You want stories? We'll give you stories.
Yeah, but we're not going to tell stories. I refuse personally. I'm not going to make up nonsense. And people don't understand that physics itself, physics was invented to support the philosophy of metaphysics. People have this idea that, like, oh, they started doing physics and then they started doing philosophy. No, they started doing philosophy, and then this guy would have his philosophy, and this guy would have some other philosophy, and they would debate each other, and then, you know, they would try to look for things in the natural world to support their position, right? But
Well,
of course,
actually,
if you look hard enough, you're going to find things that contradict your position. So they're going to go out into the world and cherry pick observations that match their metaphysics, and they're going to throw away the ones that don't.
yeah, like your mother of all coincidence theories, the one you were talking about earlier, the 3.22, I believe it is, right?
Yeah, the horizon coincidence.